Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku became the strongest without a quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku reflected on the reality he learned at the age of 4. Not everyone is equal. His friend Kaken had received an incredible quirk explosions. Izuku admired Kaken's quirk and expressed his eagerness to discover his own. Kaken, with a dismissive attitude, told Izuku that no matter what quirk he got, he would never be able to surpass him. This phrase stuck with Izuku, as did the doctor's words on the day he was supposed to receive his quirk. Filled with excitement, he told his mother he was ready to embark on his journey to become a hero like All Might. However, the doctor delivered devastating news. Izuku was quirkless. The shock of that moment was unforgettable, marking the beginning of a difficult journey. Back home, he watched All Might's debut repeatedly, yearning for the same path. With tears in his eyes, he asked his mother if he could still become a hero, but all she could offer was an apology, her own eyes glistening with sorrow. For the next 10 years, Izuku endured relentless bullying due to his lack of a quirk, with Kaken being the worst of the tormentors. The bullying left him with bruises and burns, a painful reminder of his struggles. One day, while in middle school, things took a turn. The teacher addressed the class, asking if they all aspired to attend a hero school. Kaken, ever confident, dismissed his classmates, asserting his superiority and declaring his ambition to become the #1 hero, even surpassing All Might. When the teacher mentioned Izuku's application to UA, Kaken's anger flared, and he confronted Izuku, mocking him for thinking he could compete. Despite the taunts, Izuku expressed his desire to become a hero. Kaken's cruel advice was to take a leap off the roof, suggesting that perhaps in another life, he might gain a quirk. As Kaken left with his friends, Izuku felt the weight of despair. On his way home, Izuku was suddenly attacked by a sludge villain. Just as things seemed dire, All Might arrived and saved him. Izuku seized the moment to ask if he could still become a hero despite being quirkless. All Might hesitated, explaining that while he couldn't guarantee success, there were other ways to help people, such as becoming a policeman. All Might's words left Izuku feeling disheartened, but he still held onto a glimmer of hope. Lost in thought, Izuku was startled by a shout warning him to watch out, but it was too late. A car struck him. 5 minutes later, an ambulance arrived and took him to the hospital. 2 days later, Kaken was relaxing at home when his mother called for him. She informed him they were going to visit Izuku in the hospital after he had been in an accident. Though Kaken had bullied Izuku, he reluctantly agreed to go. Upon arriving at the hospital, they found Izuku's mother, Inko, in tears. She shared that Izuku was awake but had suffered amnesia from the accident, only remembering his name, his mother, and someone he called Kaken. Kaken requested some time alone with Izuku, and the doctor granted permission. As he entered the room, he saw Izuku with bandages around his forehead. When Izuku turned to him, he greeted him with a simple, "Hey, Kaken." Chapter end. Bakugo observed Izuku with a hint of curiosity, wondering if he still remembered their past. Izuku responded that he only recalled Bakugo's name and that they had been friends as children, nothing more. A silence fell between them, and Bakugo felt a pang of worry, fearing that Izuku might consider taking drastic actions, a thought he regretted suggesting before. He inquired about the cause of Izuku's amnesia, to which Izuku explained that a car had struck him, and he was fortunate that amnesia was the only consequence. Bakugo pressed further, asking what else Izuku remembered. Izuku shared fragments of his past, memories of his mother, their friendship, and his aspiration to become a hero, but he could not recall his quirk. Bakugo hesitated but decided to fabricate a story. He told Izuku that the doctor had mentioned he was lucky to be fine aside from the amnesia, explaining that his quirk was endurance, allowing him to withstand various forms of harm. He added that many considered Izuku quirkless since it wasn't visibly active. Izuku smiled, finding the idea of such a quirk appealing. Just then, the doctor entered, suggesting that Izuku needed rest but assuring him he would be released the following day. Afterward, Bakugo confided in Inko about the lie he told Izuku regarding his quirk. Inko agreed that revealing Izuku's quirkless status might cause him unnecessary pain. The next day, Izuku left the hospital, and the day after that, he prepared for school. He expressed his concern to his mother about not remembering the location of his school. Inko reassured him that Bakugo would come to pick him up. As Bakugo made his way to Izuku's house, he reflected on his unexpected role as Izuku's protector. He couldn't abandon him in his time of need, but he couldn't help but feel frustrated about the situation. Upon arriving, they headed to school together. Many students were surprised to see Bakugo and Izuku together without any bullying. As time passed, Bakugo devised a plan. If he was going to be responsible for Izuku, he would make him more like himself. Over the next 10 months, as the UA exams approached, Bakugo trained Izuku rigorously, transforming him into a capable fighter. Izuku evolved from a victim to someone who could stand his ground, embodying a quieter version of Bakugo. He became someone who could be formidable if provoked but preferred to avoid conflict unless necessary. One day, after a skirmish with students from another school, Izuku commented on their lack of skill, noting that they were no match for Bakugo. Bakugo agreed, considering the encounter beneficial practice for the upcoming UA exams. Izuku then learned that Bakugo had applied to UA as well. On his way home, Izuku spotted All Might on the street, having just apprehended a villain. Excited, he approached the hero for an autograph. All Might, with his trademark laughter, recognized Izuku, recalling their previous encounter where Izuku had expressed a desire to become a hero despite being quirkless. The mention of being quirkless triggered a flood of memories for Izuku. He remembered everything: the bullying, his aspirations, and his meeting with All Might. As he returned to the present, he heard All Might's concerned voice asking if he was all right. Izuku assured him he was just lost in thought. Upon returning home, Inko greeted him and noticed his serious demeanor. Concerned, she asked what was wrong. Izuku, with a serious expression, demanded to know why she hadn't told him he was quirkless. Inko's surprise was evident as she realized he had regained his memories. Overjoyed, she embraced him, then suggested he speak with Bakugo for answers. Izuku agreed, feeling the weight of the revelations he had just uncovered. He decided to rest, finding the day's events exhausting, and retreated to his room, lost in contemplation about Bakugo's past actions and the complexities of their friendship. It had been 6 days since Izuku remembered everything, with only 1 day left until the UA exams. During this time, he had been avoiding Bakugo, who was clearly frustrated by Izuku's behavior. As Izuku made his way home, Bakugo called out to him, demanding to know why he was avoiding him. Izuku turned around, anger boiling inside him, and struck Bakugo with a punch that sent him stumbling back. He expressed his feelings about Bakugo's past actions, accusing him of bullying and pretending to be a friend while lying about the quirk he did not possess. Bakugo, taken aback by Izuku's words, realized that Izuku had remembered everything. Izuku made it clear that he would not allow Bakugo to bully him again. He acknowledged that his amnesia had changed his personality, and he warned Bakugo that if he tried anything, he would defend himself. Bakugo retorted, belittling Izuku's abilities and claiming he would never pass the UA exams due to being quirkless. Izuku, undeterred, declared his intention to prove Bakugo wrong and show that he could succeed at UA. He then told Bakugo not to speak to him again, leaving Bakugo with a sense of regret for his past actions. The next day, Izuku arrived at UA for his exams, feeling a mix of excitement and determination. He was ready to take his first step toward becoming the first quirkless hero. As he walked, he tripped but was caught by a girl with brown hair, who introduced herself as Achiko Uraraka. She apologized for using her quirk without warning, explaining that she wanted to prevent him from falling. Izuku introduced himself in a monotone voice before the school alarm rang, prompting Uraraka to wish him luck as she left. As Bakugo passed by, they exchanged a brief glance, and Izuku felt irritation at having to see him again. He entered the classroom for the written exams, where Ectoplasm was overseeing the test. After 10 minutes, Izuku completed the exam and handed in his paper, prompting Ectoplasm to question his speed. Izuku confidently stated that if there were doubts about his abilities, they could check his answers. With 2 hours to wait until the practical exam, Izuku sat in the lobby, where Present Mike eventually arrived to explain the rules. He detailed the point system for the combat robots, and a boy with dark blue hair and glasses raised a concern about the number of robot types. He pointed out that Izuku's attitude during the written exam was inappropriate if he viewed it as a game. Izuku dismissed the boy's comments, urging him to be quiet until Present Mike finished the explanation. Present Mike confirmed the existence of a fourth type of robot, the zero-pointer, advising the students to avoid it. Izuku understood that this was a test of their hero instincts, knowing that many would likely fail to grasp its significance. As the practical exam began in Ground Gamma, Izuku quickly defeated several robots using his training. He had accumulated around 20 points when an explosion signaled the arrival of the zero-pointer. While others fled in fear, Izuku hesitated until he heard Uraraka's voice. She was trapped under debris, unable to escape. Izuku rushed to her aid, freeing her from the rock. Grateful, Uraraka thanked him, but the looming zero-pointer demanded their attention. Izuku asked Uraraka for a favor, explaining that if she could use her quirk on him, he could reach the robot's head and defeat it. She agreed, and with her help, Izuku floated up to the robot. Once at the robot's head, he unleashed a series of powerful punches, shattering it. As the robot began to topple, Izuku worried about how he would land safely. Fortunately, Uraraka used her quirk again to float him down gently, and they landed safely just as Present Mike announced that time was up. Uraraka attempted to thank Izuku, but he had already left the scene, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With the origins of his journey complete, the next chapter awaited as he entered Year 1 at UA. 2 weeks after the exams, a letter from UA arrived at Izuku's house. He opened it, and a hologram of All Might appeared. All Might congratulated young Midoriya for passing the UA written exams with a perfect score of 100 out of. He informed Izuku that he had scored 24 points in the practical exam, and the fight with the zero-pointer counted as a rescue, where he saved a young girl. As a result, he earned 24 villain points and 70 rescue points, placing him second in the exam rankings for the year. All Might also mentioned that this year, UA would be using dorms, and classes would begin in 3 days. Izuku felt a surge of pride, realizing that the rescue points had been counted. 3 days later, he arrived at UA, where a teacher named Ectoplasm was waiting at the entrance. Ectoplasm greeted him and asked for his name, instructing him to leave his briefcase so he could take it to his dorm room. Gratefully, Izuku complied. After handing over his belongings, he found his class. Upon opening the door, he saw Bakugo arguing with the boy in glasses who had scolded him during the UA exams. Bakugo turned his attention to Izuku, questioning his presence. Izuku proudly announced that he had passed and ranked second in the exams. Bakugo, however, boasted about his first-place finish, dismissing Izuku with harsh words. Sensing tension, Izuku prepared himself for a potential confrontation. The boy in glasses intervened, urging them to calm down. Just then, a familiar voice caught Izuku's attention. It was Uraraka, who thanked him for saving her during the exam, expressing her admiration. Izuku felt a bit flustered but managed to respond. The boy in glasses introduced himself as Tenya Ida, and they exchanged handshakes. Ida expressed his surprise at how Izuku had figured out the exam system, to which Izuku confidently replied that anyone aspiring to be a hero would notice such things. Some classmates were not pleased with his comment, feeling insulted. A boy with white and red hair challenged Izuku, suggesting that his second-place ranking had made him arrogant. Izuku retorted, pointing out that the boy had entered UA through recommendations and had not taken the exams. Just then, Uraraka noticed something unusual: a man in a sleeping bag. The man emerged, introducing himself as Shota Aizawa, their homeroom teacher. He instructed the students to change into their gym clothes and head out to the grounds. Once outside, Aizawa announced that they would have a quirk test. Some students expressed confusion about skipping the entrance ceremony, but Aizawa insisted there was no time for such formalities if they wanted to become heroes. He explained that they would perform classic middle school tests but could use their quirks. He called on Bakugo to demonstrate his quirk with a softball throw, which he launched an impressive distance of 705 meters, exciting the other students. Aizawa then revealed that the student who placed last would be considered to have zero potential and would be expelled. This caused some complaints among the students, but Aizawa remained firm. The first test began with a 50-meter dash, where Ida excelled with a time of 3.04 seconds. Many students achieved impressive results, and Izuku, running alongside Bakugo, finished in 6.45 seconds, feeling satisfied with his performance despite being quirkless. The second test measured grip strength, where Izuku's training over the past 10 months paid off, allowing him to score 90 kilograms. The top scorer was Shoji, who achieved 540 kilograms. The third test was a standing long jump, and while Izuku's results were not the best, he managed to land in the sandbox. In the fourth test, he performed well in sidestepping, placing second behind Mineta. The final test was the ball throw. Uraraka scored an incredible infinity, while Bakugo's earlier score counted for him. When it was Izuku's turn, he faced some hostility from his classmates, who were frustrated by his confidence. Ignoring the negativity, he threw the ball and achieved a distance of 189 meters. However, many students began to mock him afterward. Aizawa then clarified that he had lied about expelling someone to motivate them to give their best effort. When he revealed the scores, Izuku found himself in 7th place. He reflected on his performance, noting that it was a good score for someone without a quirk. Todoroki commented that Izuku's cockiness had led to his downfall, drawing the attention of the other students. Izuku, undeterred, asserted that he was satisfied with his score, especially considering he was quirkless. This revelation shocked his classmates, particularly Todoroki, who asked if it was true. Izuku confirmed that he was indeed quirkless but declared his determination to become the #1 hero, viewing his classmates as stepping stones on his journey to the top, including Bakugo and the entire UA school. He was resolute in his ambition to rise above them all. After the quirk test, Class 1A returned to their classroom to begin their lessons. The lessons were almost over, with only one remaining when All Might entered. He announced that he would be their practical training teacher and that they would have a battle training session. The students suited up in their hero costumes and headed to ground beta. Since Izuku was quirkless, he wore a simple jacket, t-shirt, and athletic trousers, along with 2 MMA gloves. All Might assigned the pairings for the battles, and Izuku found himself teamed up with Uraraka against Bakugo and Ida. The tension was palpable as Izuku and Bakugo exchanged glances, both determined to prove themselves. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, and the other students sensed that something intense would unfold during this match. As the battles progressed, it was finally Izuku's turn. Bakugo and Ida were designated as the villains, while Izuku and Uraraka took on the role of heroes. The remaining students watched from the observation room, with Kaminari expressing excitement about the upcoming fight, suggesting it felt like the main event. Most students placed their bets on Bakugo and Ida, but 3 Kirishima, Kaminari, and Tokoyami decided to support Izuku. Curious about their choice, Todoroki asked why they would bet on someone quirkless. Kaminari explained that he wanted to make a statement, while Kirishima admired Izuku's bravery in facing Bakugo. Tokoyami noted the determination he saw in Izuku's eyes after the quirk test, suggesting that despite being quirkless, Izuku was serious about his intentions. As the teams prepared for battle, All Might signaled the start. Uraraka asked for their plan, and Izuku explained that Bakugo would likely come straight for him, allowing her to search for the bomb. He reassured her that he could handle Bakugo on his own. Bakugo soon charged at Izuku, vowing to make him regret his earlier words. Izuku countered Bakugo's attack, surprising everyone by throwing him to the ground. Bakugo, undeterred, got back up and activated his gauntlet, but All Might warned him to hold back. Bakugo insisted that if Izuku could dodge, he would be fine. As Bakugo unleashed his attack, Izuku braced himself, managing to withstand the impact with only minor burns. He confronted Bakugo, revealing that he had endured worse for years and was not intimidated. Suddenly, Bakugo found himself floating, controlled by Uraraka, who then threw him against the wall, knocking him out. She expressed relief at her timely intervention, but Izuku was furious, reminding her that he had asked her not to interfere. Uraraka insisted that they needed to work together to win. Next, they faced Ida, who boasted about being the ultimate villain. Uraraka struggled to contain her laughter while Izuku was taken aback by Ida's antics. Ida believed the environment favored him, but Izuku quickly devised a plan. He broke a part of the wall into rocks and instructed Uraraka to make them float, while he prepared to attack Ida. As Uraraka executed the plan, Izuku struck Ida, allowing Uraraka to touch the bomb. All Might declared the hero team the winners. As Bakugo regained consciousness, he realized what had transpired. The students returned to the observation room to discuss the match, both Izuku and Bakugo frustrated by Uraraka's interference. All Might asked who they believed was the MVP of the match, and Yaoyorozu raised her hand, stating that Uraraka deserved the credit for prioritizing the victory over personal rivalry. Surprised by her insight, All Might praised Yaoyorozu and dismissed the class, allowing them to return to their dorms. Bakugo and Izuku left, both simmering with anger. Izuku, feeling particularly frustrated, took out his emotions on some nearby trees when Uraraka approached him. She called out to him, wanting to apologize for her interference. She explained that her concern for his safety had prompted her actions. Izuku acknowledged her intentions but expressed his own frustration at being seen as less than others due to his quirklessness. He admitted that he wanted to prove himself and felt hurt by the perception that Uraraka looked down on him. Uraraka reassured him that was not her intention, emphasizing her support for him. Izuku still remembered the plan during the UA exams and found it amazing. He turned around to see Uraraka smiling at him, and he felt a warmth in his chest. He appreciated her compliment. Uraraka then asked about Bakugo's nickname for him. She was curious why Bakugo called him Deku. Izuku explained that Bakugo used the nickname to tease him, often calling him useless. Uraraka expressed her sympathy but added that she found the nickname somewhat endearing, as it reminded her of the phrase, "You can do it." Izuku was taken aback by her perspective. He had never thought of the nickname in that light. She then asked if she could call him Deku. Izuku smiled and agreed, feeling a sense of camaraderie growing between them. It's been 1 week since the first battle training. Izuku was the type of student who often kept to himself. Few could tolerate his demeanor, with only Uraraka and Ida occasionally engaging him in conversation, though Izuku rarely contributed much. Today was the day they were heading to USJ for rescue training. On the bus, Izuku attempted to find a seat as far away from the other students as possible, but he was unsuccessful. He decided to read a book during the ride. The students began discussing various topics, with the main focus being on how useful everyone's quirks were and how impressive the future heroes would become. Kirishima chimed in, mentioning Todoroki and Bakugo as strong contenders. Azui countered that Bakugo's temperament might hinder his popularity. Bakugo, overhearing, reacted angrily, causing laughter among the class. Kirishima defended Bakugo's strength, suggesting he might become the next endeavor, which did not sit well with Todoroki. Mineta added a comment about Bakugo's potential appeal to women, prompting Izuku to remind him that women prefer heroes who are not perverts. Despite their differing opinions about Izuku, some students begrudgingly agreed with him. Bakugo insulted Izuku, but he quickly retorted that he had once thrown Bakugo down easily, claiming that without interference, he would have won. Bakugo challenged him, demanding to know if he was looking for a fight. Ida attempted to ease the tension but struggled. Yaoyorozu then spoke, pointing out that Bakugo's arrogance didn't mean Izuku was superior, and even as someone without a quirk, he was being overly confident. Uraraka defended Izuku, recalling his words about being tired of being looked down upon for being quirkless. Izuku, unfazed, suggested they ask Bakugo directly if he underestimated him. Before they could pursue that line of questioning, Aizawa announced their arrival. They approached the hero named 13, and a dark purple portal opened. Kaminari expressed excitement about the fake villains, but Aizawa quickly warned them that these were real threats. A light blue-haired man with a hand on his face emerged, and Izuku insisted they help. Aizawa instructed them to stay back as he charged toward the villain army, surprising the students with his skill in combat. Shigaraki ordered Kurogiri to prevent the students from escaping, and Kurogiri appeared before them. Bakugo charged at Kurogiri, who countered with an attack that caused some students to be teleported into the USJ rescue zones. Izuku found himself teleported with Azui and Mineta to the water zone, where they were surrounded by villains. Mineta panicked, fearing for their lives, while Azui questioned their readiness to become heroes. Izuku, however, urged them to focus and come up with a plan. Mineta lamented their situation, claiming that only Azui's quirk was useful, while Izuku reassured them that they could turn this to their advantage. He asked Azui how much weight her tongue could lift, and upon learning it could lift a human, he devised a strategy. Izuku planned to jump into the water and draw the villains toward him while Mineta continuously threw his spheres around him. Once the villains were stuck, Azui would lift Izuku with her tongue, allowing them to escape the water zone. Mineta expressed concern about what would happen if the villains caught Izuku, but Izuku encouraged him to trust him. He leaped into the water, and Mineta began throwing his spheres. As the villains gathered, they became ensnared by Mineta's quirk. With a triumphant remark, Izuku was lifted by Azui's tongue, and the three managed to escape the villain zone. Azui expressed her amazement that the plan had worked, while Mineta scolded Izuku for his recklessness. Izuku explained that high risks could lead to high rewards, and they needed to help Aizawa. Arriving at the central plaza, they witnessed a giant bird-like creature and Shigaraki holding Aizawa, who appeared to be injured. Izuku's heart raced as he realized the gravity of the situation. Nomu charged at the three students. Mineta threw his ball at Nomu, but they had no effect. Frustrated, he dropped them. Nomu stepped on them, but they did not stick. Mineta panicked, exclaiming that they were going to die and that his quirk was useless against the creature. Izuku, recognizing the danger, urged them to avoid Nomu. However, before they could escape, Nomu reached them. Fortunately, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Kirishima arrived just in time. Todoroki froze Nomu's feet, immobilizing him for a few crucial seconds, allowing Izuku, Azui, and Mineta to get away. Azui noted that they were 6 against 1 and that they might have a chance. However, she expressed concern that something felt off about Nomu, comparing it to a brainless version of All Might. Shigaraki, lurking nearby, revealed that Nomu was created to surpass and defeat All Might, and he threatened that they would take All Might's place. Izuku instructed Bakugo and Kirishima to rescue Aizawa while they bought time against Nomu. Bakugo questioned why Izuku didn't go himself, pointing out that he couldn't do anything against Nomu. Izuku explained that Nomu's quirk involved touch, and with Aizawa injured, he could get hurt too. Bakugo reluctantly agreed, and Kirishima set off to help Aizawa, with Bakugo following. Shigaraki abandoned Aizawa, knowing he couldn't fight both Kirishima and Bakugo, and headed toward Nomu. Bakugo told Kirishima to take Aizawa to safety while he prepared to confront their enemies. As Shigaraki approached Nomu, Kurogiri appeared and informed him that one of the students had escaped. Shigaraki, frustrated, ordered Nomu to eliminate the students so they could retreat before facing the pro-heroes from UA. Nomu charged, attacking Todoroki and Mineta while Shigaraki targeted Azui. Izuku, witnessing the chaos, charged at Shigaraki and punched him. Nomu redirected its attack toward Izuku and Azui, moving faster this time. Just before Nomu could strike Azui, Izuku pushed her out of the way and took the hit himself, knocked down by the force of the blow. Nomu then turned its attention to Izuku, who struggled to get up and retaliated with a punch. Unfortunately, Nomu barely felt it. After receiving another punch, Izuku started to bleed from his head. As he fell, Nomu struck him 3 more times. The other students rushed through Nomu to save Izuku from further harm, but just as Nomu prepared to deliver a final blow, a massive explosion erupted at the entrance. All Might and the pro-heroes arrived, prompting Shigaraki to shout for a retreat. The villains vanished through a portal opened by Kurogiri. Izuku lay on the ground, unable to move due to the injuries inflicted by Nomu. He reflected on the sensation of being near death before losing consciousness. After some time, he half opened his eyes and saw Uraraka calling for him, worried about his condition. He closed his eyes again, only to reopen them later and hear someone urging for him to be taken to Recovery Girl quickly due to his injuries. Eventually, he woke up in the infirmary with an oxygen mask on. Recovery Girl advised him not to remove the mask, explaining he would need it for at least a day. Izuku asked what had happened, seeking information about the villains and Aizawa's condition. Recovery Girl informed him that everyone else was fine except for him and Aizawa, who had sustained numerous injuries but was able to walk. She revealed that Izuku had broken ribs, a broken hand, and a head injury, but thankfully, his brain had not suffered damage. Surprised, Izuku inquired if she knew about his past accident. Recovery Girl confirmed that she had been the one to heal him then. Grateful, Izuku thanked her for her help. She reminded him to be more cautious, warning that high risks could lead to severe consequences. After a few minutes, All Might entered the room and asked Recovery Girl to leave them alone for a moment. Once she was gone, he addressed Izuku, acknowledging the reckless plan he had devised during the encounter at USJ and how he had sacrificed himself to save Azui. Curious, Izuku asked what brought All Might to him. All Might explained that despite the outcome, Izuku had acted like a true hero. He noted that many heroes sought fame and fortune, but some, like Izuku, acted out of a genuine desire to help others. Izuku questioned how All Might could be so sure of his intentions. All Might explained that being quirkless fueled Izuku's determination to prove himself and help others. All Might then revealed that he could help Izuku become stronger. Shocked, Izuku asked how that was possible. All Might explained that his quirk, one for all, could be passed down, and since Izuku was quirkless, he could train him to become stronger than ever before. Izuku was taken aback by the offer. He had never expected help from anyone, having lost hope of ever receiving support. However, he hesitated and ultimately declined All Might's offer. He expressed that if he were to suddenly gain a quirk, all his hard work as a quirkless individual would be meaningless. He wanted to prove himself and show the world that even those without quirks mattered. All Might smiled at Izuku's response and stood to leave, appreciating his determination. Before taking this quirk, All Might had been quirkless as well. He asked Izuku to keep his quirk a secret. Izuku nodded in agreement. As All Might prepared to leave the room, Izuku called out to him. He expressed his desire to ask a question he had posed before, whether it was possible for him to become a hero even without a quirk. Chapter end. Izuku pondered the question of whether he could become a hero even without a quirk. All Might turned to him with a reassuring smile and affirmed that he could indeed become a hero. Izuku felt a surge of emotion, nearly letting a tear fall, but he held it back, wanting to maintain his composure. All Might reminded him that he would need to work even harder than he already was. Izuku asked if All Might would be his mentor during his 3 years at UA, knowing he would need guidance to improve. All Might nodded in agreement and instructed Izuku to find him in his office once he had recovered. 3 days later, Izuku was back on his feet, but he had not received any visitors. Upon arriving at the dorm, he noticed that everyone was absent. He mused to himself that they must still be in class as he made his way to his room. A few hours later, he overheard his classmates discussing the upcoming sports festival, which was set to take place in 2 weeks. Kirishima expressed his excitement about proving themselves in front of professional heroes, while Bakugo confidently declared his intention to win. Kaminari challenged him with a smirk, and Ishido's enthusiasm filled the room. As Izuku entered the main lobby, he was greeted by Uraraka, who hugged him tightly, causing him to wince in pain. She quickly apologized, and Ida expressed his relief at having Izuku back. Izuku teased Ida about his formal greeting and inquired about the sports festival. Ida explained that UA would host the event in 2 weeks, with a free week for preparation. Todoroki then addressed Izuku, revealing that he had overheard his conversation with All Might and expressed skepticism about Izuku's ability to become a hero without a quirk. Izuku acknowledged that many shared that belief but remained determined. Todoroki declared his intention to win the festival, and Bakugo chimed in, urging Todoroki to use his powers. Izuku laughed at their competitive spirit and playfully stated that while they were focused on each other, he would quietly rise to the top. Siro commented on Izuku's newfound confidence, and many students agreed. Bakugo remained undeterred, vowing to defeat Izuku regardless. Time passed, and the students gathered at the stadium, ready for the sports festival. Present Mike announced the event, introducing the referee, Midnight, who appeared to cheers from the crowd. She called upon Katsuki Bakugo to deliver a few words, and he boldly proclaimed his intention to win, igniting a mix of reactions from the audience. Midnight explained the rules for the first event, Battle Tag Royale, where students would be eliminated after being tagged 3 times. The last 16 remaining would advance to the tournament. Izuku strategically positioned himself away from his classmates, opting to stay near the general course students. As the event began, the chaos unfolded, with Todoroki and Bakugo charging through the crowd. Izuku took advantage of the situation, tagging several general course students. He encountered Hitoshi Shinso, who had already been tagged twice, and swiftly eliminated him. As the arena thinned out, Present Mike announced that only one more elimination was needed. Izuku observed the remaining competitors, including Todoroki and Bakugo, who seemed to target him. Bakugo taunted Izuku, but before they could clash, the time was called, and the 16 survivors were announced. Bakugo grumbled about Izuku's luck, and Present Mike declared a 30-minute break before revealing the knockout table for the tournament. Izuku eagerly examined the matchups, ready to face his next challenge. The students gathered around the knockout table, curious about the matchups. Bakugo wondered about Uraraka's presence among them. Mineta expressed his disappointment at being paired with Jiro, wishing instead for a different opponent. Jiro shot him a fierce glare, making her feelings clear. Siro observed his own matchup and noted that he would be facing Todoroki, realizing it would be a tough challenge. Izuku reflected on the surprising advancement of Mineta to the last 16 and questioned the presence of Monoma, who hadn't stood out during the battle royale. He dismissed those thoughts, focusing instead on his upcoming match against Kirishima, whose hardening ability he felt he could handle. After Kirishima, he anticipated facing Todoroki, doubting Siro's chances of victory. After a brief intermission, the students took their seats to watch the tournament unfold. Present Mike announced the competitors with enthusiasm, introducing Ibra Shiozaki from Class 1B and her opponent, Tenya Ida from Class 1. Midnight then signaled for the match to begin. Ida skillfully dodged Shiozaki's vines and used his quirk to push her out of bounds, securing his victory. Midnight announced that Shiozaki was out of bounds and Ida had won. Yaoyorozu then left for her match against Monoma. Upon returning to the seats, Ida received praise from Uraraka, who commented on his performance. Ida expressed gratitude, admitting that the match was more challenging than it appeared. Izuku joined them and high-fived Ida, congratulating him as well. Ida felt a special bond with Izuku, as he was the one in class he felt most confident around, even more so than with Uraraka, despite having shared his goals with her. The announcer introduced the next match, calling out Monoma from Class 1B and Yaoyorozu from Class 1. Monoma acknowledged Yaoyorozu's useful quirk and expressed his intent to use it to his advantage. Yaoyorozu was determined not to let him succeed. As the match began, Monoma rushed at her, but she quickly created metallic gloves to counter his approach. Monoma dodged her punch and taunted her, claiming that if she couldn't punch effectively, she shouldn't rely on her hands. He then copied her quirk, creating a lasso that he used to throw Yaoyorozu off balance, ultimately pushing her out of bounds. Midnight announced Monoma as the winner. As the next match approached, Ida realized that Izuku had already left for the ring. Kirishima stood up to head to the stadium, and Kaminari encouraged him to do his best. The announcer introduced the next match featuring Kirishima Ijiro against Izuku Midoriya. Ida asked Uraraka who she thought would win, and she expressed her belief that Deku would come out on top. Ashido pointed out that Kirishima's hardening quirk posed a significant challenge for Midoriya, while Bakugo surprised everyone by stating that he believed Midoriya would prevail. He explained that despite Kirishima's strength, he knew Midoriya's punches were his greatest asset. As the match began, Kirishima urged Midoriya not to hold back. Midoriya acknowledged Kirishima's challenge, and they engaged in a fierce fistfight. Kirishima's hardened strikes landed solidly, knocking Izuku down. Kirishima taunted him, questioning if that was all he had. Midoriya got back up, spitting blood onto the floor, and remarked on Kirishima's offense while challenging him to strengthen his defense. He then launched a rapid series of punches, overwhelming Kirishima, who struggled to counter the onslaught. Uraraka watched in surprise at Midoriya's speed, while Mineta wondered if he felt any pain. Ojiro noted that Midoriya was indeed human but was driven by a fierce determination that masked his pain. Midoriya continued his relentless assault, leaving Kirishima with no choice but to wait for a chance to counter. Kirishima thought to himself that Midoriya's punches were powerful, questioning how he could keep going. When Midoriya finally paused, Kirishima attempted to counterattack, but Midoriya anticipated it, dodging and delivering a powerful uppercut. Kirishima acknowledged Midoriya's strength just before being knocked out. Midnight announced Midoriya as the winner. As Midoriya left the ring, Uraraka noticed the pain etched on his face, realizing he was trying to conceal it. She felt a pang of worry as the next match was set to begin. When Izuku returned to the seats, Uraraka asked if he was okay, to which he replied that he was fine. She pointed out that his hands were hurt and insisted he should see Recovery Girl. Izuku reiterated that he was fine, but Ida advised him to consider his health, especially since he would likely face Todoroki next. Izuku confidently stated that Todoroki wouldn't go all out against him. The announcer introduced Todoroki, the son of the number 2 hero, against Hantashiro. As the match commenced, Shiro expressed his ambivalence about winning or losing, but quickly found himself ensnared by Todoroki's ice, which froze a significant portion of the stadium. The crowd gasped in shock as Shiro realized he couldn't move. Midnight declared Todoroki the winner. Returning to the seats, Izuku questioned Todoroki about his display of power, wondering if it was a warning or a personal issue. Todoroki replied that it could be interpreted as both. Izuku warned Todoroki that he should utilize his flames in their upcoming match if he wanted to avoid defeat, which sparked frustration among the other students. Yaoyorozu pointed out that Todoroki was the strongest in class, and Izuku's comments could be seen as reckless. Izuku, however, remained confident, asserting that without his flames, Todoroki would struggle against him. Todoroki challenged him to prove that he could win without using his flames. The next match featured Mineta against Jiru. As the match began, Jiru threatened Mineta, who felt doomed. She quickly captured him with her earphone jack, prompting Mineta to forfeit. Midnight announced Jiru as the winner. Izuku observed as Bakugo and Uraraka entered the ring for their match, anticipating the next round of competition. The fight between Uraraka and Bakugo commenced. Uraraka attempted to touch Bakugo to make him float, but Bakugo was aware of the consequences of allowing her to get close. He unleashed explosions each time she approached. In response, Uraraka summoned a rain of debris from the broken stage pieces caused by Bakugo's blasts. With a powerful attack, Bakugo obliterated all the debris in one shot. Eventually, Uraraka fell unconscious from the impact of Bakugo's attacks. The announcement declared Bakugo the winner. The next 2 matches concluded swiftly, with Tokoyami defeating Ishido and Kaminari overcoming Aoyama. After a brief intermission, Ida prepared for his match against Monoma. The 2 students took their stances and began. Ida employed the same strategy that had worked against Shiozaki, and he succeeded once again. As Izuku made his way to the stadium, he encountered Endeavor. Endeavor acknowledged him as the quirkless student opposing his son. Izuku introduced himself, asserting that he would defeat Endeavor's son. Endeavor remarked on Izuku's confidence, to which Izuku replied that he would win because Todoroki would not use his flames, attributing this to Endeavor's influence. Endeavor, angered, proposed a bet. If Izuku defeated his son, he would be offered an internship at Endeavor's agency after the festival. Izuku agreed to the deal. After parting ways with Endeavor, Izuku met Ida, who congratulated him on his performance. Izuku expressed confidence in his abilities, and Ida understood that he would not hold back in his upcoming match. Present Mike announced the next match, introducing Shoto Todoroki, the son of Endeavor, against the quirkless Izuku Midoriya. The crowd was surprised to learn that Izuku was indeed quirkless. Class 1A was eager to see how far Izuku could push Todoroki. Kirishima returned from the infirmary just in time for the match. Todoroki declared his intent to end the fight quickly, while Izuku responded with determination. As the match began, Todoroki unleashed an ice attack that engulfed the arena, seemingly freezing Izuku. However, the sound of cracking ice emerged from within, causing concern among the spectators. Kaminari expressed disbelief, while Bakugo warned that Izuku might injure himself. Emerging from the ice, Izuku's hands were bloodied but clenched into fists. Todoroki mocked him for his desperation, but Izuku countered that he could still use his hands as weapons. As Todoroki launched a series of ice attacks, Izuku dodged and countered, using the ice to propel himself forward. Todoroki, realizing Izuku's intent to close the distance, targeted his legs and successfully froze them. Confident, Todoroki prepared to attack, but he was met with Izuku's fierce determination. Izuku broke free from the ice with a powerful motion and advanced toward Todoroki, radiating an intimidating aura. Todoroki felt a tremor of fear as he faced Izuku, who seemed more determined than ever. Despite unleashing ice attacks, Todoroki found himself unable to freeze Izuku. Frustrated, he questioned why he couldn't succeed. Izuku taunted him, explaining that if Todoroki refused to use his flames, he would ultimately lose. He urged Todoroki to acknowledge his power and use his flames. In a moment of panic, Todoroki unleashed a powerful fire attack, unintentionally igniting his fear. The resulting explosion scorched his shirt, while Izuku absorbed the flames, ultimately collapsing with a smile. The announcement declared Todoroki the winner, and Izuku was taken to the infirmary, where Recovery Girl awaited. Tokoyami noted Izuku's satisfied smile despite his loss. Uraraka rushed to the infirmary, ignoring Ida's call to wait. Kaminari speculated on Todoroki's fear of Izuku, and Shoji agreed, while Ashido questioned the reasoning behind it. Bakugo pointed out that Todoroki had not anticipated Izuku's ruthlessness. In the infirmary, Recovery Girl prepared to heal Izuku as Uraraka expressed her concern for him. Ida entered, inquiring about Izuku's condition. Recovery Girl reassured them that he would be fine, though he would require surgery for his hands due to the burns. Uraraka held Izuku's hand, and Recovery Girl reflected on the support he had from his friends, recalling his challenging childhood. She assured them that he would recover within an hour. After an hour, Izuku awoke, recalling his match against Todoroki and the fact that he had made him use his left side. Recovery Girl teased that Izuku had a penchant for putting himself in danger. When Izuku inquired about the tournament, she informed him that Bakugo had won the sports festival, with Todoroki in second place and Tokoyami and Ida following, the latter having left for family reasons. Izuku acknowledged this information. Recovery Girl expressed concern for Izuku's well-being, noting that his friends, especially Uraraka, were worried about him. She advised him that if he continued to hurt himself, it would only cause worry for those around him, emphasizing that a hero should inspire hope in others. Izuku agreed and later returned to the dorm lobby in the late afternoon. Todoroki found himself in a dark void, haunted by visions of Izuku with red eyes and a sinister smile, urging him to use his flames. Frustrated, Todoroki yelled for the voice to stop before waking up in a panic. Determined to clear his mind, he decided to head to the lobby. As he entered, Kirishima greeted him, noting his pale complexion, while Shiro asked about his well-being. Todoroki dismissed their concerns, claiming he had just experienced a bad dream. Just then, Izuku walked in, greeted by Uraraka, who hugged him tightly, relieved that he was okay. Izuku inquired about Ida, learning that his brother had been attacked by a notorious villain. Kirishima complimented Izuku on his performance that day, which took him by surprise. Jiru then mentioned hearing Izuku's words to Todoroki about using his flames, suggesting it wasn't the right way to handle things. Izuku responded that he didn't see it as his problem. Jiru pointed out that his actions seemed more villainous than heroic, to which Izuku retorted that not all heroes were good, and both Todoroki and Bakugo understood that well. Todoroki and Bakugo lowered their heads at Izuku's words, while Yaoyorozu confronted him, questioning if he believed it was acceptable to use fear against others just because some heroes acted that way. Izuku met her gaze seriously, affirming her accusation, which shocked everyone. Yaoyorozu expressed her disappointment, stating he was giving them more reasons to doubt his potential as a hero. Izuku shot back, criticizing her privileged background and lack of understanding of society's realities. Their argument escalated, with Izuku expressing his anger about the hypocrisy he perceived in heroes, particularly targeting Bakugo. He accused Bakugo of winning the sports festival undeservedly and declared that if Todoroki hadn't defeated him, he would have put Bakugo in his place. With that, Izuku turned to leave, expressing that at least some in the dorm understood him. Todoroki called out to Izuku, requesting a private conversation. Izuku agreed, and they walked toward Ground Alpha. Todoroki revealed that he understood Izuku's feelings about hypocrisy, relating it to his own father. Izuku acknowledged Endeavor's reputation and encouraged Todoroki to share what was on his mind. Todoroki explained his reluctance to use his left side, revealing the concept of quirk marriages that had plagued his family. He described how his father had sought to create a hero greater than all might, treating Todoroki as a mere tool. He shared painful memories of his mother, who had suffered due to his father's actions, leading to her mistreatment of him. Izuku realized that Todoroki's denial of his left side was a rebellion against his father's influence. He urged Todoroki to embrace his power, reminding him that it was his own, not his father's. Izuku encouraged him to use his left side to save others, just as he aspired to be a hero like All Might. Todoroki expressed his desire to see those he saved smile, and Izuku advised him to view his father as a stepping stone rather than a hindrance. He also reminded Todoroki that while they shared some understanding, Izuku had faced his own struggles that he wasn't ready to discuss. He suggested that if Todoroki wanted to learn more, he could ask Bakugo. As they returned to the dorm, Izuku felt a sense of relief, knowing he had someone who understood the pain of life. Todoroki agreed, feeling a little better himself. A day after Izuku's conversation with Todoroki, the class was waiting for Aizawa. Izuku noticed Ida's return and inquired about his brother's condition. Ida responded that his brother would live, but due to injuries, he would have to retire. Izuku expressed his sympathy but sensed something was off with Ida. His energy felt different, not like the usual Ida. Concerned for his friend, Izuku urged him not to do anything reckless. Ida simply nodded in agreement. Aizawa entered the classroom and announced that he would discuss the upcoming internships. He explained that after the festival, the students would embark on their internships and revealed the number of offers each student had received. Todoroki topped the list with 4,259 offers, followed by Bakugo with 4. Izuku had received 2 offers, which Kirishima congratulated him on. Izuku felt satisfied but acknowledged that the limited offers were due to others being intimidated by his fighting style and the fact that he was quirkless. After discussing the offers, Aizawa moved on to the next topic, choosing code names. Most students were excited as they took turns selecting their hero names. Izuku paid particular attention to Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, Kirishima, and Bakugo's choices. Uraraka chose the name Uravity, Kirishima went with Red Riot, Ida honored his brother with Ingenium Jr., and Todoroki simply used Shoto. Bakugo's suggestions were all rejected due to their violent connotations. When it was Izuku's turn to reveal his hero name, Midnight questioned his choice, reminding him that it would stick with him forever. Izuku confidently declared that he would be known as the symbol of hope, Deku. Uraraka smiled, realizing she was the one who had changed the meaning of the name for him, while Bakugo appeared annoyed. After class, All Might summoned Izuku to his office. Izuku was curious about the 2 internship offers he had received. All Might informed him that one was from his mentor, Gran Torino, a retired hero. The other was from Astral X, a former top 10 hero who had fallen in rank due to an injury. Izuku interrupted, revealing his knowledge of Astral X's current situation, which amused All Might. All Might explained that Izuku would spend a week with Gran Torino before moving on to Astral X. The next day, the students prepared to leave for their internships. Ida asked Uraraka where she was going, and she mentioned she would be training at Gunhead Martial Arts to become stronger. Ida planned to work at his brother's agency in Hosu. Izuku felt a sense of unease about the situation. When Uraraka asked where he was headed, he explained that he would be training with Gran Torino, also in Hosu. Ida noted that it was rare for a retired hero to take on a student, and Izuku agreed, surprised by the opportunity. After some time, everyone left, and Izuku arrived at Gran Torino's location. He noticed the door was unlocked and entered, only to find an old man on the floor with a concerning sight. The old man reassured him that he was alive. Izuku urged Gran Torino to get up, and they finally met face to face. Gran Torino acknowledged Izuku, calling him Deku, and explained that he had seen Izuku's reckless yet impressive fighting at the festival. He recognized greatness in Izuku, noting that he was the first quirkless individual to stand out so much in the hero world. However, he emphasized that without training, Izuku would not achieve his potential. Gran Torino challenged Izuku to a fight, stating that if Izuku could land a single hit within a minute, he would win. Izuku accepted the challenge, ready to prove himself. The fight began. Gran Torino showcased his speed, making it difficult for Izuku to land a hit. Despite dodging Gran Torino's attacks, Izuku struggled to strike back effectively. Gran Torino pointed out that while Izuku had strong punches, his legs were lacking, ultimately throwing him off balance. When time was called, Gran Torino informed Izuku that he would focus solely on leg training during his week with him, emphasizing the importance of a strong foundation for a hero. It had been 5 days since Izuku joined Gran Torino for his training. Gran Torino announced that it was time for their first patrol, and Izuku felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of action after spending the last few days focusing on strengthening his legs. As night fell, the two heroes patrolled the city when they suddenly heard explosions. They spotted 6 Nomus wreaking havoc. Gran Torino instructed Izuku to save the civilians, emphasizing that he wasn't ready to engage in battle yet. Although frustrated, Izuku understood the importance of protecting innocent lives. Just then, he noticed Ida heading into an alley and felt a sense of unease. He decided to follow him. In the alley, Izuku saw Ida confronting 2 figures. One was down, and the other was a black-haired man wrapped in bandages, wielding swords. Ida shouted defiantly at the man, whom Izuku recognized as the hero killer. Concerned, Izuku signaled his location to Todoroki and sent him a message, urging him to come quickly due to the emergency. As he revealed himself, Izuku expressed his disapproval of Ida's reckless actions, reminding him that his internship was in Hosu. Ida insisted on facing the hero killer alone, but when he charged, Stain countered with a swift strike, leaving a mark on Ida's leg. Stain then taunted Ida, suggesting that he didn't deserve to be a hero for refusing help. Determined to protect his friend, Izuku stepped forward to confront Stain. The villain warned Izuku to leave while he still could, but Izuku refused, stating that abandoning his friends would betray his ideals as a hero. Stain acknowledged Izuku's resolve but reiterated his warning to stay out of his way. Fueled by anger, Izuku charged at Stain, but the villain managed to land a cut on his shoulder, causing Izuku to freeze momentarily. Realizing it was due to Stain's quirk, he quickly warned Ida not to let Stain touch his blood. Just then, Todoroki arrived, using his fire to create distance between them and Stain. He informed them that his father was on his way after dealing with a Nomu. As the battle continued, Stain attempted to attack Todoroki, but Izuku, now moving with newfound speed, headbutted Stain unexpectedly, knocking him out. Surprised by his own agility, Stain realized that Izuku had copied Gran Torino's technique. After the fight, Izuku checked on Ida, who was frustrated about his inability to contribute. Izuku reassured him that it was okay and that he understood how it felt to be sidelined. Just then, Endeavor arrived with Gran Torino and a sidekick, inquiring about Stain's defeat. Todoroki confirmed that Izuku had knocked him out. Endeavor recognized Izuku from the festival, while Gran Torino reminded him that he had been unprepared for such a confrontation. Izuku humbly acknowledged that he wasn't ready, but he felt satisfied knowing he had acted like a hero in the moment. Gran Torino smiled, realizing that Izuku had the potential to become a great hero in the future. They decided to take Stain to the police, and the next day, Ida, Todoroki, and Izuku were summoned to UA earlier than expected, joined by Gran Torino, Endeavor, and Ingenium's sidekick. In Niza's office, they found Aizawa and All Might waiting for them. Niza greeted them and explained that he wanted to discuss the events in Hosu involving the hero killer, Stain. Izuku understood the gravity of the situation and felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. As everyone in the room knew, The three students had fought the hero killer, Stain. They were victorious, but they had used their quirks without proper authorization since they did not yet possess their hero licenses, Nizu explained. Midoriya thought to himself that they were in trouble. He accidentally voiced his concern, apologizing for speaking out loud. Nizu reassured him that anyone in his position would likely feel the same way. He had informed the police chief that he would handle the situation, expressing satisfaction with their actions as heroes, but also indicating that there would be consequences. Nizu decided to leave the punishment to Aizawa, their homeroom teacher. Aizawa announced that he was placing them under house arrest for 3 days and instructed them to keep the matter a secret. If they failed to do so, expulsion would be the consequence. The three students agreed, relieved that it was only house arrest. Ida noted that it would at least give them more time to study for the midterm exams at the end of the week. However, Midoriya expressed his concern about the practical exams, feeling that the interruption to his training schedule would be a significant setback. A week later, the written midterm exams had concluded, and they awaited the announcement regarding the practical exam. Aizawa entered the classroom and announced that everyone had passed the written exam. He also informed them that their practical exam would take place at the end of the week, which excited the students. After class, they headed to Ground Alpha with All Might, who announced that their exam would be a rescue race. They would be divided into 4 groups of 5 and would race to reach him at a designated location to perform a rescue. In Izuku's group were Ida, Shiro, Ojiro, and Ishido. They took their positions in the mock city. Kirishima suggested they place bets on who would win, and the students agreed. Jiro pointed out that Midoriya had the least mobility, making him the biggest underdog. Kirishima favored Shiro, while Kaminari placed his bet on Ojiro. Others believed Ishido would take the lead, and Bakugo confidently declared that Midoriya would finish last. Uraraka and Azui both believed Ida would win, but Todoroki surprised everyone by betting on Midoriya. Yaoyorozu asked Todoroki for his reasoning, and he simply replied that they would see. All Might then shouted for them to get ready, and the race began. Shiro quickly took the lead, moving with incredible speed using his tape. As the race progressed, Ida managed to keep pace with Shiro, but soon Shiro pulled ahead again. Hagakure pointed out that Midoriya was closing in on Shiro, and the students watched in awe as he leaped past Shiro with impressive agility. Midoriya felt proud of his progress after only 2 weeks of training. However, just before reaching the finish line, he misstepped and fell. The race concluded with Shiro as the winner. All Might rushed to check on Midoriya, who humorously noted that he might have a broken back but was otherwise fine. All Might praised Midoriya's progress, expressing surprise at how much he had achieved without a quirk. After being healed by Recovery Girl, Midoriya returned to the dorms, where the students discussed the upcoming practical exam. Ishido mentioned that they might be fighting robots, which would make the exam easier. Kaminari agreed, excited about not having to hold back with their quirks. Bakugo dismissed their excitement, insisting that it didn't matter who they faced, he would defeat them all. Kaminari retorted, and Bakugo called out to Midoriya, acknowledging his progress but warning him to stop with the stunts. Uraraka quietly remarked to Azui that Bakugo must have been referring to Midoriya's impressive movements during the race. Bakugo declared that he wouldn't settle for a hollow victory like the sports festival. He intended to crush everyone in the upcoming exams, including Todoroki. Midoriya responded with determination, expressing his desire to see Bakugo try. He reminded everyone that he had previously stated they were all stepping stones for him and that he would not back down. He declared that when they graduated from UA, only one would stand at the top, and that would be him. Todoroki acknowledged this declaration, and Bakugo, fired up, challenged Midoriya, eager to see him prove himself. No matter how much he progressed, Bakugo believed Izuku would never surpass him. He was confident in his abilities. Izuku, however, felt a surge of determination. He relished the thought of seeing Bakugo's reaction when he finally achieved his goal. The moment he surpassed Bakugo, he imagined the other boy's despair, retreating to his mother for comfort. As Izuku expressed his thoughts, the atmosphere in the lobby shifted dramatically. Bakugo shot him a fierce glare, filled with anger and challenge. The tension between them was palpable, and Bakugo's response was clear: he was ready to fight. Chapter End. Izuku stood confidently, ready for a challenge. He declared that he was prepared to fight. Kirishima attempted to ease the tension, urging everyone to calm down. Uraraka chimed in, suggesting that fighting wouldn't solve anything. Despite their friends' attempts to intervene, Izuku and Bakugo charged at each other, engaging in a chaotic clash. The others struggled to separate them, but eventually succeeded. Sato, Kirishima, Shiro, and Kaminari held Bakugo back, while Shoji, Ida, Todoroki, and Tokoyami restrained Midoriya. After a couple of minutes, Kirishima noted that Bakugo was still trying to break free to confront Izuku. Shoji confirmed that Midoriya was equally determined to escape. Uraraka raised her voice, demanding to know when they planned to stop, capturing everyone's attention. Her frustration was evident, and she was on the verge of tears. She expressed that while rivalry could be healthy, their behavior had gone too far. Both boys had harbored this anger long before arriving at UA, and she believed they both had good hearts. Uraraka questioned why they were acting so antagonistically. Izuku, remaining calm, requested to be released, assuring them he wouldn't retaliate. The 4 students holding him exchanged glances and decided to let him go. As he turned to leave, he paused and addressed Uraraka, expressing his disappointment in her. Uraraka was taken aback, unsure of what he meant. Ashido interjected, pointing out that Uraraka had stated the facts clearly. Izuku turned to face Uraraka, revealing his disappointment. He had expected her to understand, but felt she was too kind to see the reality of their situation. Before leaving, Uraraka spoke again, clarifying that she did understand. She urged both boys to reconcile, questioning why they couldn't just make amends. Izuku replied that one cannot grasp what they do not know before departing. The others released Bakugo as well. He acknowledged that he agreed with Izuku's sentiment, stating that understanding only comes through experience. Bakugo prepared to leave, but Kirishima encouraged him to share his feelings, reminding him that they were there to support him. Bakugo dismissed the idea, stating he didn't want to talk. Todoroki caught Bakugo's attention, noting that he had asked Izuku about the situation but received no answers. He suggested that Bakugo wouldn't speak either. Bakugo confirmed this as he exited, leaving an awkward silence in the air. Ida proposed informing Aizawa about the issue, but Todoroki countered that both boys were too stubborn for even the teachers to help. Uraraka then shared her idea, which she admitted was risky. She promised to explain later, stating she was going to speak with Aizawa, believing her plan could either mend their relationship or worsen it. After 4 days, the day of the practical exam arrived, and everyone gathered at Ground Gamma. Aizawa informed them that while they knew it was an exam, they were unaware of its specifics. He revealed that they would be paired into teams of 2 to fight against a teacher. Kaminari questioned the fairness of fighting a teacher, but Nizu reassured them that they would be equipped with ultra-compressed weights to level the playing field. He explained that the pairings and assigned teachers had already been determined, taking into account their battle moves, grades, and friendships. Aizawa began announcing the pairs: Yaoyorozu and Todoroki against him, Principal Nizu against Kaminari and Ashido, Aoyama and Uraraka against 13, Koda and Jiro against Present Mike, Shiro and Mineta against Midnight, Tokoyami and Azui against Ectoplasm, Shoji and Hagakure against Snipe, Ida and Ojiro against Power Loader, Sato and Kirishima against Cementos, and finally, Midoriya and Bakugo against All Might. Both Izuku and Bakugo were shocked by their pairing. Flashbacks revealed that Uraraka had asked Aizawa to team them together, explaining their ongoing conflict and the need for resolution. Aizawa had agreed, recognizing that their animosity affected the entire class. As Aizawa confirmed the teams, Izuku raised his hand to request a change in partners. Nizu inquired about his request, and Bakugo echoed his sentiment, stating he didn't want to work with Izuku. Aizawa firmly stated that they would either participate together or forfeit and face expulsion. Reluctantly, Izuku accepted the situation, and Bakugo begrudgingly complied. As they awaited their turn, they entered the simulated city through the gate. The exam began with a loud command. Izuku expressed that he had no intention of working with Bakugo and planned to find the escape gate to end the exam quickly. Bakugo agreed, stating he would confront All Might on his own. They separated, each with their own objectives. Bakugo shouted for All Might, who appeared, taunting him as a villain. Bakugo charged at him, but the fight quickly turned one-sided, with All Might overpowering him. Meanwhile, All Might realized that Izuku was close to the escape gate and rushed to intercept him. Izuku, caught off guard, was knocked out with a swift move. The announcement echoed that Midoriya and Bakugo had failed the exam. Chapter End. Aizawa prepared to announce the results of the practical exam, stating that everyone except Bakugo and Midoriya had passed. The beginning of July marked a turning point for the class. Before the summer break, Aizawa announced that the students would be going to training camp. The students decided to go shopping for supplies they would need for the camp. Once they arrived at the plaza, they split up to buy whatever they wanted. Uraraka and Izuku were the only ones who remained at the plaza. Izuku asked Uraraka if it was her idea for him and Bakugo to be on a team. She hesitated before confirming that it was indeed her idea. Uraraka expressed her concern for Izuku, urging him to reconcile with Bakugo, as she couldn't bear to see him struggle mentally over past events. Izuku, feeling overwhelmed, dismissed her suggestion and walked away, pondering why Uraraka was so insistent. As he wandered, a black hooded figure approached him, expressing excitement at meeting a student from UA and asking for his autograph. The figure recognized Izuku as the quirkless kid who had fought Endeavor's son and mentioned that he had also defeated the hero killer in Hosu. Izuku was surprised that people still remembered him after 2 months. The hooded man revealed himself as Tamura Shigaraki, recalling their last encounter during the UA attack. He suggested they have a conversation and offered Izuku a deal. Intrigued yet cautious, Izuku agreed to listen. Shigaraki explained that his master could grant Izuku a quirk, but in return, he wanted Izuku to join the League of Villains. He promised that they would help him gain the recognition he desired as a hero while they would act as formidable villains. Izuku firmly rejected the offer, stating that accepting a quirk would make him a false hero and that he genuinely cared about making the world a better place. Shigaraki insisted that it was a significant opportunity and gave Izuku a week to consider it, warning him that he preferred to have him as an ally rather than an enemy. As Shigaraki applied pressure with his fingers on Izuku's neck, he threatened that he could end Izuku's life at any moment but chose not to because his master wanted Izuku alive and by his side. Just then, Uraraka spotted them and rushed over, alarmed by the situation. She demanded that Shigaraki let Izuku go. Shigaraki acknowledged her presence but lowered his voice to Izuku, reiterating that he had 1 week to think about the deal or face consequences before he left. Uraraka, worried, asked Izuku if he was okay. He reassured her that he was fine and suggested that calling the police would be pointless since Shigaraki had already left the mall. Izuku expressed his determination to defeat Shigaraki himself. Meanwhile, Shigaraki returned to the League's hideout and reported to his master that he had offered Izuku the deal but doubted he would accept. However, he mentioned that he had given Izuku a week to think it over, confident that Izuku would eventually join them, even if he had to resort to a backup plan. It's been 2 days since Izuku's encounter with Shigaraki. The students arrived in the forest for their training camp, overseen by Aizawa and the Wild Pussycats, Mandalay, Ragdoll, Pixie Bob, and Tiger. The primary goal of the training camp was to empower the students' quirks, but Izuku was focused on intense muscle and power training. He either trained with Tiger or practiced by hitting trees. As the first day drew to a close, evening settled in. All the students, except Izuku, gathered around a fire, discussing their day. Kaminari remarked on the exhausting first day, expressing that if it would make them stronger, it was worth it. Jiro playfully teased him, suggesting they would be in trouble if he suddenly switched to a cheerful mode after an attack. Kirishima inquired about Bakugo's training, to which Bakugo replied that he was pushing his explosions to the limit, determined to surpass his boundaries. Kirishima was impressed, while Shiro joked about Bakugo speaking without anger for once. Uraraka then asked about Izuku's whereabouts, and Mineta mentioned he had seen Izuku punching trees earlier, deciding not to interrupt him due to his mood. Azui pointed out that given Izuku's recent attack, It was understandable for him to be upset. Ashido added that Izuku's attitude had been consistently angry and cocky, which she found off-putting. Aoyama chimed in, noting that Izuku was not sparkling at all. Uraraka stood up and walked into the forest, with Todoroki following her. He asked if she was concerned about Midoriya. Uraraka expressed her frustration about the negative comments directed at him since day one, emphasizing that despite his tough exterior, he worked harder than anyone and had a kind heart. Todoroki suggested they talk to him, and Uraraka agreed, though she noted it would be difficult to find him in the forest. Todoroki reassured her that he had seen Izuku training and knew where to go. They soon arrived at a clearing where Izuku was intensely punching a tree, his hands showing signs of wear. He paused, thinking about his determination to defeat Tamura in 5 days. Todoroki told Uraraka to go ahead while he waited. Uraraka approached Izuku, greeting him. He acknowledged her, clearly exhausted from his training. She expressed concern for his well-being and suggested he take a break, reminding him they still had 6 days to go. Izuku wished he could rest but explained that he felt he didn't have that luxury. He recounted how Shigaraki had approached him with an offer at the mall, which he had declined. Shigaraki had given him a week to think about it, but Izuku was focused solely on preparing to defeat him. Uraraka was shocked to learn that the League wanted him on their side, offering him a quirk and assistance to become a top hero. She asked if that was why he had been so tense lately. Izuku admitted there was more to it. He expressed his frustration about Uraraka's attempts to reconcile him with Bakugo, explaining that while it would be ideal, it felt impossible at the moment. He revealed that Todoroki had also inquired about the situation. Uraraka acknowledged that Todoroki had tried to speak with Bakugo, who was unwilling to discuss it. Izuku empathized with Bakugo's reluctance, stating he would feel the same in his position. Uraraka pressed him, questioning if their conflict was so severe that they couldn't make amends. Izuku clarified that it was much worse than just a fight. When Uraraka demanded to know how much worse it could be, Izuku's anger surfaced. He revealed that he had been bullied for being quirkless for 10 years, with Bakugo as the main bully. He recounted how Bakugo had stopped being his friend upon learning about his lack of a quirk and how he still felt the pain from the bullying. Uraraka listened in shock as Izuku continued, explaining that Bakugo had even told him to take a swan dive off the roof to gain a quirk in his next life. He shared that after a car accident had left him with amnesia, Bakugo pretended to be his friend, only to dismiss him when he finally remembered everything. Uraraka was speechless, unable to respond. Todoroki then appeared, confirming that Izuku's life had indeed been a living hell. He admitted that he had encouraged Uraraka to speak with Izuku. Uraraka hugged Izuku, tears falling as she apologized for pushing him to talk about his pain. Izuku reassured her that as long as no one else found out, it was okay. He expressed his concerns about how the class would react if they learned the truth, fearing they would see him as a weakling who had been bullied and never fought back. Todoroki agreed to keep the matter between them, understanding the importance of Izuku's feelings. It's been 2 days since Izuku revealed his past to Uraraka and Todoroki. The training for the students was progressing smoothly. Izuku focused on strengthening his legs since his hands were still recovering from the first day. All for One spoke through a screen, expressing his anticipation. He mentioned that in 3 days, they would change history. Shigaraki, with a grin, suggested visiting Izuku at the training camp, eager to confront him. All for One agreed, hinting at a surprise for the Child of Destiny. A day later, around 8 p.m., Aizawa called his class together. He informed them that they had 4 to 5 days left for training and it was time to test their progress through sparring matches. Izuku felt frustrated, wishing he had known earlier to avoid injuring his hands further. Aizawa explained that the matchups would be determined by a lottery. When it was Izuku's turn, he pulled a piece of paper and smirked upon seeing the name. His opponent was Bakugo, which elicited a collective gasp from the class. Bakugo taunted Izuku, suggesting it felt like destiny was pushing them to fight. The two students took their fighting stances, and the match began. Just as they were about to clash, a blue fire erupted in the forest, causing both to halt in confusion. A villain with spiky black hair and burns on his body emerged, apologizing for the interruption. He introduced himself as Dabi, and soon, other villains appeared behind him, including a girl with knives, a man in a black suit, a reptile, and a magician. They identified themselves as members of the League of Villains, and Shigaraki stepped forward, addressing Izuku directly. Shigaraki expressed his disappointment that Izuku had not yet made a decision regarding their offer. Izuku, feeling mocked, declared his refusal emphatically. Shigaraki, unfazed, revealed he had a gift for Izuku, prompting Dabi to throw a plastic bag toward him. Curious, Izuku opened the bag and was shocked by its contents. Shigaraki taunted him, suggesting he try calling the number inside. When Izuku did, the ringtone echoed from Shigaraki's own phone, revealing a personal connection that sent Izuku into a panic. As Izuku's despair grew, Aizawa rushed to his side, urging him to stay focused. However, Izuku, overwhelmed by emotion, lashed out and struck Aizawa. Fueled by anger, Izuku declared it was time to confront Shigaraki. Shigaraki, sensing the shift in Izuku's demeanor, ordered his allies to attack. However, Izuku swiftly defeated them, leaving them bewildered by his unexpected strength. Uraraka and Todoroki attempted to intervene, but Izuku charged toward the villains, shouting in fury. Yaoyorozu quickly created a mini GPS and attached it to Izuku's shirt. Shigaraki ordered Kurogiri to prepare for their escape, and as they began to leave, Izuku managed to follow them through the portal. Yaoyorozu informed Aizawa that they could track Izuku's location. Aizawa immediately contacted All Might, urging him to gather heroes and head to the location where Izuku had gone, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. All Might, realizing the gravity of the moment, instructed Nizu to mobilize the heroes from UA and called for Endeavor to join them. He set off at top speed, determined to reach Izuku before it was too late. As Izuku confronted Shigaraki in the villain's hideout, he was filled with rage, ready to fight. All Might raced against time, hoping to arrive before anything irreversible happened to his young student. Chapter End. Shigaraki taunted Midoriya, confident in their numbers. He boasted about their superiority inside the bar, but Izuku's determination shone through as he approached Shigaraki with resolve. Compress attempted to strike him, but Izuku countered with a swift punch to his gut. Spinner rushed in next, only to be sent crashing into a table. Toga followed, wielding her knives, and Izuku allowed her to leave a scar on his chest. Despite the pain, he remarked that it would have hurt more if he weren't accustomed to it. He retaliated with a knee to her gut, causing her to spit blood. Twice unleashed a flurry of clones, but they were no match for Izuku's fury, which led him to knock out the real Twice. Shigaraki, frustrated, called out for Dabi, who dismissed the request, stating it was not his fight. Shigaraki, undeterred, approached Izuku, and they locked hands in a struggle. Shigaraki threatened Izuku, but Izuku was equally defiant, vowing to break Shigaraki's fingers. With a swift motion, he twisted Shigaraki's hands, breaking several fingers in the process, eliciting a scream of pain from Shigaraki. In a fit of rage, Shigaraki shouted for Dabi to kill Izuku. Dabi prepared to unleash his flames, but Izuku shielded his face, suffering minor burns to his hands. He noted the intensity of Dabi's fire, comparing it to Todoroki's. Dabi scoffed at the comparison, asserting that his flames were pure and more potent. Just as Dabi was about to attack again, All Might burst through the wall, calling out to Izuku and shielding him from Dabi's flames. Dabi, unimpressed by All Might's presence, suggested retreating with his allies. Kurogiri opened a portal, allowing Shigaraki, Dabi, Toga, and Twice to escape. All Might turned to Izuku, expressing relief that he was unharmed despite the villain's escape. Izuku felt conflicted, torn between anger for the interruption and gratitude for being saved from Dabi's fire. All Might inquired about the defeated villains, and Izuku admitted his involvement, collapsing to his knees in tears. He mourned the loss of his mother at the hands of the villains, expressing his anguish. All Might knelt beside him, offering comfort and understanding, sharing his own experience of loss. He emphasized the importance of not succumbing to vengeance, promising that they would defeat their enemies without resorting to killing. He then asked Izuku if he had a place to stay, offering him shelter. Surprised yet grateful, Izuku accepted the offer with a smile. All Might reflected on Izuku's strength, marveling at how he had defeated the villains through sheer determination, pondering the potential he possessed as a quirkless individual. The rest of the heroes arrived to apprehend Compress and Spinner, while Shigaraki seethed with anger at the thought of encountering Izuku again. Kurogiri struggled to tend to Shigaraki's injuries, and All for One, observing from the shadows, noted the need for assistance, hinting at sending someone to confront Izuku. Dabi was tasked with finding a certain individual, receiving a photo from All for One. Intrigued, Dabi approached a hooded man in a bar, revealing that All for One had a lucrative job for him. The hooded man accepted the challenge, eager to take on the target, Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless student from UA. Dabi smirked, anticipating the difficulty of the task ahead for the man he had just recruited, known as Muscular. It's been 2 days since Inko Midoriya's death, and today was the day of the funeral. After it concluded, Izuku waited for All Might to take him to his dorm at UA. All Might soon arrived and asked if Izuku was ready to go. Izuku confirmed he was. Suddenly, another car pulled up and a man stepped out. He approached Izuku and remarked on how much he had grown, expressing regret that their first meeting in 15 years was under such sad circumstances. Izuku, confused, asked who he was. The man introduced himself as Hisashi Midoriya, Izuku's father, leaving both Izuku and All Might in shock. Hisashi presented his license to prove his identity, but Izuku reacted by punching him, demanding to know why he had returned after so many years. Hisashi suggested they talk over coffee, and Izuku agreed, but only if All Might accompanied them. Hisashi was curious about All Might's identity, and Izuku whispered that he was indeed All Might. Hisashi was taken aback but accepted the situation. They settled into a cafeteria, where Hisashi inquired about Izuku's life during his absence. Izuku replied flatly that it had been awful. Hisashi learned that Izuku was attending UA in the hero course, which surprised him and brought a smile to his face. He asked if it was difficult being quirkless, to which Izuku responded that it had been a struggle, feeling that his life had been ruined while Hisashi enjoyed himself in America. Hisashi sighed, acknowledging that Inko had never mentioned him. When Izuku pressed for answers about Hisashi's return, Hisashi explained that he had come for 2 reasons. First, to attend Inko's funeral, though he regretted arriving late. He expressed his love for both Inko and Izuku, admitting he had tried to support them from afar while working as a hero in America. He explained that he couldn't bring Izuku with him back then due to the high crime rate. Hisashi continued, stating that America's crime rate had decreased, and with Inko's passing, he wondered where Izuku would go. He proposed bringing Izuku to America, but only if that was what Izuku truly wanted. Izuku reflected on his past, sharing that he had been bullied for being quirkless and had once wished for death. However, an accident had changed his perspective, and he now aspired to be the first quirkless hero. He firmly decided to stay in Japan. Hisashi respected Izuku's choice but asked where he would live. All Might interjected, explaining that UA had dorms and that he had offered to let Izuku stay with him until graduation. Hisashi agreed, provided that Izuku wanted it, to which Izuku confirmed. Hisashi requested some time alone with Izuku for a father-son discussion, and All Might stepped out, assuring Izuku to call him if needed. Once alone, Hisashi shifted the conversation to UA, expressing curiosity about the hero course. Izuku mentioned that the most exciting moments came during practical exercises. Hisashi asked if Izuku had any friends at UA. Izuku admitted that he had one true friend, Tenya Ida, who was Ingenium's younger brother. He also mentioned a classmate he had fought during the sports festival, who respected him despite being quirkless, and another student, Endeavor's son, who had initially disapproved of him but had since become more amicable. Hisashi noted that Izuku seemed to be surrounded by elite company. Izuku then mentioned a girl who often intruded into his life, being kind and accepting despite his quirklessness, but also quite persistent in wanting to know about his past. Hisashi teased Izuku, suggesting that she might care for him. Izuku was taken aback by the suggestion, insisting that he only focused on becoming stronger and earning recognition. Hisashi challenged him, proposing that he return for the next sports festival and encouraged Izuku to win, promising to be there to watch. Izuku agreed, and they shook hands to seal the deal. Izuku then called All Might back into the cafeteria. Before leaving, Hisashi handed Izuku his phone number, assuring him that he could call for anything he needed. Izuku reciprocated by sharing his own number. Hisashi reflected on the changes in Izuku as he made his way to the airport. He thought about how much Izuku had matured over time and felt a sense of pride. Hisashi's mind wandered to Inko, sharing in the sentiment of their son's growth. One day after Izuku's meeting with Hisashi, he returned to his daily life. As he entered the classroom, a hush fell over the students. They were unsure how to react. Izuku reassured them that he was fine, and Kirishima welcomed him back. The students were surprised by his cheerful demeanor, especially since his mother had passed away just 3 days prior. It was the first time they had seen him act this way. Uraraka expressed her concern, asking if everything was all right. Izuku mentioned that he had received some mental support from someone. Ida chimed in, saying they had all been worried about him. Bakugo approached Izuku, and the class held its breath, anticipating a confrontation. Instead, Bakugo welcomed him back and urged him not to fall behind, to which Izuku responded with a grin. Uraraka sighed in relief, glad that nothing had gone awry. Izuku then recalled Hisashi's words about spending time with friends and asked Uraraka and Ida if they wanted to hang out after class. Uraraka was surprised but excited, while Ida had to decline due to family obligations, leaving Uraraka as the only one available. They agreed to meet at the UA entrance at 6 o'clock. As the class continued, Uraraka called her friends to her room for help with her outfit. She admitted she was unsure of what to wear for her outing with Izuku. Her friends were excited, teasing her about the situation. Ashido suggested they prepare Uraraka for her date, which made her blush and protest. Meanwhile, Izuku was uncertain about how to spend his time before their meeting. He wandered around his room, contemplating whether this outing could be considered a date since it was just the two of them. He remembered Hisashi's words about Uraraka possibly liking him, but he dismissed the thought, feeling unworthy compared to others in their class. With nothing else to do, he decided to get ready. Arriving 5 minutes early, Izuku waited at the meeting spot. When Uraraka arrived, he was taken aback by her appearance. She called out to him, and he quickly assured her that she wasn't late. They set off together, enjoying their time and having fun. After 2 hours, they decided to head back to UA. As they walked, Uraraka asked if he had enjoyed their time together. Izuku replied that it had been nice and suggested they should go out again. Suddenly, a hooded figure appeared before them, claiming that for a quirkless individual, Izuku was quite careless. When the figure revealed himself as Muscular, he declared that the League of Villains had hired him to eliminate Izuku and that he would deal with Uraraka afterward. Izuku took a fighting stance, determined to protect Uraraka. Muscular smashed the ground, causing them to jump apart. He then struck Izuku, knocking him down. Muscular turned his attention to Uraraka, who bravely decided to confront him directly. Despite her courage, Muscular easily overpowered her, knocking her down but not without leaving her with some injuries. As Uraraka struggled to get back up, fear began to take hold of her. Izuku, seeing her in danger, rushed to push her out of the way just in time, but he took the hit instead. He shouted for Uraraka to run, but she refused to leave him behind. Izuku insisted she escape, but she remained determined to stay and help him. Muscular, unimpressed by their resolve, prepared to strike again, declaring that their time was up. The situation had escalated, and the threat loomed over them as they braced for what was to come. Muscular grabbed Izuku's head and declared that since Izuku wanted to die first, he would be the first to face his wrath. With a powerful motion, he slammed Izuku to the ground, causing him to cough up blood. Muscular continued to strike him, landing 2 or 3 more punches. He then taunted Izuku, suggesting that it was the end for him and that it was now time for the girl. As Muscular turned away, he felt Izuku's hand gripping his leg. Izuku, determined and defiant, insisted that he was not finished yet. Muscular, however, dismissed him, stating that he was done with Izuku. He then stepped on Izuku's hand with all his strength, resulting in a painful break. Uraraka shouted Izuku's name, desperately trying to rise despite her own injuries. Izuku screamed in agony, and Muscular, with a smirk, relished the sound of his pain, promising to end his misery. He stomped Izuku's head into the ground, silencing his cries. Uraraka, still unable to get up due to her injured foot, struggled to move across the ground, using her hands to push herself forward. Muscular noticed Uraraka's distress and taunted her, asking if she was going to try and fight him. He mocked her inability to stand, telling her to sit and wait for her turn. Uraraka shouted for him to leave Izuku alone, but Muscular responded by stomping Izuku's head once more, expressing surprise that he was still alive after all that had happened. He prepared to strike again when suddenly, someone intervened. All Might appeared, declaring that everything would be fine now that he was there. Muscular, realizing he was outmatched, attempted to flee but was met with a powerful punch from All Might, causing him to cough up blood. All Might delivered another blow, knocking Muscular out cold, and proclaimed that it was over for him. Izuku lay on the ground, bloodied and injured from the assault. Uraraka managed to reach Izuku, using her knees to prop herself up. She called out to him, urging him to stay with them and not to die. Izuku, regaining consciousness, weakly told her to quiet down as the noise was too much for him. Uraraka was relieved to see he was alive, though she noted his serious injuries. Izuku reassured her that he would not die from such wounds, reminding her of his dream to become the #1 hero. After a few minutes, Izuku was taken to the UA infirmary, where Recovery Girl worked her magic and healed him successfully. Once he returned to his daily life, he was back to his usual self, training diligently after class. A week passed, and it was the last day before summer break. All Might gathered the students for one-on-one battles, encouraging them to give it their all. Uraraka, concerned about Izuku's silence throughout the week, whispered to Ida, asking if he had spoken to him. Ida admitted that he hadn't been able to communicate with Izuku either, noting that he had been intensely focused on training. As the students donned their hero suits, Izuku wore his classic black hoodie and gym trousers. The first match was announced, Sato versus Midoriya. The two prepared for battle, and Izuku asked Sato how strong his sugar made him. Sato responded that it increased his strength 5-fold for 3 minutes. Izuku, determined to push himself, requested to face Sato at 10-fold for 6 minutes. Sato, surprised but willing, consumed the double amount of sugar. Bakugo expressed his unease, pointing out that Izuku had not taken a fighting stance and seemed to have a darker aura about him. Uraraka realized the implications of Izuku's mindset after the attack from the muscle villain. She explained to her classmates that Izuku felt weak and was likely to unleash his full power in this fight, potentially leading to a brutal outcome for Sato. As All Might signaled the start of the match, the atmosphere was charged with tension, and everyone braced themselves for what was to come. With All Might's signal, Sato charged at Izuku and threw a punch, but Izuku remained unfazed. Sato wondered if that was all he had. Izuku responded, questioning if that was really it, before kicking Sato away. He took his hands out of his pockets and landed a single punch on Sato. Sato, confident, remarked that it wasn't enough to take him down. Izuku, determined, declared that his next move would be different and unleashed a powerful punch to Sato's gut, causing Sato to spit out some blood. The other students watched in fear. Kaminari expressed concern that Izuku might have gone too far. All Might reminded Izuku to be cautious with his power when it came to his classmates. Izuku retorted, recalling that All Might had told him not to hold back. All Might acknowledged his earlier words but cautioned Izuku not to cause his classmates to bleed. Izuku pointed out that he had endured burns from Kaken in a previous exercise, suggesting that a little blood was acceptable. All Might understood but reiterated the importance of moderation. He allowed Izuku to continue, and Izuku turned to Sato, who was struggling to recover. He encouraged Sato to get up, challenging him not to be weak. Sato insisted he was not weak, prompting Izuku to kick him in the stomach while he was down. Izuku reminded Sato that he still had time left to fight and urged him to rise before the time ran out. Sato struggled to get up, clearly affected by Izuku's strikes. Izuku taunted him about feeling frustrated because a quirkless person had taken him down, declaring that his classmates were merely stepping stones for him. Sato attempted to respond, but Izuku interrupted him with another punch, questioning if Sato was giving up. Sato pointed out the hypocrisy in Izuku's actions, noting that true heroes do not humiliate their opponents during battle. This angered Izuku, who declared that Sato's time was up and punched him again, causing Sato to fall unconscious. Izuku carried Sato to the observation room where the others were waiting. All Might reminded him that heroes should not act as he had. Izuku dismissed the comment and left. After class, Ida and Uraraka approached Izuku, who was resting on the roof of the dorm. Ida stated that they didn't need to explain their presence. Izuku, with a dark tone, asked if they were going to scold him about what happened in class. Uraraka expressed concern about his attitude over the past week, suggesting it couldn't just be about the fight with Muscular. Izuku calmly explained that the fight had reminded him of his primary goal, to become the top hero and the strongest in UA and all of Japan. Uraraka reassured him that he could still achieve that without adopting a negative attitude towards others, emphasizing that he was a good person. Izuku countered that negative thoughts, anger, and hate could provide him with unlimited power, and since he had no quirk, he would take the power he needed himself. Ida acknowledged that while Izuku's reasoning wasn't entirely wrong, there was a cost to such power. He warned that losing oneself in the pursuit of power could lead to darkness, referencing a character from a popular movie who fell to the dark side due to fear and pain. Izuku reacted skeptically, questioning the comparison. Ida explained that he had learned about Izuku's past from a friend at his school, detailing the hardships he had faced, including his mother's death and being targeted by villains. He cautioned that while seeking power was understandable, a true hero would never use negative feelings against others. Ida concluded that only a villain would act as Izuku had. Izuku lowered his head, accepting the label of villain without protest. Uraraka and Ida were taken aback by his acceptance of such a title. Izuku declared that if becoming a villain was necessary to rise to the top, he would do it, as long as he became strong. Uraraka, in disbelief, slapped him, expressing her disappointment and running away in tears. Ida urged Izuku to reconsider, reminding him that a hero's priority was to bring happiness and save others from bad situations. Uraraka found solace under a tree, tears streaming down her face. All Might happened to pass by and noticed her distress. He asked what was wrong, and although she initially brushed it off, he insisted it was about Izuku. Uraraka nodded in agreement. All Might encouraged her to share what had happened, offering to talk to Izuku. Meanwhile, Izuku wandered the city, returning to All Might's house for the summer break. Upon entering, he found All Might in his true form, wearing a serious expression. All Might welcomed him and instructed him to sit down, indicating that they needed to have an important conversation. Izuku sat down on the sofa, contemplating the events of the day. He turned to All Might and acknowledged that it was about something that had happened earlier, but not related to battle training. All Might explained that he had found Uraraka in tears. Initially, she had denied her distress, but once he understood it was connected to Izuku, she opened up to him. Izuku inquired about the significance of this revelation. All Might, standing up to head to his room, emphasized that he wouldn't dictate who Izuku should become, as he wasn't his father. He reminded Izuku that heroes should bring happiness to others and not contribute to their sadness. Before leaving, All Might mentioned that he would be away during summer break and had left some money for Izuku on the table, advising him to use it wisely throughout the. Izuku expressed concern about not seeing All Might in the morning, to which All Might replied that he would be leaving early. He encouraged Izuku to reflect on the advice given by his friends and himself during the week and reminded him that he could always reach out to his father if he needed guidance. During the summer break, Izuku trained diligently, but his mind was preoccupied with All Might's words. The week flew by, and All Might returned on the last day of the break. The following morning, All Might found Izuku lounging on the sofa in casual clothes and asked if he had forgotten his uniform for UA. Izuku replied that he wasn't going to school that day, needing time to think and make a decision. All Might smiled and agreed to let him stay home, but insisted he return to school the next day. Once All Might left, Izuku took out his phone, contemplating a call. After some time, he dialed Hisashi. On the call, Hisashi greeted Izuku, surprised by the early contact. Izuku wanted to discuss something important. Hisashi listened as Izuku explained his situation. Meanwhile, All Might arrived at class, greeting the students. Uraraka asked about Izuku's absence, and All Might assured her that he was fine, though his expression suggested otherwise. Back on the call, Hisashi expressed amazement at the situation Izuku found himself in and encouraged him to choose his path wisely. He presented Izuku with two options: to become a hero with a villainous attitude or to be a hero who saves smiles and earns respect. Izuku remained silent, contemplating the choices laid before him. Hisashi concluded the call, expressing anticipation for Izuku's decision. Looking out the window at the neighborhood, Izuku mused about the two paths and decided he would forge a third one. When All Might returned from class, he asked Izuku about his day. Izuku replied that it was fine and requested a ride to the UA dorms, revealing he had found a solution to his dilemma. All Might agreed, and they headed to UA together. Upon entering the dorm, Izuku noticed the mixed expressions on his classmates' faces. He approached Sato and bowed, apologizing for his actions during training the previous week. As he made his way to his room, he paused midway and called for Uraraka and Ida to join him later. After some time, Uraraka and Ida arrived at his room. Ida welcomed him back, and Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder, acknowledging Ida's earlier advice. He then turned to Uraraka and hugged her, expressing regret for causing her sadness. He had learned from All Might that a true hero wouldn't bring tears of sorrow to others. Uraraka returned the hug, relieved to have him back. Ida, curious about Izuku's change of heart, asked what had influenced his decision. Izuku explained that someone special had pointed out the two paths available to him, but he had chosen to create a third path. Bakugo entered the room, questioning what this third path was. Izuku, slightly annoyed, pointed out that Bakugo had been eavesdropping. Bakugo shrugged it off, claiming it was Izuku's fault for leaving the door open. Izuku revealed his third path: to be a hero who saves everyone and earns respect and love while also standing against villains. Bakugo smirked, claiming that sounded like his own path. Izuku asserted that this third path was his way into the hero world and his chance for redemption. 2 months had passed since Izuku's decision to pursue his path, and no major events had occurred. Finally, the moment Class 1A had been waiting for had arrived: the provisional license exam. Aizawa entered the classroom, looking tired, and greeted the students. They responded enthusiastically. He then announced that in 2 weeks, they would take their provisional hero license exams. The class buzzed with excitement at the news. However, Aizawa cautioned them that the exam would be more challenging than they anticipated. Historically, only about 30% of participants succeeded, and he wanted to avoid that statistic. In the 2 weeks leading up to the exam, each student would need to create their own special and ultimate moves. The excitement in the room grew even more at this prospect. Izuku raised his hand, expressing his concern. He wondered how he, being quirkless, could create special moves that would be effective. Aizawa had a solution. Izuku would train with All Might for the next 2 weeks, focusing on developing his skills. Feeling overwhelmed, Izuku met All Might at the entrance of UA. He asked about the training, and All Might instructed him to follow. They arrived at a beach littered with trash, and All Might explained that Izuku's task for the next 2 weeks would be to clean the park. Izuku was taken aback, feeling it was an impossible task. All Might challenged him with a scenario involving a bank robbery, emphasizing the importance of time management and responsibility. Understanding the lesson behind All Might's words, Izuku accepted the challenge and began his work. For the next 2 weeks, Izuku dedicated himself to cleaning the beach park. On the eve of the license exam, All Might visited the beach and was astonished to find it spotless, with an exhausted but triumphant Izuku celebrating his accomplishment. Izuku, feeling drained, asked All Might to carry him back to UA, where he entered the dorm to find many classmates in the lobby. Kirishima was the first to greet him, inquiring about his training. Izuku replied that all he had done was clean the beach park and headed to his room. Ida then pointed out a news report about the beach park, revealing that the government would be reopening it. The students quickly realized that Izuku was the one responsible for the cleanup. They were amazed by his achievement. The following day, the students and Aizawa arrived at the National Takoba Arena for the license exam. The first test was about to begin, with straightforward rules. Each student would have 6 ball and 3 exposed targets, and they needed to eliminate 2 participants before running out of ball. As the test commenced, Izuku patiently waited for exhausted targets. He successfully eliminated 2 participants, placing 5th out of 100 who would pass the first test and becoming the top student from UA. On his way to the waiting lobby, he encountered 2 students from Shinkitsu High School. One was a boy in a burgundy suit with a hat, and the other was a girl wearing a similar hat and a black catsuit. The boy introduced himself as Inasa Yurashi and asked if Izuku was from UA. Izuku confirmed this and noted Inasa's hat, recognizing it as belonging to Shinkitsu. He complimented Inasa on his impressive tornado move, to which Inasa responded that he had an air quirk. When Izuku revealed that he was quirkless, Inasa expressed surprise but admiration for Izuku's achievement in passing 5th in the exam. Inasa wished Izuku luck, acknowledging the challenges that quirkless individuals faced in the exam. Izuku appreciated the support, reflecting on how many had underestimated him in the past. He was determined to prove that he could succeed, regardless of the odds. As Izuku waited for the first test, he noticed his classmates entering the locker room. He acknowledged their presence, noting that they all passed the first exam. Uraraka confirmed that he had made it too, while Bakugo remarked with a serious expression that Izuku had indeed succeeded. Izuku explained that he had grown bored waiting, as only a few others were present when he arrived. Kirishima asked if Izuku had really finished that early, and Inasa, who had overheard their conversation, chimed in, mentioning that Izuku had even declared him the next person to acknowledge. Todoroki, curious, inquired about Inasa's identity. Inasa introduced himself as a student from Shinkitsu High School and acknowledged Todoroki as Endeavor's son. He had seen Todoroki at the sports festival and noted the resemblance in their eyes. Suddenly, the alarm sounded, signaling the start of the second and final test. The students were to act as heroes conducting rescue operations in a scenario simulating a terrorist attack. Civilians were placed throughout the stadium to judge the candidates' performance, deducting points for any mistakes. Each student began with 100 points, needing to finish with at least 50 to pass. As the test commenced, Class 1A stuck together. Izuku encountered an elderly man with an injured leg who couldn't walk. He carefully examined the injury and carried the man to the designated area for civilians. Everything was proceeding smoothly until Gang Orca entered the stadium with several accomplices, simulating a villain attack. Some hero candidates, including Todoroki and Inasa, rushed to confront them, but their argument distracted them from the task at hand. Izuku, however, took charge and called out to Gang Orca, drawing the villain's attention. Recognizing Izuku's strategy as a diversion, his classmates worked to ensure the civilians' safety. Gang Orca acknowledged Izuku's bravery as they engaged in a fierce fistfight. Despite the odds, Izuku held his ground, impressing Gang Orca with his resilience. The fight captivated the entire stadium, with Aizawa wondering what All Might had done to prepare Izuku for this moment. After a couple of intense minutes, Izuku dodged an attack and seized the opportunity to grapple Gang Orca, executing a powerful maneuver that pinned the hero down. The crowd gasped in astonishment at Izuku's strength as he declared the villain arrested, raising his fist in triumph like All Might. With Gang Orca's defeat, the second part of the exam concluded. His classmates were in disbelief, marveling at Izuku's achievement. Uraraka congratulated him, and soon the entire stadium erupted in applause. Inasa approached Izuku, expressing his surprise and eagerness to see how far he could go. When the results were announced, everyone from Class 1A passed except for Todoroki. Izuku finished with 92 points, placing second in the rankings, while Yaoyorozu secured first with 95 points. Uraraka celebrated Izuku's success, and he returned the compliment, acknowledging her score as well. Kirishima pointed out Bakugo's less enthusiastic demeanor, as he barely passed with 50 points. Kaminari reassured Bakugo that he had officially become a hero, while Siro remarked on the consistency of their group dynamics. Izuku smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he thought of his mother, vowing to make her proud from afar. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, Shigaraki stood facing a man with a bird mask, inquiring about their intentions. Overhaul was observing Shigaraki intently. He expressed his desire to join forces, suggesting that the League would benefit from having more resources at their disposal. He mentioned that his 8 precepts of death would be a valuable addition to their ranks. Shigaraki, however, demanded proof of Overhaul's strength. He instructed Magna to attack, and as she charged, Overhaul removed one of his gloves. He touched Magna, and with the power of his quirk, she was sent flying, leaving the League in shock. Overhaul then made it clear that anyone who dared to challenge him would face dire consequences. He acknowledged that if All for One were not their leader, he would have already taken control of the League. However, since he could not defeat All for One, he was merely asking to ally with them. The members of the League, aside from Shigaraki and Dabi, looked at Overhaul with trepidation. Dabi suggested that they should allow him to join, recognizing his potential usefulness. Shigaraki reluctantly agreed, stating that they had no choice. He tasked Overhaul with gathering information about the UA students in the hero course, as they had experienced a betrayal from a former informant. Overhaul accepted the task, promising to deliver the information within 3 weeks before departing with his minions. Shortly after, All for One emerged from the shadows, complimenting Shigaraki on his negotiation skills while reminding him that there was still much to learn. Shigaraki, with a confident smirk, vowed that they would capture everyone on their list, including the 8 precepts of death, Izuku Midoriya, and the heroes of UA. 2 days later, Izuku and his classmates returned to their lessons, buzzing with excitement over the rumors of Gang Orca's defeat at the hands of a quirkless teenager. Aizawa welcomed the class and congratulated those who had received their provisional licenses, informing them that they would soon embark on their first internships as official heroes. He explained that this time, the students would have the freedom to choose their agencies, provided they secured a signature on a contract he would distribute. To give them an idea of what to expect, Aizawa introduced 3 top students from UA, known as the Big Three. The students entered the classroom, a blonde boy, a girl with light blue hair, and a boy with black hair. The shy boy hesitated to speak, while the girl introduced herself as Nijire Hado and her companion as Tamaki Amajiki. Nijire quickly began asking questions, and then Togata Mirio stepped forward, suggesting a friendly match against the class to showcase his skills. Aizawa warned him not to overdo it, but Mirio assured him it would be fine. The news of the match spread quickly throughout UA, and by the end of the day, the gym was packed with students eager to witness the event. Mirio challenged the class, asking who would go first. Izuku took his fighting stance, ready for the challenge. Mirio, using his quirk, swiftly moved behind the students and managed to take down half of the class. Only Izuku, Ida, Uraraka, Kirishima, Sato, Ojiro, and Bakugo remained standing. Mirio continued to challenge the remaining students, knocking out everyone except Izuku and Bakugo. Bakugo, frustrated, noted that it was just the 2 of them left. Mirio attacked, but Bakugo skillfully dodged using his explosions. Izuku observed closely, contemplating Mirio's weaknesses. Bakugo shouted at Izuku to contribute, but Izuku reminded him that he had previously claimed he didn't need help from a quirkless person. Meanwhile, the spectators whispered about the rumors surrounding Gang Orca. Mirio, now serious, acknowledged Izuku as the one who had defeated Gang Orca and encouraged him not to hold back. As the match continued, Izuku managed to evade Mirio's attacks for 2 minutes, impressing the onlookers. Mirio praised Izuku's skills but warned that if he remained on the defensive, he would eventually be caught. Izuku realized that Mirio had countered Bakugo's explosions, and he wondered if the same principle applied to his own attacks. Mirio charged forward, pointing out that Izuku's only weakness was his lack of a quirk. In a swift motion he reached Izuku, who crouched and attempted to grab Mirio's leg to throw him off balance. However, Mirio countered with a headlock and struck Izuku in the stomach, and they both fell to the ground. Mirio complimented Izuku on a good fight, acknowledging his skills. As the crowd began to disperse, the Big Three remained with Class 1. Mirio advised them to train hard and work diligently, emphasizing that their internships would help them grow not only in combat but also in their heroic abilities. He encouraged them to follow Izuku's example before departing with his companions. Uraraka rushed to Izuku's side, expressing her concern for his well-being. Izuku placed a hand on his stomach, reflecting on the recent encounter. He felt a moment of triumph, believing he had almost secured victory. Kirishima, filled with excitement, praised him for his effort, acknowledging how close he had come to winning. Izuku expressed his gratitude and shared a realization that had struck him. He noted that it wasn't merely the strength of the opponent's quirk that made him formidable, it was his extensive experience and rigorous training. Izuku conveyed that with careful choices, they too could reach similar levels of strength. Kaminari chimed in, expressing his enthusiasm for Izuku's insights. Afterward, Izuku approached All Might, who greeted him warmly. All Might inquired if Izuku had come to discuss the internship opportunity. Izuku confirmed that he was there to meet the second hero who had offered him a chance after the sports festival, Astral X. Actually, I told him to come here to meet you, All Might explained. Izuku inquired about how long he would have to wait. All Might replied that he wasn't sure, suggesting Izuku go to the dorms and he would call when the guest arrived. After a brief rest, Izuku received a call from All Might informing him that the hero was there. Excited, Izuku prepared to meet All Might and Astral X. Upon waking, he made his way to the lobby where most of the students had gathered. Ida greeted him enthusiastically, asking why he seemed so rushed. Izuku explained that he was about to meet the hero for his internship. Do you know who that hero is? Ida asked, intrigued. Yes, it's Astral X, Izuku replied before heading out. Zero expressed disbelief, and many of their classmates shared in the surprise. Wow, that guy is sure full of surprises, Ida remarked. Izuku arrived at All Might's office, where he found All Might and a man with short brown hair wearing a purple jacket. "Oh, I presume you are Deku, right?" the man greeted. Izuku was thrilled to finally meet Astral X. "I think I don't have to explain what my quirk is, do I?" Astral X asked. "Short-distance teleportation. I was a fan when I was younger," Izuku said, recalling the electricity that appeared when Astral X teleported. "That's good to hear. Now then, let's go fight somewhere. I want to see how much you've improved since the sports festival, which was about 7 to 8 months ago," Astral X said. "Fine by me," Izuku agreed. The three of them made their way to Ground Alpha. "I will be the referee," All Might announced. "Ready, start," he declared. Izuku charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches. "Whoa, that's some power. But what are you missing?" "Speed," Astral X noted as he teleported behind Izuku. Izuku thought to himself that Astral X was incredibly fast. He managed to block in time, but the punch never connected. Astral X teleported again, landing a blow that knocked Izuku down. "Okay, that's enough. I think you've seen his improvement," All Might said. "In the next 3 weeks, we'll work on your weaknesses. I also need to see your hero abilities. We're going patrolling tomorrow night," Astral X instructed. Izuku was surprised, mentioning that internships were supposed to start the following week. "Not for you, boy. 1 extra week is a lot of time. See you tomorrow," Astral X replied before leaving. Izuku thought about how even with his career-threatening injury, Astral X was still that fast, though he couldn't use all of his power. The next day, Izuku found Astral X again. "Is that your outfit? For underground work, it's perfect, but if you plan to become a top hero, at least use something to cover your face. It isn't ideal to have reporters chasing you," Astral X remarked, noticing Izuku's hoodie and casual clothes. "I don't think anything special since I'm quirkless," Izuku responded. As they began their patrol, they heard a commotion coming from a nearby alley. "Please stop it," a boy shouted. "And if we don't stop? You'll do nothing. You're useless," another boy taunted. They discovered 3 boys bullying 1 boy in the alley. "That's an easy one. Let's see your skills," Astral X said, encouraging Izuku to approach them. "What do we have here? 3 boys bullying 1. There must be a reason behind this. So why are you bullying him?" Izuku asked. "This piece of trash is quirkless," one boy replied confidently. "Oh, that's it? You're lucky I'm a hero. Otherwise, I would have put you in your place," Izuku said, glaring at them. "A hero? You look like you're the same age as us," One of the other boys sneered. Why not test it? Izuku challenged, taking a fighting stance. If that's what you want, so be it, the first boy said mockingly as he lunged at Izuku. Izuku dodged and countered with a punch to the gut. The other two boys and the quirkless boy were taken aback. When the two other boys tried to attack, they were met with swift punches as well. One last message before you run away. I'm quirkless too, Izuku said, watching as the boys fled. He then approached the injured quirkless boy. Are you okay? Izuku asked. I think so. So, you're quirkless like me. How can you be a hero? Isn't life too hard for us? The boy asked. It is. Our kind, the quirkless, have the hardest lives. But no matter how tough it gets, you must fight. How old are you? Izuku inquired. 14 to 15. I'm going to high school next year, the boy replied. What do you want to do with your life? Izuku asked. I want to be a hero, but I can't. I'm too weak, the boy admitted. You're not. That's what they want you to believe. If you train your body, you can become a hero. As a gift, I'll share a secret with you, Izuku said, pulling down his hoodie to reveal his face. Hey, you're Izuku Midoriya from the UA Sports Festival. I was cheering for you, the boy exclaimed. In my hero work, they call me Deku. If anyone asks, tell them I was Deku. I wouldn't want my real name revealed, Izuku instructed. Of course, the boy replied as Izuku began to leave. And one last thing. If you plan to become a hero, come find me at UA, Izuku said. Yes, the boy answered eagerly. Izuku and Astral X continued their patrol. You weren't bad. You gave hope to a kid with dreams and handled those bullies without using more power than you have. A 9 out of 10 from me, Astral X praised. Thanks. Let's check the alleys. We might find something, Izuku suggested. As they entered the alleys, they noticed a little girl with white hair and a horn running toward them. Izuku knelt down to her level. What's the matter? He asked, but she remained silent, her face filled with fear and her hands bandaged. Hey, Eri. Come here. Don't cause trouble for the heroes. A dark figure emerged from the shadows, approaching them. Of all people, it had to be him, Astral X thought as he recognized the figure. It had been a long time since they had last crossed paths. The man greeted him with a confident demeanor, reminding Astral X of their shared history. Izuku, curious about the situation, inquired about the man's identity. Astral X explained that he was the leader of the 8 precepts of death, known as Overhaul. Chapter end. Izuku inquired about the 8 precepts of death. Astral X confirmed that they were dealing with a Yakuza. Overhaul demanded the return of his daughter, questioning why she had bandages. He explained that children her age often play and fall. Izuku, maintaining a calm yet angry demeanor, confronted Overhaul, suggesting that something more sinister had occurred, especially given Eri's terrified expression. Overhaul dismissed Izuku's concerns, claiming that parenting was challenging and that he often scolded her. Eri clung to Izuku, whispering for him not to leave and to help her. Izuku, feeling protective, refused to believe Overhaul's words, accusing him of abusing Eri and challenging him to take her if he wanted her back. Overhaul warned Izuku against making a foolish choice, while Astral X urged Izuku to heed Overhaul's warning, acknowledging the danger they faced. Overhaul taunted them, recalling how he had inflicted a career-threatening injury on Astral X, claiming that Izuku was the only one to survive a fight with him. He demanded the girl again, but Izuku defiantly rejected him. Overhaul then attacked, and Astral X barely saved Izuku, sacrificing his hand in the process. Overhaul mocked Astral X, questioning his desire to fight again. Astral X reminded Overhaul that he owed him a hand and insisted that the fight would not happen just yet. Overhaul complied and restored Astral X's hand. Astral X reassured Izuku that they would save Eri when the time was right, promising that a friend was investigating Overhaul. Izuku felt frustrated, knowing they had left a girl in the hands of a monster. He requested Astral X to train him, determined to confront Overhaul himself when the moment arrived. Astral X agreed, instructing Izuku to meet him at the beach after school. The next day, Izuku was not himself. He was silent and downcast, prompting concern from his classmates, Ida and Todoroki. Ida asked if he was okay, noting that he hadn't touched his lunch. Izuku admitted he was not fine but declined to discuss it, preferring to keep his feelings to himself. After classes, Izuku went to the beach park to meet Astral X, who stated that they would begin training by identifying Izuku's weaknesses. Astral X pointed out that Izuku's lack of a quirk was a significant disadvantage, and to compensate, he needed to push his body to its limits. They had 3 weeks to train, which Astral X believed would be sufficient. Curious, Izuku asked how that could be enough. Astral X explained that he already possessed the strength of a beast but needed to improve his attack speed. Their training would consist of fighting each other, with Izuku tasked to land a punch before Astral X could teleport away. As the training commenced, 2 weeks passed, and Izuku remained haunted by the incident with Eri. His determination to save her intensified. He received a message from Astral X, informing him that training was cancelled for a meeting at Sir Nightai's agency regarding Overhaul. Since it was Saturday, Izuku didn't have to worry about school. Upon entering the room, Izuku recognized several familiar faces, including the Big Three, Aizawa, Gran Torino, Kirishima, Uraraka, Azui, and various heroes. Uraraka greeted him, surprised to see him there. Aizawa explained that they had all been called for the same reason. Sir Nightai then entered, addressing the group. He informed them that he had gathered them to discuss the 8 percepts of death and their location. Before proceeding, he emphasized the importance of understanding the situation. He displayed a photo of Overhaul, revealing his true identity as Kai Chisaki. Izuku stared at the image, filled with determination, vowing to defeat Overhaul and save Eri, promising her he would come for her soon. For the past 3 weeks, the group had been investigating the organization led by Chisaki, who was suspected of plotting something sinister. Nightai explained that they had stumbled upon crucial information thanks to Fat Gum and Lemillion, prompting them to seek assistance through the Hero Network, a platform where licensed heroes could share updates and request help. Uraraka was curious about the Hero Network, and Nijire elaborated on its purpose. However, Rocklock, a hero present, expressed skepticism about the involvement of UA students, believing they would only hinder their efforts. Fat Gum defended the students, emphasizing their importance in the mission, while Astral X supported him, asserting that the students had earned their place in the investigation. Fat Gum then revealed a shocking discovery. During Red Riot's recent battle, a perpetrator had shot Tamaki with a drag that temporarily erased quirks. The room fell silent as everyone processed this information. Amajiki reassured them that he was fine after some rest, demonstrating his quirk to prove it. Rocklock inquired if the quirk erasure was indeed temporary, and Fat Gum confirmed that the bullet had only affected the quirk and had not caused any lasting damage. They had analyzed one of the bullets, discovering it contained human cells and blood, which raised alarm bells. Nightai connected the dots, explaining that one of the main drag dealers was linked to Shai Hasaikai, and Chisaki's quirk, Overhaul, allowed him to destroy and heal. This suggested that humans were being used as a source for the drag's creation. He revealed that the victim was a girl named Eri, which sparked anger in Izuku. Izuku's frustration was palpable as he recalled how he and Astral X had encountered the girl weeks prior. Overhaul had issued a warning by injuring Astral X, a reminder of the danger they faced. Nightai noted that Mirio was particularly affected by the situation, and Izuku's anger was directed at himself for feeling powerless. Determined to take action, Izuku asked Nightai if they had located the Shai Hasaikai. Nightai confirmed that they had and outlined their mission, to arrest the organization and rescue Eri, while remaining cautious of any potential League of Villains involvement. The following day, the heroes and students gathered at the designated location, ready to execute their plan. In the cafeteria, Izuku and Mirio sat in silence, each consumed by their thoughts, Mirio with sadness and Izuku with anger at his own perceived weakness. Kirishima attempted to uplift their spirits, reminding them of their goal to save Eri. Despite the encouragement, Izuku remained troubled, reflecting on his inability to save the girl who had been in distress. His determination to confront Overhaul grew stronger, vowing to ensure he would never use his quirk again. Kirishima cheered him on, urging him to channel that spirit into their mission. As the students rallied together, They placed their hands in a circle, pledging to rescue Eri. Izuku was the last to join, his resolve solidifying as he thought about the day ahead. They were ready to face whatever challenges awaited them, united in their purpose. With their hearts set on the mission, they prepared to confront Shai Hasaikai, determined to save the girl and bring justice to those who had wronged her. Some heroes remained at the entrance, engaging most of the Shai Hasaikai, while others ventured into their hideout. Among those who entered were Night Eye, Mirio, Amajiki, Kirishima, Fat Gum, Aizawa, Izuku, Astral X, and Rocklock, leaving the rest to guard the entrance. As they confronted villains, the heroes were compelled to split up. Izuku teamed up with Astral X, Fat Gum paired with Kirishima, Rocklock joined Aizawa and Night Eye, Amajiki went solo, and Mirio advanced ahead to confront Overhaul. Meanwhile, Toga and Twice from the League of Villains observed from a distance, waiting for the right moment to act. During the operation, Amajiki successfully took down 3 villains on his own. Kirishima defeated one but fell unconscious from his injuries, with Fat Gum there to support him. Aizawa, Rocklock, and Night Eye faced difficulties against a villain named Mimic but ultimately managed to overcome him. Izuku and Astral X found their path clear, allowing them to search for Overhaul and Eri without obstruction. Unbeknownst to them, Overhaul was already engaged in battle with Mirio, who was doing his best to protect Eri. In a desperate move, Mirio sacrificed his quirk to save her, resulting in Eri's anguished scream as she witnessed Mirio getting hurt. Astral X and Izuku, hearing Eri's cries, rushed toward the sound. They encountered a wall blocking their way, prompting Astral X to suggest teleportation. Izuku confidently declared that breaking the wall would be easy, and with a single punch, he shattered it. They entered the area just in time to see the climax of the fight, with Mirio barely standing in front of Eri while Overhaul took advantage of the situation. Astral X expressed his frustration, while Izuku confronted Overhaul, revealing that he had unfinished business with him. Overhaul, recognizing Izuku, taunted him with knowledge about his background and his classmates. He threatened that if they defeated him, it would prevent their exposure to the League. Fueled by anger, Izuku vowed to take action against Overhaul, declaring that he would remove his hands. Overhaul dismissed their threats, insisting that all of them would meet their end. Mirio, following Astral X's advice, focused on protecting Eri while Izuku and Astral X prepared to confront Overhaul. Overhaul, in a twisted display, used one of his knocked-out henchmen to enhance his power, declaring that he was now stronger than before. He launched an attack using the environment against Izuku and Astral X, creating deadly projectiles. Astral X managed to evade the assault through teleportation, but Izuku was struck, causing him to spit blood yet remain defiant. As Overhaul realized Eri had returned, he attempted to manipulate her emotions, threatening the heroes. Eri, however, expressed her desire for them not to die, prompting Izuku to reassure her that they would save her because they were heroes. Night Eye arrived, instructing Astral X to take Eri to safety while he sought backup. With a sense of urgency, Night Eye and Eri departed, leaving Izuku and Astral X to face Overhaul. Overhaul, enraged by Izuku's determination, vowed to erase him from existence. Izuku challenged him, and Astral X unleashed a rapid series of strikes, surprising Izuku with his hidden strength. Overhaul retaliated, targeting Astral X's injury, causing him to falter. As Overhaul prepared to deliver a final blow, Izuku's resolve only intensified. Meanwhile, on the surface, the other heroes had defeated the remaining villains, and Night Eye successfully rescued Mirio and Eri. Uraraka, concerned about Izuku and Astral X, urged Night Eye to help them. Night Eye revealed that he had seen a troubling future where Izuku would win the fight but at a grave cost, leading him down a dark path. Realizing the urgency, they rushed to intervene. Just as Izuku was about to deliver a devastating blow to Overhaul, Uraraka and Night Eye arrived in the nick of time, witnessing the tense standoff. Uraraka shouted for Izuku to stop, pleading with him not to take a life. Uraraka shouted, causing Izuku to halt just before he could act against Overhaul. He turned to Uraraka and Night Eye, expressing his frustration. He believed Overhaul was a monster who did not deserve to live. Night Eye, however, cautioned him, stating that killing Overhaul would lead him down the path of a villain, something he had seen in his foresight. Izuku scoffed, dismissing Night's warning. He believed Overhaul would ultimately suffer from his injuries, letting go of him as he spoke. The heroes soon emerged to the surface, though both Izuku and Astral X bore injuries. They managed to arrest Overhaul, and Eri was successfully rescued. Meanwhile, the League observed from a distance. Dabi noted that the heroes had unwittingly done part of their work for them, as Overhaul was now incapacitated and the heroes were in a better condition than anticipated. Shigaraki emphasized the need to prepare, revealing that everything would be ready in about a month. He intended to utilize the information provided by Overhaul. Shigaraki held 4 photographs, placing Izuku's image beneath the others. He then decided to investigate the remaining targets: Todoroki, Uraraka, and Bakugo. Overhaul was arrested by the heroes and the police, and Eri was saved. Before that, Izuku had dragged Overhaul, who was screaming in agony from the loss of his arms. The heroes were shocked and terrified at what they witnessed. Izuku stated that without his hands, Overhaul was quirkless and suggested that they could heal him or cover his injuries if they wanted. He then threw Overhaul's body to the heroes, leaving everyone around him in disbelief. They never expected a hero to reach such a level of brutality. It was only a matter of time before the news spread across Japan about the incident. The report revealed that earlier that morning, some heroes had succeeded in an operation to take down the Yakuza group Shai Hasaikai and save a girl who had been a victim of the group. Their leader, Kai Chisaki, had lost both arms in the fight. The heroes chose not to disclose the name of the hero responsible for Chisaki's injuries. There were many injuries on the hero's side, and those who participated included Fat Gum, Ryukyu, Sir Night Eye, Astral X, and Rocklock, along with young heroes like Lemillion, Red Riot, Uravity, Froppy, and Sun Eater. A hero named Deku made his debut during this operation. Kirishima, Uraraka, Azui, and Izuku returned to the dorm, where the other students were waiting for them. Mineta exclaimed their return, and the students rushed to check on them. Ida urged everyone to calm down, reminding them that they had seen the news and that the heroes needed to rest their spirits, as both body and heart were worn down by the events. Izuku, however, reassured them that he was fine, though the other 3 were still affected by the horror and pain they had witnessed in Overhaul's eyes. Bakugo confronted Izuku, acknowledging that he was the one who had harmed the villain. This revelation shocked the students, while Kirishima, Uraraka, and Azui lowered their heads, unable to deny it. Izuku confirmed that it was indeed him, explaining that Overhaul deserved it for making a 6-year-old suffer to create a drag. He expressed that ripping off his hands was the least he should have endured and admitted that if Uraraka and Night Eye hadn't arrived in time, he might have taken things further. The students were left speechless. Kirishima questioned if Izuku was joking, wondering if that was why Overhaul had been screaming. Izuku replied that he hadn't wanted to act that way but had lost control. Overhaul was the only person who had angered him so much in his life, and he had never wanted to kill anyone before. But that day had been different. He couldn't wait to see Overhaul suffer. Apologizing for saying too much, Izuku left the room. As he walked away, Bakugo called out to him, emphasizing that it didn't matter what had happened, only that Izuku had won and saved the girl. That was what truly mattered. Izuku agreed and headed to the roof of the building, where he reflected on his actions. He felt he had acted like Overhaul and believed he didn't deserve to be there. When Uraraka, Kirishima, and Azui joined him, he turned to face them, tears in his eyes. He confessed that the worst part was that he had enjoyed seeing Overhaul suffer. Uraraka hugged him, noticing he was trembling in fear. She reassured him that they were there for him, but Izuku insisted he would leave UA the next day, feeling he didn't belong there. Kirishima protested, reminding him that what had happened wasn't the real him and that the true Izuku was a hero. Uraraka, in tears, begged him not to leave, while Azui suggested that a night's reflection might help him reconsider. Izuku agreed to think about it and went to his room, where he encountered Bakugo. Bakugo warned him not to do anything reckless, asserting that he had worked too hard to give up over a moment of weakness. Izuku was taken aback, realizing Bakugo had acknowledged him. Bakugo added that if Izuku left, he would have no rival, before walking away. Izuku spent the night in his room, contemplating his next steps. The following day, it was time for class, but Izuku did not show up, causing Uraraka and Kirishima to worry. When Aizawa entered the classroom, he greeted the students, and after 10 minutes, the door opened to reveal Izuku, who apologized for being late and claimed he had overslept. Aizawa accepted his excuse but warned him not to be late again. Izuku took his seat and noticed Uraraka, Kirishima, and Azui smiling at him. He smiled back, feeling a sense of relief. Bakugo whispered to him, acknowledging his wise choice in staying. Izuku responded that he wouldn't leave until he had settled the score with Bakugo. They both recognized the importance of their rivalry. Some months had passed since the Overhaul case, with only 1 month remaining until Izuku's class would enter its second year. Izuku found himself spending more time with his classmates. Although he and Bakugo had not reconciled their differences from before UA, they had developed a mutual respect for one another. Izuku had grown closer to Ida and Uraraka, forming a tight-knit trio, with Todoroki occasionally joining them. Aizawa had announced the final exams for the year, and the students were relaxing in the dorms. Kaminari expressed his excitement about the year's events, highlighting their battles against villains, the acquisition of provisional licenses, and their first hero internships. Kirishima chimed in, noting the relief of not facing any attacks for the past 5 months. Uraraka observed their enthusiasm and commented on it. Izuku, however, expressed his concern about the upcoming final exams, questioning how much more challenging they would be compared to the midterms. Just then, someone turned on the TV, and the news reported an attack. Siro noted the grim development, and the reporter shared that the attackers remained unknown, but thankfully, no one had been injured. A video of the scene flashed on the screen, causing Uraraka's eyes to widen in alarm. She quickly called her father, frantically asking about her family's well-being. After a tense few minutes, she hung up, visibly shaken. Azui checked in on her, and Uraraka reassured her that her father was fine, though her mother was at the hospital with a minor issue. Todoroki inquired if they had any idea who was behind the attack, but Uraraka had no answers and decided to retreat to her room for some rest. While everyone was relieved that her family was safe, a sense of worry lingered in the air. As Uraraka left, Izuku noticed the fear etched on her face, even if she tried to hide it. He couldn't shake the feeling that she knew more than she was letting on. Later that night, while trying to relax on the roof, Izuku heard cries and discovered Uraraka there. He sat beside her, greeting her softly. She attempted to wipe away her tears as she acknowledged his presence. Izuku sensed her distress and offered to talk, but Uraraka insisted she was fine, attributing her emotions to stress. He pressed further, suggesting that she was afraid of a potential attack from the same assailants. Uraraka dismissed his concerns, but Izuku remained adamant that knowing who was responsible could help them prepare for future incidents. In a moment of frustration, Uraraka raised her voice, only to realize her outburst. She began to apologize, but Izuku cut her off, stating that if she didn't want to talk, he would respect her choice and left. Feeling regretful, Uraraka pondered her reaction when she received a chilling message from an unknown number, taunting her about the recent events. The following 2 days, Uraraka did not attend school, causing concern among her classmates. Azui suggested visiting her, noting that she hadn't left her room in days. Yaoyorozu agreed, while Izuku, overhearing their conversation, reassured them that Uraraka was simply upset about her parents' incident and would return to class soon. Izuku sent Uraraka a message, encouraging her to come back to school, as everyone was worried about her. The next morning, just before class began, Uraraka entered the room, greeted by a flurry of questions from her classmates. She tried to convince them that she was fine, succeeding with the girls, but Izuku remained unconvinced as he observed from his seat. Azui noted their surprise at her return, and Uraraka explained that she had decided to come after receiving Izuku's message. Before anyone could respond, Aizawa entered the classroom, signaling the start of the lesson. Izuku's gaze remained on Uraraka, and he reflected on her troubled expression, confirming his fears that the attacker was indeed targeting her. When the first half of the class ended, it was lunchtime. Within moments, the girls began asking Izuku a flurry of questions. He felt paralyzed, unsure of how to respond. He thought to himself, questioning how he had gotten into such a complicated situation. Just then, someone shouted out, "Hey, can't you see that you're putting too much pressure on him?" The class fell silent, turning to see Ida standing up for Izuku. Izuku felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He thanked Ida, and the two of them moved to a table away from the crowd. Ida began to inquire about what had happened. "So, what exactly went down? You told Uraraka we were worried, right?" Ida asked. Izuku nodded, admitting that it was partly his fault Uraraka hadn't shown up for the past 2 days. Ida looked confused and asked for clarification. "You remember when someone asked her if she knew who the attacker was?" "She denied it, but I could see the truth in her expression," Izuku explained. Ida pressed for more details, prompting Izuku to recount his experience on the roof where he found Uraraka in tears. He speculated that her emotional state suggested she knew more than she let on, especially since her parents were safe. "I can't argue with that," Ida replied, acknowledging Izuku's insight. Izuku continued, sharing how he had approached Uraraka only to be met with her anger. He had left before she could apologize, mistakenly believing she had moved on. However, when she returned that morning, she wore the same troubled expression as before, confirming his suspicions that she was hiding something. Ida affirmed that he had done the right thing by stopping the others from questioning Uraraka, recognizing that she wouldn't want her classmates to know what Izuku had shared. Izuku agreed, adding a light-hearted comment to Hagakure, who had been eavesdropping. She was surprised to be caught, and Izuku playfully warned her to keep quiet about their conversation. Later that evening, everyone gathered in the lobby. Uraraka approached Izuku with news that Tsuyu had messaged her, asking them to meet at ground beta. Curious, Izuku asked what Tsuyu was doing there, and Uraraka explained that she had gone jogging. They set off to find her, maintaining a quiet atmosphere until they reached their destination. "It seems Tsuyu hasn't arrived yet," Uraraka noted. Izuku agreed, and then Uraraka apologized for her earlier behavior on the roof. Admitting she had been upset, he reassured her that he understood her need for space and that he hadn't meant to upset her further. Uraraka then revealed that she knew who the attacker was, explaining that she had received a message after he had left. Izuku realized that her absence from class was due to fear of the attacker and pressed her for the identity of the person responsible. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them, declaring, "That's me, of course." They turned to see Shigaraki, who had taken Tsuyu hostage, his fingers dangerously close to her neck. "I'm here for some payback. I discovered my master's plan, and I don't like it. So, I'm doing things my way," Shigaraki stated. Izuku confronted him, asserting that he would be arrested before he could escape. Shigaraki dismissed the threat, focusing instead on Izuku and the score he wanted to settle for the injuries he had sustained. Izuku observed Shigaraki's hands, surprised to see he had recovered. He questioned why Shigaraki was targeting Uraraka as well. Shigaraki smirked, turning his attention to Uraraka. "What do you think he hasn't told you?" he taunted. Izuku looked to Uraraka, who appeared terrified, tears brimming in her eyes. She remained silent, unable to respond. "Correct. She was responsible for everything that has happened to you," Shigaraki laughed, continuing his taunt. "How does it feel to discover the one behind the near-death experiences of your teacher, your own close call, and your mother's death?" Izuku was filled with anger. He couldn't help it, he had just discovered that a close friend was the traitor. Shigaraki remarked on the situation, suggesting it must be terrible for Izuku to see Uraraka, the one responsible for his mother's loss, standing right in front of him. While they had committed the acts, he claimed the informant shared in the blame. Uraraka was in tears, pleading for Izuku to believe her. She insisted that she never wanted any of this. When Izuku pressed her on why she had joined the League, she revealed that her family's financial struggles had driven her to accept their offer to act as an informant. However, after the training camp, she had quit, unable to bear the pain and guilt of their actions, which she felt were largely her fault. Shigaraki coldly pointed out that if she couldn't handle it, she should have thought twice before getting involved with the League. He told her to face the consequences of her betrayal, as her friends would abandon her due to her actions. Uraraka continued to beg for their understanding, but Izuku decided they would discuss it later. He turned his focus to Shigaraki, challenging him to a fight instead of using Uraraka as a hostage. He reminded Shigaraki that he had fought him before in his hideout. Shigaraki, however, had no intention of letting Uraraka go, knowing that if he did, the girls would call the UA heroes and the police. He insisted that Izuku would come with him to his territory, where Kurogiri awaited his call. Izuku prepared for battle, refusing to back down. Shigaraki threatened to harm Azui, but Izuku countered that he would not allow that to happen. He assured Shigaraki that the others would not interfere, as they understood the consequences of interrupting his fight. Shigaraki dismissed Izuku's confidence, but Izuku stood firm, urging Azui to trust him and promising he would defeat Shigaraki. Azui agreed, but warned that if Izuku lost, she would call for help. With the terms set, Shigaraki released Azui, and the two opponents took their fighting stances. They charged at each other, engaging in a fierce fistfight. As the battle unfolded, Izuku sensed something was off. Shigaraki had yet to use his quirk. Suddenly, Shigaraki landed a high kick to Izuku's head, but Izuku retaliated with a punch to Shigaraki's face. Both fighters momentarily stepped back, assessing each other. Izuku noted Shigaraki's training over the months, acknowledging that he had underestimated him before. Shigaraki, determined to make Izuku feel the pain he had endured, charged again. The two exchanged blows, dodging and countering each other's attacks. Izuku managed to land a punch, but Shigaraki quickly countered, taking Izuku down with a flying arm lock. Confident of his victory, Shigaraki began to apply pressure to Izuku's fingers, relishing the pain he was inflicting. Despite the agony, Izuku remained silent, refusing to give in. Shigaraki taunted him, claiming it was sad that such power could be subdued by a simple hold. Just as Shigaraki prepared to finish him off, Izuku erupted with determination, declaring he was far from done. He managed to rise, sacrificing his arm in the process, but found himself in a position to counterattack. Shigaraki was taken aback by Izuku's resilience. Izuku unleashed a flurry of punches, determined to secure his victory. In the end, he knocked Shigaraki out just as the tide of battle was about to turn against him. Raising his hand in triumph, Izuku called for the teachers, signaling that the fight was over. The news of the incident spread quickly among the teachers and Class 1A. Izuku made his way to the infirmary to meet Recovery Girl. Concerned for the girls, the class learned about what had transpired. The following day, classes were cancelled for Class 1A due to the incident. When Izuku entered the lobby, he was met with a barrage of questions from his classmates, but Bakugo silenced them with a call to attention. He told Izuku to recover quickly, as his victory would be more satisfying if Izuku was back in fighting shape. Izuku smiled, promising to be ready. After the chaos settled and the atmosphere relaxed, Izuku sent a message to Uraraka, asking her to meet him on the roof in 10 minutes. When she arrived, he greeted her and expressed that he did not blame her for what had happened. He understood her desire to help her family but emphasized the importance of considering the consequences of one's actions. Uraraka looked down, filled with disappointment. She believed her inaction had led to Izuku's mother's death and felt responsible. Izuku reassured her that she was not to blame. The true culprits were those who had taken her life. He pointed out that her fear of being hated had kept her from confiding in her friends. He would not betray her trust, leaving it up to her to decide who to tell. Overwhelmed with emotion, Uraraka hugged Izuku and began to cry, expressing her desire to apologize to the class but fearing their reaction. She felt they would hate her, and she couldn't blame them for it. She expressed her lingering fear about the situation. Izuku encouraged her, suggesting that if she wanted to apologize, she should do so and have faith in herself. He reassured her that even if everyone else turned against her, he would still be by her side. After a few minutes, the duo returned to the common room. Uraraka requested everyone's attention, and the class fell silent. She expressed her desire to apologize, explaining that she had inadvertently revealed their locations to the League of Villains during their attacks at the USJ and the training camp. She deeply regretted her actions and acknowledged that a simple apology might not suffice. Bowing her head, she reiterated her remorse. Ida responded, stating that her genuine regret was enough for him. The classmates gradually shared their thoughts, and their responses were overwhelmingly supportive. Later, Izuku retreated to his room to unwind. He reflected on Shigaraki's mention of having a master and speculated that he might be the next target. However, he was unaware that All for One had other plans in motion. Dabi informed him that Shigaraki had been arrested, predicting that he would not follow the plan and would instead act independently. All for One remained undeterred. He declared that until they could rescue Tamura from Tartarus, they would proceed with their strategy. They only needed to find someone with a specific quirk to be ready. In an unknown location, he gazed out of a window, contemplating Izuku Midoriya's recent victory over Tamura. With a sinister tone, he remarked that while Izuku believed he had triumphed, a villain always had a backup plan. 3 months had passed since Shigaraki's arrest, and Izuku's class had moved up to their second year. The League of Villains had located the individual with the quirk they needed. Dabi announced their discovery, and All for One materialized before the group, marking the first time they had seen him in person. He pointed to the target they sought. "Since you're here, you know what I need," All for One stated. The man he addressed explained that to activate his quirk, he required 2 conditions and the name of the person they wanted him to bring. He could summon a maximum of 5 individuals, but the selection would be random, with the conditions set to ensure satisfaction. Tragic childhood and motivation as long as they will pursue their goals, All for One specified. The man nodded, asking for the name. "Izuku Midoriya," All for One replied. The man opened a black portal with orange edges, and 5 figures emerged. All for One welcomed them to the League of Villains territory, revealing his intention for them to eliminate Izuku Midoriya. The students had 2 weeks before the upcoming sports festival, and Aizawa was set to announce it that day. He reminded the class of the event, which sparked excitement among them. Aizawa assured them they would have ample free time to train. During lunch, All Might summoned Izuku to his office. Concerned, Izuku asked what was wrong. All Might expressed that his time as the One for All holder was nearing its end, estimating he had only 2 to 3 months left before losing his power. He could maintain his muscle form for about 50 minutes. Acknowledging Izuku's knowledge of his quirk, he sought a recommendation for someone in the class who could inherit One for All, emphasizing that this was Izuku's last chance to decide. Izuku politely declined, stating he would have an answer for a recommendation in a week. All Might thanked him, and their meeting concluded. The next day, Izuku began evaluating his classmates to determine who would be the best candidate for One for All. He made a list of their names and set to work. He assessed each classmate carefully. Yuga Aoyama struggled with quirk control, making him unsuitable. Mina Ishido's inability to keep secrets ruled her out, as did Tsuyu Ajui's complex quirk, which would be difficult to master alongside One for All. Tenya Ida showed promise with his strong kicks but lacked upper body strength, placing him on hold. Achiko Uraraka had a strong quirk and skills but was more suited for support, leading to her denial. Masahiro Ojiro had advanced martial arts skills and was a potential candidate, so he remained on hold. Denki Kaminari's potential was overshadowed by his reckless nature, while Eijiro Kirishima's hardening quirk made him a contender, also on hold. Koji Koda's aversion to violence disqualified him, and Rikido Sato's quirk would not be beneficial. Mizo Shoji's potential with One for All was promising, so he remained on hold. Kyoka Jiro, while skilled, did not seem physically suited for the quirk. Hantasiro's thin frame ruled him out, and Fumikage Tokoyami's nighttime fighting style was not ideal for the constant vigilance required by One for All. Shoto Todoroki, with his dual quirks and athleticism, was another strong candidate, as was Katsuki Bakugo, who, despite Izuku's reservations, had great potential and the physicality needed for One for All. Minoru Mineta's physique was not fit for the quirk, and while Momo Yaoyorozu's quirk could aid in battle, her lack of physical strength disqualified her. Izuku concluded that he needed to further evaluate Ida, Ojiro, Kirishima, Shoji, Todoroki, and Bakugo. He decided to take a break on the roof to clear his mind. As he relaxed, a figure caught his attention, their head obscured by a hoodie. Izuku felt an unsettling sense that this person was not from Class 2A. When the figure turned and removed their hoodie, Izuku was taken aback. I am all for one, also known as Izuku Midoriya, the figure declared. Izuku stood in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. Chapter end. Izuku was in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. AFO Izuku, his counterpart from another timeline, urged him to keep quiet to avoid drawing attention. He had gone through great lengths to meet Izuku privately, knowing he would be there to relax. Izuku demanded an explanation for why AFO Izuku looked like him. AFO Izuku insisted that he needed to understand recent events before clarifying anything. He asked if Izuku was aware of the League of Villains. Izuku confirmed that he had defeated Shigaraki 3 months prior, leading to Shigaraki's arrest. AFO Izuku reacted with alarm, realizing that All for One was now in charge. Confusion clouded Izuku's mind as he tried to process the implications of AFO Izuku's identity. AFO Izuku explained that in his timeline, he had become a villain after defeating Overhaul. Treated poorly at you, he had been drawn to All for One's offer to become his successor. Consumed by anger, he accepted, gained All for One's quirk, and ultimately caused destruction at UA. After learning that All for One was leading the League, he had eliminated them as well. Izuku realized that AFO Izuku was not there to kill him. AFO Izuku expressed regret for his past actions, but it was too late for him. He shared that a portal had transported him to Izuku's timeline along with 4 other villainous versions of himself. It seemed that in this timeline, Izuku had not chosen a villainous path, prompting the others to plot against him. AFO Izuku had opposed their plan and left them. Skeptical, Izuku questioned AFO Izuku's story. In response, AFO Izuku demonstrated his power by causing a localized earthquake, which left Izuku stunned. After calming the tremors, AFO Izuku used Bakugo's quirk to further prove his identity. Izuku was taken aback but ultimately accepted the truth. AFO Izuku revealed that he was there to offer Izuku One for All, but time was of the essence since he refused to work with All for One. Izuku, aware of his own future, declined the offer, prompting AFO Izuku to lift him into the air, expressing his frustration. He insisted that Izuku would not repeat his mistakes and would accept One for All. After a moment of struggle, Izuku relented, asking for a quirk that would allow him to appear quirkless to others. AFO Izuku explained that only a holder of One for All could defeat All for One, but he considered Izuku's request. He mentioned a quirk called Energy, which surrounded the user with green energy, enhancing speed, strength, and defense for brief moments. However, it was unpredictable and could only be activated for short bursts. Izuku agreed to take the quirk, determined to figure out how to use it. AFO Izuku transferred the quirk, and Izuku felt a strange sensation. Just then, they heard screams and commotion from below, revealing that the earthquake had caused chaos among the students. AFO Izuku instructed Izuku to tell the others he had been on the roof and to keep their encounter a secret unless it was an emergency. As he prepared to leave, Izuku asked one last question about who had originally possessed One for All. AFO Izuku revealed it was Bakugo before departing. Izuku was left to process the information, realizing he needed to inform All Might about Bakugo receiving One for All. His phone rang, and it was Uraraka, inquiring about his well-being after the earthquake. Izuku reassured her that he was fine and that he had stayed on the roof. He promised to come down and let Aizawa know he was safe. As he hung up, Izuku reflected on the revelation of 4 other versions of himself. He felt the weight of the upcoming sports festival and the urgency to master his newfound power. The next day, Izuku visited All Might's office. He expressed that he had a recommendation, surprising All Might with his quick response. All Might noted that Izuku had said he would take a week, but he had come back the very next day, indicating his certainty. When asked who he thought was the best candidate for One for All, Izuku hesitated but ultimately suggested Bakugo, despite his reservations. All Might inquired about Izuku's reasoning. Izuku thought to himself that he couldn't reveal that a future version of himself had influenced his choice. He acknowledged Bakugo's exceptional combat skills and considered that with the addition of One for All, he could become a formidable hero if he could adjust his personality, that is. Izuku recalled a troubling memory about his alternate self and Bakugo, which made him cautious in his assessment. All Might countered by mentioning Todoroki's strength in combat, to which Izuku responded that Bakugo's determination to become a hero surpassed Todoroki's skills. He suggested that if All Might had any doubts, they could wait for the upcoming sports festival to see for themselves. After thanking All Might for his time, Izuku left the office. In the following 2 weeks, Izuku trained diligently but struggled to activate his new quirk. With only 1 day left until the sports festival, he finished his class and walked with Uraraka and Ida back to the dorms. Uraraka proposed going out in the afternoon to relax before the big day, and Ida agreed, seeing it as a great idea. When they asked Izuku for his thoughts, his phone rang, interrupting him. Upon answering, he recognized the voice of his father, Hisashi, who had come to Japan to see him for the sports festival. Izuku informed his friends that he would be meeting his father, which surprised them. Ida expressed confusion, having thought Izuku's mother was his only family. Izuku promised to explain later and hurried off to meet Hisashi. At the cafeteria, Hisashi greeted Izuku warmly, and they settled down to talk. Hisashi asked about the past year, and Izuku shared the significant events, omitting his encounter with his alternate self. Hisashi was impressed by Izuku's achievements, including becoming an official hero and defeating 2 villains, expressing disbelief at the mention of Gang Orca. Izuku downplayed his father's enthusiasm, knowing that Hisashi would react like any proud parent, which he found a bit embarrassing. Hisashi assured him he wouldn't embarrass him, and the conversation shifted to a teasing note when Hisashi asked about a girl. Izuku was taken aback, unsure what his father meant. Hisashi reminded him of a girl he had mentioned previously. When Hisashi brought up Uraraka, Izuku admitted that while he had denied feelings for her when asked by classmates, he often found himself staring at her and thinking she was cute, especially when she blushed. Hisashi smiled, teasing that he would see for himself what Izuku found cute about her the next day. As the evening wore on, Hisashi reminded Izuku that it was time to return to UA to prepare for the competition. Izuku agreed, and Hisashi wished him luck, promising to watch the festival. As Izuku made his way back, he contemplated the challenges ahead. He realized that if what his alternate self had said was true, tomorrow might be his last chance to prove himself to the heroes. Since he had yet to master his energy quirk, he resolved to rely on his own strengths fighting as a quirkless hero. It was the day of the sports festival, and the students were gathered in the waiting room. Kirishima encouraged everyone, saying they had about 2 minutes left and to give it their all. Kaminari echoed his sentiment, wishing good luck to all. Bakugo called out to Todoroki, urging him not to hold back this time, as he planned to defeat him with full power. Izuku, confused, wondered why Bakugo was so worked up since he had won last year. Mineta explained that Todoroki hadn't used his flames after their fight last year, but now he was ready to unleash them. Izuku recalled his conversation with Todoroki after the last festival and teased Bakugo, claiming he was 1 step ahead. Bakugo retorted that he would defeat Izuku as well, insisting he wouldn't let him escape this time. Izuku reminded Bakugo that he had always had the upper hand in their previous encounters, which left Bakugo stunned. Suddenly, Present Mic's voice boomed, signaling it was time for them to gather in the stadium. He announced the start of the second-year festival, introducing All Might as the referee. All Might's presence was to personally assess who was worthy of one for all, a request made by Nizu. All Might called for the class representative, Izuku Midoriya, to say a few words. The crowd was surprised, as was Izuku himself. Taking a deep breath, he began to speak. He acknowledged that many believed his advancement to the last round last year was due to luck, while others saw merit in his achievements. He emphasized that he cared more about what would happen today. Izuku declared his intention to prove that even someone without a quirk could be valuable to society and that those without quirks were equal to others. He expressed his determination to win but also wished good luck to his classmates and fellow students. His speech left the crowd silent until Hisashi started clapping, prompting others to join in, though some boos rang out from the audience. A few members of Class 2A felt sympathy for him. Uraraka reassured Izuku that they would support him. Izuku responded confidently, saying he would let the critics bark while he would send them back to their doghouses. Kirishima admired his boldness, calling it both savage and manly. All Might then announced the first round, an obstacle race. He explained the rules, stating that the course was a circle around the stadium, filled with giant robots, stone pillars, and a minefield. The first 42 students to finish would advance to the next round, with the first-place winner automatically moving to the final tournament. As the race began, the students rushed out of the starting gate. Todoroki quickly took the lead by freezing 2 giant robots. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu were nearly crushed by falling robots but managed to escape thanks to their quirks. Bakugo soared over the obstacles with his explosions, while Tokoyami and Siro followed closely behind. Class 2A took an early lead over the other classes. Izuku lagged slightly behind but made quick work of the robots by targeting their legs. Yaoyorozu created a cannon to take down the larger robots, clearing a path for her classmates. The students soon reached the next challenge, known as the fall, where they had to balance on tightropes to avoid falling. Azui, Todoroki, Ida, and others skillfully used their quirks to navigate the ropes, while Bakugo propelled himself across with explosions. Izuku, thinking creatively, traversed the tightrope upside down. The final obstacle was the minefield, where Todoroki and Bakugo were in the lead, while Izuku trailed behind. Frustrated by the distance, Izuku recalled the piece of robot he had been carrying. With a determined smirk, he used it to dig up the mines and stack them. Once he had gathered enough, he jumped into the mines, using the resulting explosion to launch himself into first place. Bakugo, seeing Izuku surge ahead, decided to follow, while Todoroki froze a path to chase after them. As they neared the finish line, Izuku began to lose momentum, with his rivals closing in. In a last-ditch effort, he stood on their shoulders and slammed his shield into the ground, creating an explosion that propelled him forward. He cleared the minefield in an instant and crossed the finish line first. As he entered the stadium, Izuku raised his fist in triumph, mimicking All Might. Todoroki and Bakugo finished shortly after him, and the crowd reacted with mixed emotions. Present Mic announced Izuku as the winner, praising his incredible comeback and stating he would advance to the last round, waiting for the other 15 competitors to join him. Izuku thought about how close the race had been and looked forward to resting before the tournament. Hisashi felt proud of his son, complimenting him on his tenacity and expressing excitement for the upcoming tournament. After the obstacle race, Izuku observed his classmates until the tournament began. When the time finally arrived, he and the 15 who advanced were ready. The knockout table was about to be revealed. Present Mic announced the start of the knockout tournament with enthusiasm. Izuku glanced at the scoreboard to see the matchups. Shinso vs. Aoyama, Midoriya vs. Monoma, Ida vs. Uraraka, Siro vs. Tsuburaba, Todoroki vs. Jiro, Azui vs. Bakugo, Kirishima vs. Kaminari, and Tokoyami vs. Kawaro. Izuku smirked at the matchups, feeling confident that they favored him greatly. The first match commenced, where Shinso cleverly manipulated Aoyama's ego, causing him to step out of bounds and securing his victory. Next was Izuku's turn. He thought about his opponent, Monoma, and how he would prove himself against the heartless rival from Class 2B. Uraraka wished him luck, but he remained focused and did not respond. Ida noted Izuku's intense concentration, recalling what he had said before the obstacle race. Present Mic introduced the next match, announcing Monoma as the copycat from Class 2B and Izuku as the quirkless student from Class 2. Monoma taunted Izuku, belittling him for being quirkless and expressing skepticism about his rumored victory over Gang Orca. Izuku, determined, replied that without a quirk to steal, it would be a straightforward fistfight. He was ready to eliminate Monoma before he could realize he had a quirk. With the signal to start, Izuku dashed forward, landing a punch on Monoma, who was taken aback by his speed. Izuku continued to strike, and with a swift move, he threw Monoma out of bounds. All Might announced Izuku's victory, and Present Mic expressed excitement over the quick match. Izuku warned Monoma not to underestimate opponents, even those without quirks. Monoma, filled with frustration, vowed to seek revenge in the future. The next match featured Uraraka against Ida. Izuku returned to the Class 2A seats, where Kirishima congratulated him on his victory. Izuku responded with a bored tone, lost in thought about his concentration and the new quirk that refused to activate. Uraraka narrowly defeated Ida, utilizing her martial arts training from Gunhead. Shiro triumphed over Tsuburaba by cleverly using his tape to navigate around Tsuburaba's air barriers. Todoroki overcame Jiro, showcasing his endurance in the later stages of the fight. Bakugo defeated Azui by maintaining distance and not allowing her to use her quirk effectively. Kaminari surprised everyone with his victory over Kirishima, having learned to HRSS his quirk more efficiently. Kurwara won against Tokoyami, taking advantage of the unfavorable matchup. After a brief break, it was time for Izuku's next challenge in the quarterfinals against Shinso. Izuku recalled the importance of not responding to Shinso's questions to avoid falling victim to his brainwashing quirk. Present Mike introduced the match, highlighting Shinso's unique background as the only student from General Studies. Shinso acknowledged their shared experiences of being underestimated and treated differently due to their quirks. As the match began, Izuku approached Shinso cautiously. Shinso expressed his determination to win, knowing he needed to secure a place in the hero course. Izuku remained resolute, vowing not to fall for Shinso's trap. However, despite his awareness, Izuku found himself walking toward the edge of the ring, seemingly entranced. Uraraka and Tokoyami exchanged worried glances, realizing he had fallen under Shinso's influence. Ojiro noted that Izuku's physical strength wouldn't help him break free without a quirk. Bakugo felt frustrated, urging Izuku not to lose. Hisashi believed in Izuku's potential and encouraged him to demonstrate his power. As Izuku struggled internally, he felt the pressure of the situation. Just as he was about to step out of bounds, a surge of green energy enveloped his hand. With newfound strength, he broke free and landed a punch on Shinso just before being eliminated. Breathing heavily, Izuku marveled at his hand, realizing that his new quirk had activated. Excitement coursed through him as he turned to face a shocked Shinso, determined not to fall for the same trick again as he prepared for the next round. The crowd fell silent, stunned by the revelation. A quirkless individual had broken free from Shinso's influence, but the most astonishing sight was the green energy emanating from Izuku's hand. Kirishima wondered if it was his imagination, while Kaminari expressed his surprise at the unexpected turn of events. Bakugo's mind raced with questions, demanding answers from Izuku. Hisashi smirked, amused by the situation. Izuku charged forward, ready to confront Shinso. He accused him of being a hypocrite, asserting that the green light was indeed his quirk and that he had never been quirkless. In a swift motion, Izuku delivered a powerful kick, sending Shinso flying out of bounds. As he prepared to leave, he reaffirmed his quirkless status and vowed to uncover the truth behind the green light. Before departing, Izuku turned back to Shinso, who had one last remark about looking forward to seeing him in class. Upon returning to the Class 2A seats, Izuku was met with eager faces, all ready to bombard him with questions. However, before anyone could speak, Bakugo seized Izuku by the shirt and pinned him against the wall, furious about the deception he felt had been played on him. Izuku remained calm, explaining that he was just as surprised as Bakugo and wished he had known about the green light before the obstacle race. Bakugo released him, still seething with anger, and others in the class began to question Izuku's honesty. Izuku, unbothered, stated that they were free to believe what they wanted and took a seat to watch the upcoming matches. Uraraka faced off against Shiro, initially struggling but ultimately gaining the upper hand by making Shiro's tapes float, forcing him to cut them to avoid being carried away. In a swift move, she touched him, sending him out of bounds. The next match featured Todoroki and Bakugo, with Bakugo emerging victorious, fueled by his anger toward Izuku. Kaminari easily defeated Kuwaro, setting the stage for the semifinals, where Izuku would face Uraraka. Bakugo taunted Izuku, urging him not to lose, while Izuku responded with a smirk, acknowledging the challenge ahead. As the semifinals began, Present Mike announced the match, and Hisashi observed, curious about how Izuku would handle facing someone he liked. Uraraka encouraged Izuku, and he replied with a confident remark, though internally he felt the pressure of the matchup. As the match commenced, Izuku dashed toward Uraraka but hesitated, canceling his punch at the last moment. He continued to sidestep and feint, struggling to find an opening in her defense. Frustration mounted as he realized he couldn't land a hit. Observing from the sidelines, Bakugo noted Izuku's hesitance, while others speculated about his feelings for Uraraka. Izuku, feeling exhausted, decided he had no choice but to aim for her face. He charged, and just as he seemed to go for a gut punch, he transformed it into an uppercut, catching Uraraka off guard and knocking her out. All Might announced his victory, leaving the crowd in awe. Kirishima expressed surprise at Izuku's decisive strike against a girl, while Bakugo and Kaminari prepared for their match. As Izuku returned to his seat, Mineta shouted at him for hitting Uraraka, prompting Izuku to silence him with a punch. He explained his frustration, while Shiro and Yaoyorozu reminded him that violence wasn't the answer. Ida attempted to address the class's feelings about Uraraka, but Izuku cut him off, thanking him for his concern. Bakugo defeated Kaminari, securing his place in the finals against Izuku. Present Mic announced the break, and both boys were determined to prove their superiority in the upcoming battle, each believing they would emerge victorious. After the 10-minute break, the two former friends prepared to enter the arena. Present Mic announced the match with excitement, declaring it was time for the second-year finals. Izuku Midoriya vs. Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo expressed his eagerness to settle their rivalry, while Izuku taunted him, suggesting he should try not to cry when he lost. Uraraka returned to her seat just in time to witness the event, and her classmates gathered around her to check if she was okay. Present Mic shouted for the match to begin, and both competitors took their fighting stances, moving cautiously at first. The crowd erupted in cheers for Bakugo, while some booed Izuku. Supporters shouted encouragement for Bakugo, urging him to defeat his opponent. Some of Class 2A were displeased with the crowd's behavior, with Kirishima questioning whether they were truly heroes and civilians. Todoroki commented on the crowd's negativity, and Uraraka, filled with anger, kicked the wall in frustration. She expressed her outrage at the crowd's lack of understanding toward Izuku. Todoroki, aware of Izuku's past, shouted words of encouragement, urging him to focus on the fight and not to lose. Izuku took the advice to heart, determined not to be defeated. Bakugo launched an attack with his signature right hook, which Izuku blocked before countering with a punch. Bakugo retaliated, using an explosive attack that knocked Izuku down. Uraraka shouted in concern, while Todoroki noted the unexpected intensity of Bakugo's move. Tokoyami acknowledged Bakugo's seriousness in the fight. Izuku stood up, blood trickling from his eyebrow and his vision blurred. Fueled by anger, he charged at Bakugo, blocking his explosions and attempting to throw him down. Izuku managed to sit on Bakugo and unleashed a series of punches with fierce determination. Bakugo, equally enraged, grabbed Izuku's head and used an explosion, causing more blood to flow from Izuku's forehead. The crowd began to realize that this was no ordinary match. It had escalated into a real fight, prompting complaints to the teachers. As the two continued to grapple, Izuku broke Bakugo's arm, but at a cost Bakugo retaliated and injured Izuku's leg. Izuku lost his balance and fell, and Bakugo prepared to unleash a final explosion. All Might intervened, commanding them to stop. Both fighters turned their attention to him, surprised by the disqualification announcement. The crowd was stunned, and Present Might questioned who would win the festival if the finalists were disqualified. All Might explained that the losers of the semifinals would face each other to conclude the festival, which reignited the crowd's excitement. After receiving medical attention from Recovery Girl, Bakugo and Izuku were scolded by Aizawa. Bakugo still had bandages on his hand, while Izuku relied on a crutch to walk. When they returned to the common room, their classmates looked at them in silence until Kirishima broke the tension by asking if they were okay. Bakugo responded affirmatively, and Izuku assured Kirishima that there was nothing to worry about. Ashido shouted in disbelief, emphasizing the seriousness of their fight, while Kaminari pointed out how close they had come to harming each other. Bakugo and Izuku exchanged determined glances, agreeing that their rivalry was far from over. Bakugo challenged Izuku, and as the tension escalated, Bakugo punched Izuku against the wall. Izuku struggled to rise due to his injury, prompting Uraraka and Todoroki to rush to his aid while others tried to hold Bakugo back. Bakugo questioned Izuku's resolve, igniting a flashback of their past encounters filled with tension and conflict. In the present, Izuku confronted Bakugo, challenging him to act as he had in the past. The class fell silent as Izuku's words echoed, urging Bakugo to acknowledge his past actions. Kaminari asked Bakugo for clarification, while Izuku pressed him to reveal the truth about their history. Bakugo, looking down, admitted to bullying Izuku for 10 years, shocking many of their classmates who could not reconcile the idea of a future hero behaving in such a way. Ida expressed understanding, while Todoroki sought clarity on the situation, revealing that Izuku had shared some details with Uraraka but had never fully explained the extent of the bullying. After Todoroki's question, many of the students looked at Bakugo with curiosity. He reflected on his past behavior, admitting that despite Izuku being quirkless, he had wanted to be a hero. Bakugo had resented that and had often yelled at Izuku, calling him useless and even resorting to using his explosions. This treatment had occurred daily, both inside and outside of school. Bakugo recalled a particularly harsh moment when he had told Izuku to take a swan dive off the roof to gain a quirk in his next life. He chose not to elaborate further. Some students found it hard to believe that a future hero could act in such a way. Izuku, with Uraraka's help, stood up, using his crutch to approach Bakugo. He spoke with a sharp tone, accusing Bakugo of avoiding the worst of his actions. Izuku revealed that when he had lost his memory, Bakugo had pretended to be his friend out of guilt, fearing that Izuku might take his advice and harm himself. This revelation fueled Izuku's anger, and he struck Bakugo. The tension escalated, and the two were on the verge of fighting again, but Uraraka and Todoroki intervened, holding Izuku back. Izuku expressed his hurt, questioning why Bakugo had looked down on others but had not done the same to him. Tears fell as he confronted Bakugo, unable to contain his pain any longer. He cried out, revealing that all he had wanted was support and that Bakugo had betrayed their friendship. The classroom fell silent. Bakugo stared at the floor, then turned to leave for his room. Kaminari questioned where he was going and why he wouldn't say anything. Bakugo replied that the situation was between him and Izuku, and even if he wanted to apologize, it was too late. Uraraka countered that it was never too late to do the right thing. Bakugo simply wished them good night and exited. Todoroki acknowledged that while everyone was upset, the matter did not involve them, and it was up to Bakugo and Izuku to resolve their issues. Tokoyami agreed, while Mineta expressed concern that if left alone, the two would end up in a serious confrontation. Izuku, using his crutch, began to walk toward his room but paused to address his classmates. He asked them to forget what had happened that day, insisting that it was a matter between him and Bakugo. Kirishima protested, wanting to help, but Izuku maintained that his emotional outburst had caused the incident and reiterated that it was not their concern. He wished them good night and left. The next day, the students gathered in class to review their offers. Todoroki led with 3,576 offers, followed by Kaminari with 2,980, and Uraraka with 1. Bakugo and Izuku each had 2 offers, their actions at the sports festival having impacted their statistics. Aizawa then announced the arrival of a new student, piquing everyone's curiosity. He invited the newcomer to introduce himself, and in walked Shinso. Shinso introduced himself as Hitoshi, coming from the general course, and took his seat. After class, Bakugo checked the names of those who had made offers to him and noted that both Best Jeanist and All Might were among them. Izuku quietly suggested that Bakugo visit All Might for an important reason before continuing on his way. Bakugo considered this, thinking it wouldn't be a bad idea. Izuku examined his offers, surprised he had received any given his behavior at the sports festival. He noted one offer was from Astral X, indicating that the individual hadn't been deterred by his actions. However, when he looked at the second offer, his eyes widened in disbelief, questioning what game the old man was playing. After seeing the paper with Hisashi's name on it, Izuku immediately called him. Hisashi answered the phone, and Izuku expressed his disbelief about the situation. Hisashi explained that he had returned to Japan and would continue his work as a hero there. He mentioned that he had transferred from America and urged Izuku to decline any other offers he might have received, as he needed to explain something important about Izuku's energy. Izuku was taken aback, realizing that Hisashi had figured out his new quirk from just a brief moment during the sports festival. He felt he had no choice but to learn more about his quirk and decided to choose Hisashi for his internship. 3 days later, on the first day of their internships, Izuku's classmates discussed their plans. Uraraka mentioned she was going to Gunhead to master her techniques, while Ida shared he was heading to his brother's agency. When they asked Izuku about his plans, he revealed he would be meeting his father, Hisashi, who had been a hero in America for years before returning to Japan. Uraraka was surprised that Izuku had not mentioned his father before. Izuku explained that Hisashi had helped him get back on his feet after his mother's passing and that he had just learned Hisashi was now working in Japan. As the students parted ways, Izuku received a message from Hisashi to meet at the house where he had lived with Inko before her passing. Arriving at the door, Izuku reflected on how long it had been since he was last there and knocked. Hisashi welcomed him inside, and they settled in the living room. Izuku asked about Hisashi's hero name, and Hisashi explained that he was known as Dragon Breath in America but had changed it upon moving to Japan. After some small talk, Hisashi praised Izuku for his performance at the sports festival but expressed concern over his reckless behavior towards Katsuki, noting that they had once been childhood friends. Izuku acknowledged the change in their relationship but insisted that they needed to focus on his energy quirk. Hisashi revealed that he had learned a legend in America about the rivalry between two quirks, All for One and One for All. He explained that a man known as All for One had a brother who was quirkless but received a quirk that allowed him to stockpile power. This brother, who was heroic, merged his quirk with the one given to him, creating One for All. Izuku was intrigued but confused about how this related to his energy quirk. Hisashi clarified that the legend suggested One for All was the only quirk capable of defeating All for One, but there was also a green energy quirk that had managed to imprison All for One in the past. Izuku questioned the validity of this information, but Hisashi explained that the green energy quirk was one of the oldest and most powerful quirks, capable of great feats if mastered. Izuku expressed frustration over his inability to activate his quirk, which had only worked when he was under duress. Hisashi reassured him that the quirk would activate in response to strong emotions, such as a desire to protect loved ones or intense anger. Hisashi pressed Izuku to share what had happened to him, and Izuku recounted his encounter with his villainous self and the warning he received about 4 Izuku villains. After listening to Izuku's story, Hisashi was astonished and declared that they would begin training the next day. When Izuku inquired about hero patrolling, Hisashi assured him that would be part of their plan as well, but first, they needed to awaken Izuku's quirk. In All for One's hideout, 4 dark figures, known as Villain Izukus, were passing the time. One of them expressed eagerness to confront their counterpart. However, Dabi insisted they wait until All for One executed his plan. Another Izuku dismissed the concern, claiming he could have fun outside without fear of being harmed. Meanwhile, in Hisashi's house, it was time for training. Unbeknownst to Izuku, Hisashi had a gym hidden beneath their home. They descended into the underground gym to begin their session. Hisashi explained that they would focus on the aggressive aspect of their training, emphasizing the importance of harnessing strong emotions and willpower. He instructed Izuku to visualize a powerful image while they fought. As they began, Hisashi used his fire breath for defense, causing Izuku to recoil from the heat. He quickly doused his hand in a bucket of water to alleviate the pain. After a brief break, Hisashi inquired about the image Izuku had in mind. Izuku revealed he thought of his mother, wanting to make her proud despite her passing. Hisashi acknowledged the sentiment but encouraged Izuku to find a stronger motivation. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku declared he was ready with a new image. They resumed their fight, and Izuku initially held the advantage until Hisashi unleashed his fire again. Izuku managed to block the flames, sustaining minor burns but pressing on. In a swift move, he charged through the fire and executed an uppercut infused with his green energy, knocking Hisashi down. With a triumphant smile, Izuku celebrated his success, prompting Hisashi to express his excitement over witnessing his son's progress. They continued to spar for the next hour, with Izuku effectively utilizing his energy. As their training concluded, they took a moment to rest on a bench. Hisashi asked about the image that fueled Izuku's determination. Izuku admitted he thought of Uraraka, expressing his desire to protect her as she pursued her own hero path. Hisashi encouraged him to confess his feelings, suggesting that time was of the essence. With a playful smirk, Hisashi announced it was time for hero patrol, prompting Izuku to prepare for their next adventure. Just as Izuku and Hisashi were preparing to go on patrol, Hisashi noticed that Izuku was wearing casual clothes. He questioned where Izuku's hero costume was, to which Izuku replied that his casual outfit was indeed his hero costume. Hisashi expressed his disbelief, emphasizing the importance of proper equipment for a hero. He suggested that Izuku use one of the hero suits available in the gym's showcase. After a brief moment of reluctance, Izuku returned wearing a chosen hero costume. He remarked on the lackluster quality of most of the costumes, but acknowledged that Hisashi had a couple of decent ones. Hisashi noted Izuku's choice, and they set off on their patrol. The two patrolled for about an hour when they spotted a building engulfed in flames. They quickly sprang into action, managing to rescue all the people trapped inside. Hisashi commended Izuku for not using his energy during the rescue, to which Izuku explained that he preferred to conserve his energy for fights or emergencies until he became more accustomed to it. As they conversed, a grateful woman approached them, thanking the heroes for saving her husband and son. Hisashi reassured her that bowing was unnecessary, as it was their duty to help. The woman inquired about their hero names, and Hisashi introduced himself as a recent transfer from America, marking his debut in Japan. Izuku introduced himself as Deku, mentioning that he was currently an intern but would soon be active in the field. After completing their first mission, the two heroes returned home to rest. Izuku discovered numerous messages from classmates about their debut, bewildered by how word had spread so quickly. Hisashi then urged him to check the Hero Network's main page, where Izuku found an article featuring both his and Hisashi's names. The article detailed their successful rescue of 12 people from the fire, highlighting Hisashi's fire-related quirk and Izuku's role in saving the trapped individuals. Izuku felt a surge of happiness at seeing his name in the news but was still puzzled about how the information had leaked. He realized that the woman who had thanked them was likely a reporter. Hisashi confirmed this, noting their impressive debut. The following night, Izuku watched the news and learned about a villain named Metal Bat, who had recently killed 12 police officers and 4 heroes with a metal baseball bat. 3 days later, as Izuku prepared for another patrol, Hisashi informed him that he had a meeting at Nitai's agency and would be patrolling alone. Izuku agreed and set off on his own. During his patrol, he heard a man screaming from an alley. Rushing to investigate, he found the injured number 6 hero, Crust, alongside a citizen in distress. A man wielding a metal baseball bat stood ready to attack. Izuku confronted the assailant, identifying him as Metal Bat and warning him to release his captives or face the consequences. Metal Bat acknowledged Izuku, revealing that he knew his true identity. "How do you know my real name?" Izuku asked, confusion etched on his face. "Really? You can't recognize me?" Metal Bat replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. Izuku thought for a moment, trying to place the familiar presence. "I will introduce myself again. I'm Metal Bat, but my real name is Izuku Midoriya," Metal Bat declared. Izuku's eyes widened as he recalled AFO Izuku's warning. "Wait, even if you speak the truth, it doesn't explain why your face looks like that. And I don't even have a mohawk." "Yeah, a lot happened," Metal Bat admitted. "Like what?" Izuku inquired, curiosity piqued. "In my timeline, I became infamous for one thing, the tragic incident involving 19 students from Class 1A, which I carried out with a metal baseball bat. I was quirkless and managed to take down 19 future heroes. After that, I became one of the most feared villains of all time," Metal Bat explained. "That still doesn't explain your face," Izuku pointed out. "After the UA incident, I underwent plastic surgery and changed my hairstyle to avoid recognition. I was waiting for the League of Villains to recruit me, but another league from a different timeline approached instead. Not that I mind, I'd relish the chance to confront UA students again," Metal Bat said with a smirk. Izuku chuckled. "It must be tough. In this timeline, the league asked me to join, but I declined. Such a shame, huh? Metal Bat raised an eyebrow, confused. What did you say? Izuku smirked again, feeling confident. You heard me. I'm better than you. You don't stand a chance. Metal Bat pointed his bat at Izuku, his expression darkening. Change of plans. I will take you down first. You don't deserve to be me. Prepare for your end. Izuku dodged Metal Bat's attacks with agility. He focused his energy, blocking one of the strikes before countering with a powerful punch that sent Metal Bat staggering back. What the hell? You're supposed to be quirkless. Thank your counterpart for that, Izuku remarked, referring to AFO Izuku. Metal Bat growled in frustration. That BSTRD. Did he really have to interfere? That's life for you. It never goes the way you want, Izuku taunted. Curse you! Metal Bat shouted, launching another attack. However, Izuku used his energy to deliver a swift strike followed by a spinning kick. Metal Bat doubled over, unable to move due to the pain. That was a low blow. As Aizawa said, the world is full of unfairness. Now tell me, why did you turn to villainy? Izuku pressed. For what reason? That Jiraiya can ruin my life. You have no idea how satisfying it was when I took him down. I spent nearly 2 years plotting my revenge. When I finally reached UA, all I wanted was to get to the dorms. Once that happened, I felt victorious, Metal Bat confessed. You're a coward. You had a choice to become a hero, Izuku retorted. Heroes nowadays are all fake. Why would I want to be one of them? Metal Bat challenged. I can't argue with you there. Society is flawed, and heroes often disappoint. But that's why I want to become a hero to change that, Izuku declared. I admit defeat. You won, Metal Bat said begrudgingly. You'll have plenty of time to think about your choices in jail, Izuku replied. I won't end up in your jail. I'll return to mine, Metal Bat stated. What do you mean? Izuku asked, puzzled. The guy who brought us into this timeline with his quirk had certain conditions. For all of us, it was that if we failed to eliminate you, we would return to our own timeline, Metal Bat explained. Suddenly, a portal opened behind him. It seems my time has come. Be careful. One of the Izukus is merciless psycho. If you underestimate him, you'll regret it, Metal Bat warned as he was pulled into the portal, disappearing from sight. Izuku stood there, bewildered. What the heck? Whatever. At that moment, the injured number 6 hero, Crust, rose to his feet. I owe you one, young hero. What's your name? I'm Deku. It's an honor to speak with you, Crust, Izuku replied. Oh, you're the hero who saved the family of the Hero Network's main reporter from the fire. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Do you mind if I have a reporter write an article about the incident? Crust asked. No, I don't mind. Just mention that the villain got away. I have my reasons, Izuku said. I respect that. Well then, I'll take this civilian with me. He witnessed your heroic actions. Farewell, Crust said before leaving with the civilian. That was a lot for one day. I guess I'll relax for a bit before heading home, Izuku thought as he departed. 2 hours later, Izuku returned home to find Hisashi waiting for him. Hey, I leave you alone for one day, and you take all the glory? You sneaky kid. What are you talking about? Izuku asked, confused. I'm talking about this, Hisashi said, pointing at his laptop. Izuku leaned in to see his name featured prominently in an article from the Hero Network. 3 days after his debut, the young hero, Deku, saves the number 6 hero Crust and a civilian from the ruthless villain Metal Bat. He managed to defeat him, but Metal Bat escaped due to Deku's priority to save the injured. The number 6 hero Crust himself stated that Deku has a promising future and will become a great hero. Oh, that was fast, Izuku remarked, surprised. That's your reaction? You just made a name for yourself in the hero society. It's no small feat. Is there anyone in your class who has had the same success? Hisashi asked. Actually, look up these 4 heroes, Red Riot, Froppy, Uravity, and Tsukuyami, Izuku mentioned, referring to last year's work-study students. Hisashi checked the names. Oh, you were there too during the overhaul incident. I wonder why you didn't get recognition then. Anyway, I see here that Red Riot saved civilians from a villain. Tsukuyami was Hawk's sidekick. Your class has some strong heroes, huh? Whatever, I'm going to sleep, Izuku said, heading toward his room, but Hisashi had one last thing to say. I forgot to mention, we need to stop your internship. You can either return to your dorms or stay here for the rest of the week to train your quirk, Hisashi informed him. Why? Izuku asked, surprised. I have a meeting at Nitai's agency today. I've officially joined Nitai's agency. Hisashi explained that he would start working there the next day. Izuku acknowledged this and then went to his room. He reflected on the need to train his quirk for the remainder of his internship. He realized that if it hadn't been for that unexpected blow, Metal Bat would have easily defeated him. Determined, Izuku resolved to master his quirk as quickly as possible. In the League's hideout, chaos reigned. The defeat of Metal Bat was a significant setback for their plans. Dabi expressed his frustration, questioning why one of their own had acted so recklessly. Izuku, known as the Brawler, responded, noting that the reckless actions had consequences. When another voice chimed in, mocking Izuku's motivations, he retaliated with a powerful punch that left his opponent reeling. Izuku warned that any further insults would lead to dire consequences, even without a reward. Compress pointed out that at least one version of Izuku remained level-headed, despite being a cyborg. Cyber Izuku reassured everyone that he preferred to avoid violence unless absolutely necessary. Toga, curious about their leader's whereabouts, asked what their next move would be. From the shadows, another Izuku laughed ominously, promising a thrilling game in the days to come, leaving everyone in the room feeling uneasy. 4 days later, Izuku returned to UA after his internship, greeted by a flurry of questions and congratulations from his classmates. His recent victory had made him a star, and the excitement was palpable. Kaminari exclaimed about the respect he had earned from the number 6 hero, while Mineta joked about his newfound popularity with girls. Kirishima praised his manliness, and Siro lamented how far ahead Izuku had gotten. Izuku struggled to respond amidst the rapid-fire questions until Ida stepped in, calling for order. He reminded everyone that Izuku needed space to breathe and unpack. Izuku appreciated Ida's intervention and promised to answer their questions after settling in. As he took a moment to collect himself, he reflected on the chaotic welcome. The following day, Aizawa gathered his students in Ground Gamma, accompanied by Vlad King. He explained that they would be having a contest, much to the excitement of Class 2A, led by Monoma from Class 2B. The students were divided into teams for a survival series match. The first match featured Kirishima, Azui, Kaminari, Shinso, and Koda against Shiozaki, Tsuburaba, Rin, and Shishida. Despite being outnumbered, Class 2A narrowly secured victory, with Kaminari as the last one standing. In the second match, Tokoyami, Hagakure, Yayorozu, and Aoyama faced Kendo, Kurwaro, Komori, and Fukudashi. Class 2B gained an early advantage, eliminating 3 opponents. Tokoyami fought valiantly but ultimately fell to Kendo and Kurwaro. The third match saw Todoroki, Ida, Ojiro, and Shoji go up against Tetsu, Hananuki, Kaibara, and Tsunatori. It was an intense battle, showcasing the skills of both sides, but Class 2B emerged victorious due to Tetsu's impressive endurance. The fourth battle featured Bakugo, Jiro, Siro, and Saro against Setsuna, Kamakiri, Aways, and Bondo. Bakugo's overwhelming performance led to a swift victory for his team, having mastered his abilities during his internship with all might. Finally, it was time for the last match, where Izuku, Uraraka, Ashido, and Mineta faced Monoma, Kodai, Yanagi, and Shoda. Monoma taunted Izuku, eager for a rematch, while Izuku confidently hinted at a surprise. Mineta chimed in with his usual antics, prompting Ashido to roll her eyes at his predictability. As the teams prepared, Izuku laid out a simple plan: they would defeat their opponents. Mineta, skeptical, questioned the lack of detail, but Izuku explained that he was unfamiliar with the quirks of their opponents. He revealed that he had recently discovered a rare quirk that granted him speed and added protection. His teammates were taken aback by this revelation. Izuku assured them that he would handle Monoma alone, while the others would take on the rest of the opposing team. Uraraka expressed concern about his decision to go solo, but Izuku's confidence shone through. As Vlad announced the start of the match, the students braced themselves for the challenge ahead. After Vlad's signal to start, Izuku ran off on his own to find Monoma. He moved from roof to roof, feeling a sense of unease as he noticed the absence of others. He thought to himself that it was strange and suspicious not to see anyone else. He could understand not finding Monoma, as he was just one person, but he should have at least spotted the others. They were definitely up to something. As he continued his search, he still found no one. The silence was unsettling. Then, an alarm sounded, announcing that Minoru Mineta had been eliminated. Izuku was taken aback by how quickly that had happened. The alarm rang again, this time declaring that Mina Ishido had also been eliminated. Panic began to set in as he realized that they must all be together. He needed to find them before Uraraka faced the same fate. The alarm sounded once more, announcing that Reiko Yanagi had been eliminated. Izuku recalled that she was from Class 2B, which meant Uraraka was likely trying to fight them. He still had a chance. But then the alarm blared again, this time stating that Achiko Uraraka had been eliminated. Frustration surged through him. He was now all alone. He decided to change his strategy and fight as stealthily as possible. Suddenly, Kodai shouted, throwing a smaller building toward him. Izuku was startled, wondering what kind of quirk allowed her to do that. He dodged the projectile with agility reminiscent of Gran Torino's style, scanning his surroundings for any sign of an ambush. Kodai taunted him, suggesting that he overestimated himself if he thought others were waiting to attack. She explained that she had been hoping someone would be foolish enough to wander off alone, and fortunately for her, that person was Izuku. With him as her target, she felt her job would be easier. Izuku realized her quirk allowed her to control the size of objects, which was tricky but not enough to defeat him. He had been saving his newfound power for Monoma, but now he had no choice but to use it. As he leaped toward her with incredible speed, he declared that he was no longer quirkless. Kodai was taken aback, but before she could respond, Izuku struck her with a powerful punch, knocking her out. The alarm sounded again, announcing that Yui Kodai had been eliminated. Izuku felt a surge of confidence. 1 down, 2 to go. The other students were surprised by his newfound strength, recalling that he had displayed similar energy during the sports festival. Uraraka, who had returned from her battle thanks to Recovery Girl, began to explain Izuku's situation to the others. While they talked, Izuku continued searching for the remaining opponents. Suddenly he heard a loud shout. Monoma and Shota had found him. Izuku noted that they had arrived sooner than he expected and prepared for the confrontation. He knew he needed to end this quickly, as the energy he had used was exhausting him. Before he could make a move, the two students attacked. Izuku blocked their strikes, dismissing them as weak punches. Monoma grinned, revealing that he had borrowed Shota's quirk. Izuku suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hands, confused about its source. Shota explained that his quirk, called Twin Impact, caused the point of impact to have a significantly stronger effect. Monoma added that he was using the same quirk, doubling the impact. Izuku smirked, confident that he had a surprise for them. He unleashed his energy in a counterattack, knocking out Shota with a swift kick and Monoma with a direct punch. With the battle concluded, he declared that it was over and that he had won. The alarm sounded one final time, announcing that the match had ended with Izuku Midoriya and Class 2A as the victors. His classmates erupted in praise, celebrating his impressive performance and the revelation of his quirk. That night, while everyone relaxed, Izuku found himself glancing at Uraraka, reflecting on what Hisashi had told him about confessing his feelings. He smiled, preparing to approach her, but Bakugo interrupted him, calling him outside for a private conversation about his quirk. After a couple of minutes, Izuku followed Bakugo. They stopped outside the training ground. Izuku asked what Bakugo wanted, curious about the late-night meeting. Bakugo, with a serious expression, revealed that he wasn't fooled by Izuku's story. He had known Izuku for as long as he could remember and questioned how a quirkless person could suddenly develop a quirk at 17, especially one that wasn't hereditary. Realizing he had been caught, Izuku decided to reveal the truth, knowing he couldn't avoid it. After explaining, Bakugo expressed disbelief, stating that it was the most ridiculous thing he had ever heard. Izuku insisted it was the truth and asked Bakugo to keep it to himself. He turned to leave, but Bakugo called out to him, about to say something but was interrupted. Suddenly, a cyber version of Izuku emerged from the shadows alongside a brawler version of himself. Izuku was taken aback, realizing that the timelines were indeed real. The two students assumed fighting stances, ready for confrontation. The cyber Izuku greeted Bakugo, but Bakugo dismissed him, eager to get the fight over with so he could leave. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in Tartarus. A prison guardian rushed to inform the prison boss that the League of Villains had invaded, with every villain breaking free. The boss noted that if All for One wasn't with them, the heroes might arrive in time. The guardian revealed that a terrifying figure was leading the attack, having eliminated all the guardians with a single weapon. With no other choice, the boss decided they would use the emergency exit to warn the heroes, and the two made their escape. In Tartarus, the villains gathered, and Dabi asked what their next move was. Just then, the final version of Izuku appeared, introducing himself as Joker. He greeted the gathered villains, recognizing some familiar faces among them. Overhaul questioned Joker's identity, sensing a connection to someone he knew. Joker revealed he was the sub-boss of the League and that many knew him as Izuku Midoriya. Dabi reassured the others that Joker was not the Izuku who had imprisoned. Joker then declared his intention to help them seek revenge on the heroes, Yue, and Izuku Midoriya. The villains cheered at his words, eager for the chaos that was about to unfold. Joker announced their destination, Yue, stating that the war against the heroes had begun. Dabi questioned the plan's effectiveness, but Joker confidently replied that he had successfully executed a similar plan before, and this time, with the League's support, they would achieve even greater results. Shigaraki acknowledged Joker's cleverness, agreeing to bring chaos alongside him. With excitement building, Joker led the charge, declaring it was time to end the era of heroes and for the villains to rise. Izuku and Bakugo were engaged in a fierce battle against their villainous counterparts. Bakugo faced off against Cyber Izuku, while Izuku confronted his brawler self. During the chaos, Bakugo and Cyber Izuku became separated from the others. Bakugo unleashed his explosions, determined to take down his opponent, but Cyber Izuku remained unfazed. Bakugo expressed his disbelief at the situation, questioning how his attacks had failed to affect him. Cyber Izuku explained that he had long abandoned his humanity and transformed himself into something beyond a mere human. Bakugo, confused, demanded to know what Cyber Izuku meant. Cyber Izuku pointed out his cybernetic eye, comparing it to iconic characters from popular media, emphasizing that he had replaced his bones with steel. Bakugo was incredulous, unable to comprehend how such a transformation was possible. Cyber Izuku dismissed Bakugo's confusion, reminding him that they lived in a world of quirks where anything could happen. He expressed his desire to end the fight quickly so he could return home, claiming he had no love for violence. Bakugo called him a hypocrite, pointing out the contradiction in his words as he stood ready to fight. Cyber Izuku revealed his true motivation. He held Bakugo responsible for years of torment and for sabotaging his dreams of becoming a hero. Bakugo was taken aback, insisting he had never intended to harm Cyber Izuku's aspirations. Cyber Izuku recounted a painful memory from their past, recalling how a brutal encounter during a sports festival had led to his downfall. Bakugo argued that the event had been stopped before it escalated, but Cyber Izuku insisted that in his timeline, he had been praised for defeating a quirkless boy with dreams. The attack had left him blind in one eye, and the pressure from his peers had driven him to quit hero training and seek out the League of Villains, where he gained strength under All for One. Bakugo realized the extent of Cyber Izuku's transformation and the dark path he had taken. Cyber Izuku revealed his intentions to kill Bakugo, and despite the presence of other villains he was singularly focused on his rival. As the tension escalated, Cyber Izuku prepared for another attack, eager to finish the fight. Bakugo, feeling the weight of the situation, decided to unleash his full power. He combined his abilities with One for All, preparing a massive explosion. He called out the name of his attack, channeling all his energy into it. The blast struck Cyber Izuku, but the impact caused Bakugo to injure himself as well. Cyber Izuku attempted to block the attack but was overwhelmed, resulting in the destruction of his arms. Anger surged through him as he retaliated with a laser attack from his eye, narrowly missing Bakugo. Just then, a dark portal opened, and Cyber Izuku was pulled in, shouting in frustration as he was dragged away. Bakugo stood in disbelief, realizing the battle had come to an unexpected end. He noted that the portal was different from others he had encountered and decided to search for Izuku. Meanwhile, the students at UA, alerted by the explosion, were preparing to respond when a shocking broadcast interrupted them. On the screen, 3 figures stood on a rooftop: Dabi, Shigaraki, and a sinister version of Izuku, who introduced himself as the Joker. Chapter end. Kaminari watched the TV in surprise, along with his classmates, as a familiar figure appeared on the screen. The figure, known as Joker, announced his intentions with a maniacal laugh, claiming that the League of Villains was coming to UA. He warned them to prepare if they wanted to stop him before time ran out. Uraraka, feeling uneasy, took the controller and turned off the TV. She expressed her disbelief, insisting that Deku would never turn evil and that they were trying to frame him as the leader of the villains. However, Tokoyami interrupted, pointing out that Midoriya was missing and had shown a darker side recently. Todoroki added that Bakugo was also unaccounted for, raising suspicions about their whereabouts. Before Uraraka could defend them further, a loud explosion echoed from the UA entrance, signaling the arrival of the League of Villains, led by Joker Izuku. The teachers, except for All Might, who was away, prepared to defend the students. As the chaos unfolded, Bakugo found Izuku, who was struggling against a formidable opponent known as Brawler Izuku. Bakugo urged Izuku to use his energy to fight back. Brawler Izuku taunted them, revealing that he had expected Bakugo to arrive. Bakugo unleashed his explosions, forcing Brawler Izuku to retreat. Izuku thanked Bakugo for his timely intervention but explained that he wasn't accustomed to using his energy yet, fearing exhaustion. Brawler Izuku smirked, acknowledging their suspicions about the villain's sudden appearance. Just then, another explosion shook the area, prompting Bakugo and Izuku to react simultaneously. Brawler Izuku announced that his job was done and prepared to leave through a dark portal, dismissing their concerns about his loyalty. Izuku recalled a warning from Metal Bat about one of the Izukis being a dangerous threat, while Bakugo remembered the cyborg's ominous words about a clown. They realized they needed to hurry to the UA entrance. At the entrance, many students and teachers lay defeated. The Joker, disappointed that they were still alive, picked up a knife and approached Uraraka, who was one of the few still standing. He noted the mix of fear, sadness, and bravery in her eyes, reminiscing about old memories. Uraraka, heartbroken, pleaded with Izuku to stop, but the Joker dismissed her, claiming he was both himself and not himself. As the tension escalated, Astral X appeared, attempting to attack the Joker. The Joker, with his back turned, confidently stated that Astral X's teleportation wouldn't be fast enough to evade his gun. Just as he turned back to Uraraka, Izuku and Bakugo arrived, horrified by the scene before them. They saw their friends and teachers down, with one already lifeless. Frustrated, Bakugo admitted they were late, while Izuku's focus narrowed on the Joker, who still held a knife to Uraraka's neck. Izuku demanded that the Joker let her go, threatening dire consequences if he harmed her. The Joker laughed maniacally at Izuku's comment, taunting him about his hero status. He claimed that Izuku could not kill the only one who understood his true pain. They were from different timelines, yet they were the same person. Both had suffered for 10 years at the hands of the same person, Kaken. The Joker noted that while his Kaken had dyed his hair dark blue, it didn't change the fact that both versions had caused them pain. He continued to speak about the destiny tied to One for All, a quirk that could defeat anything. In an instant, Izuku and Bakugo launched their attack. Bakugo managed to bring the Joker down, while Izuku checked on Uraraka. He asked if she was okay, and she confirmed she was. Izuku expressed his relief, and Uraraka shared her belief that he wasn't evil. Izuku insisted she needed to rest, as it was up to him and Bakugo now. Bakugo confronted the Joker, questioning why he talked so much for a villain. The Joker laughed again, claiming it was destiny for him to be defeated by them. He reminded Bakugo that the only time he had seen him on his knees was when he had taken away his family and friends. Anger surged through Bakugo, and he threatened the Joker, who only smirked and mentioned having a backup. Izuku alerted Bakugo that they had company as more villains approached. Bakugo cursed under his breath, but their situation changed when All Might arrived, announcing his presence with a loud declaration. Izuku was surprised to see him, and All Might instructed the two students to evacuate as many people as they could while he took on the villains alone. Trusting All Might, Bakugo decided to leave the Joker behind. All Might swiftly took down the remaining villains, leaving only the Joker. He questioned the Joker, sensing he wasn't the Midoriya he knew. The Joker, ever the jester, praised All Might for his strength but declared he wouldn't be the one to take him down. Suddenly, lightning crackled in the sky, and the Joker grinned, announcing the arrival of All for One. All Might recognized his old foe and vowed to ensure he would be imprisoned this time. The two began to fight, their punches creating shockwaves that damaged the entrance of Yue. Izuku and Bakugo managed to evacuate the students and teachers to safety on the other side of the campus. Izuku questioned the source of the destruction, and Bakugo identified it as All for One, stating he needed to help All Might. Izuku insisted on following him. All Might landed a solid punch on All for One, who acknowledged the hit but retaliated with a blow to All Might's stomach. All for One taunted him about his apparent weakness and the transfer of One for All. All Might countered, mocking All for One's inability to use multiple quirks simultaneously. The battle escalated, with All for One declaring that their era was ending but he still had work to do. He struck All Might again, causing him to transform into a half-skull form. All for One expressed his disbelief at All Might's true form and taunted him about not eliminating him years ago. All Might declared he would not allow evil to triumph. The two prepared for their final attacks, with All for One unleashing a powerful combination of quirks while All Might readied his ultimate move. Their fists collided with tremendous force, and All Might's punch proved stronger, knocking All for One unconscious. Exhausted, All Might declared his victory just as Bakugo and Izuku arrived. All Might reassured them that he was fine and that All for One was down. However, he revealed the toll the battle had taken on him, stating that he could no longer serve as a hero since One for All had left him. Soon after, Uraraka, Todoroki, and Ida joined them, realizing that All Might had won but mourning the loss of a fellow hero, Astral X. Izuku reflected on Astral X's belief in him and his role as a mentor. Bakugo questioned their next steps, and All Might explained that they needed to regroup and find the others, as they were outnumbered. Just then, a gunshot rang out, striking All Might in the heart. The Joker appeared, reveling in the chaos he had caused. Bakugo screamed All Might's name, while the other students rushed to check on him, but the Joker coldly declared there was no hope for All Might. He then turned his gun on Izuku, calling him the biggest problem, and fired. However, Izuku miraculously caught the bullet with his energy. The Joker, intrigued, unleashed a barrage of bullets, but Izuku caught them all, his energy shifting to a fierce red. Fueled by determination, Izuku declared he would send the Joker to hell. Izuku charged his fists with red energy and delivered a powerful punch to Joker, knocking him down. He sat on Joker and unleashed a flurry of punches, each one fueled by his rage. Joker began to laugh, a chilling sound that only intensified Izuku's fury. In a desperate attempt to intervene, Uraraka called out to him, warning that if he continued, he might seriously harm Joker. She tried to use her quirk to lift Izuku, but the energy surrounding him prevented her from doing so. Ida also urged him to stop, expressing concern for his well-being. Todoroki noted that Izuku didn't seem like himself anymore. Izuku, consumed by anger, declared that if Joker died, the chaos would end, and he refused to wait for a portal to take him back. Joker's laughter echoed again, taunting Izuku about the power of rage and hate, challenging him to kill him and fulfill his supposed destiny as a villain. For a moment, Izuku fell silent. The red energy surrounding him shifted to green and then dissipated. He raised his middle finger at Joker, firmly stating that he would never become like him. Joker, unfazed, revealed that he had a surprise up his sleeve. Before Izuku could react, Joker signaled to Dabi, who unleashed a wave of fire. Izuku was forced to retreat to avoid the flames. Joker ordered Dabi to leave, indicating that their allies should have already dealt with the police. A helicopter arrived to take away All for One, who was unconscious, and they quickly departed. Izuku, filled with determination, ran after them, yelling in frustration. Uraraka called out for him to stop, but he was too focused on catching Joker. Bakugo, realizing the danger, followed Uraraka as they both chased after Izuku. Joker watched Izuku's desperate sprint and grinned, instructing Dabi to bring the bazooka. As Izuku ran, he saw Joker aiming the massive weapon at him. Joker shouted a farewell before firing, resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed the area. When the smoke cleared, the devastation was horrifying. Everything within a 300-meter radius was destroyed: buildings, homes, and remnants of the battle. Uraraka screamed Izuku's name in despair, desperately searching for him. Bakugo found one of Izuku's classic red shoes, torn and battered. Frustrated, Bakugo cursed under his breath and approached Uraraka, showing her the shoe. He confirmed the grim reality that Izuku was gone. Uraraka, in disbelief, began to cry, insisting that it couldn't be true. Her cries turned into screams of anguish, while Bakugo clenched his fists in anger. Meanwhile, at All for One's hideout, the League of Villains gathered. Dabi expressed frustration over their recent actions, questioning what they would do next. Shigaraki reassured them that they had taken control of the police station, marking a significant victory. Joker added that they had eliminated 2 major threats, leaving only a few heroes who could stand in their way. Toga inquired about the One for All user, and Shigaraki mentioned that they didn't even know who All Might's successor was. Joker revealed that it was Katsuki Bakugo, the only one who had survived and defeated him in his timeline. However, he was confident that Bakugo would not pose a problem this time, as they had All for One on their side. Shigaraki noted that All for One was weak now, with only the option of passing his quirk to a successor. Joker, smirking, claimed he had a plan for that. Back at the site of the explosion, Bakugo and Uraraka returned to their classmates, who were grappling with the heavy news of All Might's death. Astral X's body lay nearby, a reminder of their losses. Kaminari questioned their somber expressions, while Tokoyami asked about Midoriya's whereabouts. Uraraka, overwhelmed with grief, hugged Azui and began to cry. Bakugo held up the ripped shoe, confirming that it belonged to Izuku and that Joker was responsible for his demise. The reality of the situation hit hard, leaving the students in shock. That day marked the beginning of a war. The symbol of peace had fallen, along with another hero, and a potential future top hero was lost. The heroes who were meant to triumph in the end had suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of the villains. 1 year had passed since the major attack on UA. The war in Japan raged on, with villains seizing control of the surface, plunging the country into chaos. The Joker and Shigaraki emerged as the 2 leaders of the League of Villains. Many heroes and villains had perished during this tumultuous year. The surviving heroes formed an alliance, while civilians found refuge in numerous underground bases scattered throughout Japan. The UA hero courses and several other hero schools were compelled to join the fight. Izuku's class was among them, designated as Squad 3A, named after the class they would have been in if not for the war. Bakugo led the 3A squad, with Todoroki, Tokoyami, and Ida serving as vice-captains. Each hero held a rank to determine their deployment against enemy villains. Mineta, Hagakure, Ojiro, and Koda were classified as rank C. Siro, Aoyama, Yaoyorozu, Ashido, Azui, and Uraraka were rank B. Kirishima, Sato, Shoji, Shinso, Ida, and Jiro were rank I. Bakugo, Todoroki, Tokoyami, and Kaminari were ranked S. Bakugo had mastered One for All to 90%. Inside the underground base where Squad 3A was stationed, Bakugo approached Hatsum. she was working diligently on a project, and he inquired about her progress. Hatsum replied that while it wasn't perfect yet, she was close to completion. Bakugo expressed his hope that once it was finished, they could bring an end to the war. Hatsum reminisced about the days spent in the UA support course, free from the fear of danger. Bakugo reassured her that they were in one of the safest bases in Japan. Hatsum mentioned that he could check in on her next week, and Bakugo left to return to his office. Upon entering, he found Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, Jiro, and Uraraka, who had just returned from a patrol mission. Bakugo asked for their report, and Todoroki informed him that the situation had improved slightly, with fewer villains around, although Muscular continued to wreak havoc. Jiro noted their luck in having Muscular in their area, as the chances of him discovering them were minimal. However, Yaoyorozu raised a concern about Muscular mentioning two main bases, one ruled by the Joker and the other by Shigaraki. Bakugo realized this complication would make their plans more difficult, as they had only prepared for one main base. He expressed frustration at needing to devise a new strategy, feeling unqualified for the task. Kirishima hesitated to mention Izuku, knowing it was a sensitive topic, but Uraraka brought up the pain of his absence. Bakugo bluntly remarked on the year that had passed, suggesting that Uraraka's guilt over Izuku's death was misplaced. Jiro intervened, defending Uraraka and expressing her anger at Bakugo's insensitivity. Bakugo retorted, emphasizing the harsh realities of war and the necessity of survival, which led to a heated exchange. The others left his office, troubled by his words. Jiro questioned how Bakugo could be so callous, while Kirishima suggested that Bakugo's understanding of the situation stemmed from his own pain and regret over not being able to apologize to Izuku before it was too late. In Bakugo's office, he resolved to report to Aizawa and find a way to end the conflict, thinking of Izuku. Outside the city, a man with a tattered cape and hood gazed at the skyline, shocked by the devastation. He wondered what had transpired during his absence. Chapter end. 1 year earlier, Izuku was caught in an explosion caused by a bazooka. At the last moment, he summoned his energy to ensure his survival, but he was injured and unable to move. He thought about the danger he faced if the villains found him. Hisashi, his father, rushed to his side, having seen the villains' broadcast. He retrieved one of Izuku's shoes, explaining that he needed to confirm Izuku's death. Izuku was confused but lost consciousness as Hisashi carried him on his back. When Izuku awoke, he found himself in a bed that was not the UA infirmary. He checked his injuries and found himself surprisingly fine. Looking out the window, he spotted a small beach. Curious, he stepped outside and saw Hisashi sitting on the sand. Hisashi greeted him, and Izuku asked where they were. Hisashi informed him that they were on Kozushima Island, a long way from Yuzutafu, and that he had been asleep for a week. Hisashi explained that he had a friend who was a doctor on the island and that it was one of the safest places at the moment. Izuku pressed for details, wanting to understand why they were there. Hisashi sat him down to explain the situation. Just minutes before the UA invasion, he and Night Eye had discovered the League of Villains' plans. They had released the most dangerous villains from Tartarus and targeted the police, causing chaos in the streets. The situation at UA was critical, leading to All Might's death and, as Hisashi revealed, the belief that Izuku had died too. Izuku was shocked to learn that while he was alive, the League of Villains and the heroes thought he was dead. Hisashi had left behind his shoe to confirm this. Izuku was frustrated, questioning why he had to pretend to be dead. Hisashi explained that after their supposed deaths, the League could initiate their plan for war across the country. Izuku was horrified at the thought. The villains aimed to eliminate All Might and the UA students, and with their deaths, they could move to Phase 2, freeing all the villains in Japan. Hisashi insisted that Izuku was the only one who could defeat All for One and needed to train to master his quirk. He believed that with Izuku's quick learning, he could reach his full potential in about 10 to 11 months. Izuku argued that he was not the only one capable of fighting, mentioning Bakugo's power. Hisashi smirked, explaining that Bakugo would be a prime target for the villains due to his strength, making it easier for Izuku to return to Yuzutafu with a higher chance of victory. Reluctantly, Izuku agreed to train, realizing he had no other choice. As they discussed Izuku's quirk, he mentioned a strange occurrence when he witnessed All Might's death, where his energy had turned red. Hisashi noted that it could be a power-up or a reaction to his anger, but they would need to investigate further. For the rest of the year, Izuku trained diligently, pushing his quirk to its limits. He never managed to recreate the red energy but significantly improved his speed, strength, and defense with his green energy. He even developed a new technique of force ball, which required him to create and throw a green energy ball in an instant. Hisashi, unable to act as a hero due to an injury from the UA invasion, found satisfaction in his civilian life on the peaceful island. 1 week before the events of the previous chapter, Hisashi noticed Izuku's ripped clothes and asked about them. Izuku explained that they were all he had left from UA and expressed his desire to keep them upon his return, except for the cape with the hoodie. Hisashi declined to accompany him, stating he would only be a hindrance but assured Izuku he could call if needed. Izuku reflected on their past as he prepared to leave for Mizudafu. Present day. Upon arriving near Mizudafu, Izuku was met with a grim sight. Bodies lay scattered everywhere. He recognized some of the fallen heroes, including Night Eye, Gran Torino, and Endeavor. Standing on a hill, he took in the devastation of the city, realizing the war had changed everything. He removed his hood, feeling a mix of shock and despair at the state of the hero society. He spotted a rifle on the ground, along with several sets of bullets nearby. Though he preferred to avoid using it, he decided to take the rifle for protection. He also gathered a military vest and a knife, preparing himself for the challenges ahead. Equipped and resolute, Izuku steeled himself to enter the city, hoping that his classmates were still alive. Izuku entered the city, pondering his next move. He wondered where he might find the others if they were indeed alive. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling out to him. A villain approached, curious about Izuku's presence. He hadn't yet seen Izuku's face, hidden beneath the hood. The villain remarked on Izuku's unfamiliar appearance, questioning if he was a villain. Izuku, playing along, claimed to be new in town, stating he wasn't affiliated with the League or the heroes but traveled across Japan with the intent to eliminate heroes. The villain, intrigued, suggested that Izuku join the League, noting his evident skills. Izuku agreed but insisted on confirming a few things first. When the villain inquired about what he needed to confirm, Izuku revealed his rifle and aimed it at the villain. The villain finally caught a glimpse of Izuku's face beneath the hood and hesitated. Izuku warned the villain that if he mentioned anything about being alive, it would be the end for him. The villain, trembling, quickly agreed to share the information Izuku sought. Izuku asked if there were any heroes alive in the city. The villain confirmed there were, but their locations were unknown. He mentioned that the heroes would come out daily for patrols. Izuku then demanded the villain's guns, cautioning him against any funny business. The villain, frightened, complied and handed over 2 guns. Izuku instructed him to step back slowly while he secured the weapons. Just then, the villain smirked, suggesting he wasn't alone. Izuku, anticipating trouble, quickly shot at 3 hidden villains, neutralizing them before they could react. The remaining villain, now terrified, exclaimed that heroes didn't kill. Izuku coldly replied that in war, survival was paramount, and it was because of such naive thinking that the conflict had escalated. He then ended the villain's life, declaring it time to search for the remaining heroes in the city. Meanwhile, at the base, Bakugo was organizing a patrol team for the day. He assigned Todoroki, Uraraka, Jiro, Yaoyorozu, and Kirishima to the task, just as they had done the previous day. The 5 heroes set out, careful to remain undetected by villains. After several hours, Todoroki suggested they return. Yaoyorozu agreed, but Jiro interrupted, sensing they had company. As she alerted the others, Muscular and 3 more villains appeared, eager for a fight. Muscular taunted the heroes, reveling in the opportunity to battle them after weeks of inactivity. The villains launched an attack, and after a fierce struggle, the heroes managed to subdue all but Muscular. Muscular, unfazed, challenged the heroes, boasting about the thrill of facing multiple opponents. Jiro attempted to use her shockwave attacks, but Muscular shrugged them off. Yaoyorozu created a cannon to attack him, but he easily destroyed the cannon's projectiles. Muscular mocked their efforts, ready to engage Uraraka and Kirishima, but Todoroki intervened with ice, managing to freeze Muscular momentarily. However, Muscular broke free, declaring that their reluctance to kill was their downfall. With a powerful smash to the ground, he freed the other villains. Muscular smirked, ready for round 2, while Todoroki realized they needed to retreat at the first opportunity. Just then, a gunshot rang out, and one of the villains fell. The heroes were startled, and a figure emerged, swiftly dispatching the remaining 2 villains, leaving only Muscular standing. Muscular questioned the newcomer, who was cloaked in a hood and military attire, unable to see his face. Unbeknownst to everyone, it was Izuku. He introduced himself as a civilian passing by, preparing for a confrontation. Muscular, underestimating Izuku, dismissed him, but Izuku retaliated with a forceful attack that caught Muscular off guard. As Muscular attempted to strike back, Izuku effortlessly blocked his blows, empowered by his green energy. With a flurry of punches, Izuku weakened Muscular, making his task much easier. He then aimed one of his guns at Muscular, who finally recognized him and expressed disbelief at Izuku's survival and newfound strength. Izuku remarked on the League's desire to eliminate him before ending Muscular's life. The 5 heroes, relieved yet apprehensive, took defensive stances, unsure of Izuku's intentions. Reassuring them, Izuku revealed he had been searching for them and removed his hood. The heroes were stunned, as if they had seen a ghost, with Todoroki exclaiming in shock at the sight of Midoriya. "Deku? Is that really you?" Uraraka asked as she approached Izuku slowly. "I swear I'm not a ghost," Izuku replied, trying to lighten the mood. Uraraka gently touched his cheek, tears welling in her eyes as she hugged him tightly. "I missed you so much. I'm glad you're alive." "I'm really glad," she said. Todoroki fell to his knees, overwhelmed with disbelief. He felt a mix of relief and shock. Kirishima stepped closer to Midoriya. "Welcome back, Midoriya," he said warmly. "You have a lot to explain, Midoriya," Jiro added. "Sure," Midoriya responded. "We can discuss everything at the base. Let's hurry before new villains arrive," Yaoyorozu suggested. The 6 of them arrived at a safe distance of 100 meters from the underground base. "It's safe here. You should start talking," Jiro urged. "Well, my dad helped. When the villain caught me in the explosion, I was unable to move. I really thought it was the end for me. Then my dad appeared and carried me away. He left one of my shoes behind to fake my death. When I woke up, we were on one of the islands. I trained there so I could come back when I was ready. But what I saw when I returned was horrifying. I saw the aftermath of battles, with heroes and villains fallen and a city in ruins," Izuku explained. "Now it's your turn. What happened this past year?" Izuku asked. The 5 heroes fell silent. Finally, Todoroki spoke up. "It's as you saw. After the UA invasion, the villains declared war on heroes. The destruction you witnessed is from a major attack 6 months ago. The villains won that battle. Now, many civilians are in underground bases while the heroes continue to fight. For the past month, nothing major has happened here. Until today," Todoroki clarified. "We're here, Midoriya," Yaoyorozu said as they entered the base. Some civilians noticed Midoriya, but no one recognized him at first. It wasn't long before some classmates spotted him, and soon everyone began to realize that Midoriya had returned. All except Ida and Bakugo approached him, launching into their usual rapid-fire questioning. Some things never change, Izuku thought to himself. After a thorough explanation, Ida finally arrived. "Midoriya?" he asked, astonished. "Yo, Ida," Izuku replied. "You're really back. When they told me, I couldn't believe it. I had to see it for myself. But you're really here," Ida said, gripping both of Izuku's shoulders. "Welcome back," Ida said, struggling to hold back his tears. "I'm back," Izuku assured him. "Midoriya, we need to report to Bakugo. Come with us," Todoroki instructed. Bakugo was in his office when they entered, a cup of coffee in hand. "Took you long enough. What were you doing?" Bakugo began, but then he noticed Izuku and dropped the cup in shock. "Hey, What is this joke? It's not funny, Bakugo demanded. It's not a joke, Bakugo. He really is Midoriya, Todoroki confirmed. It's me, Kaken, Izuku added. I want to speak to him alone. Come back later for the report, Bakugo said, dismissing the others. Now alone with Bakugo, Izuku felt the tension in the air. If this isn't a joke, tell me something only we would know, Bakugo challenged. No matter what quirk you get, you'll never beat me. You told me that when we were kids, right after you got your quirk, Izuku replied. Bakugo's eyes glistened with emotion as he clenched his fists. You sneaky bastard. Tell me what happened, Bakugo demanded. Izuku recounted the events of the past year and how he had escaped death. After the explanation, Bakugo nodded. So you saved my crew from 4 villains. Good job. But now I'll call the others for the report to determine your rank, Bakugo said. Rank? Izuku asked, confused. We have rankings to know who will be sent against certain villains. We already had villain rankings, so we created hero categories, Bakugo explained. Bakugo, we came for the report, Todoroki said as he re-entered with his teammates. Okay, Bakugo replied. Today was normal until the end of the day. We were attacked by Muscular and 3 potential C-rank villains. We were struggling, but Midoriya's appearance turned the tide. He took down all the villains, including Muscular, by himself. Then we returned here, Todoroki reported. What? You defeated Muscular? You're definitely an S-rank hero. Except for Izuku, you're all dismissed, Bakugo announced. The others left the room. So what else do you want from me? Izuku asked. I have to give you some information. But since you defeated Muscular on your own, I'll only inform you about the most important villains, Bakugo said. Okay, Izuku replied. Bakugo began listing the villains. Nomus, A-rank villains, but some are S-rank. Moonfish, A-rank villain. His quirk is very dangerous, but he has weaknesses. Mustard, B-rank villain. He isn't particularly skilled, but his quirk is one of our worst enemies. Gas. If you don't knock him out, he will put you to sleep in seconds. He's one of the few villains who uses guns. Toga Himiko, A-rank villain. She has assassination skills and her quirk allows her to transform if she has a person's blood. Stain, Drake. He's not on the villain's side, but he's not with the heroes either. His quirk immobilizes others if he licks their blood. Dabi, also known as Tuya Todoroki, S-rank villain. He has a powerful quirk involving blue flames and is skilled at mind games. Tamura Shigaraki, SS rank villain. We moved him up since the start of the war. He's a likely candidate to inherit the quirk All for One and is one of the 2 leaders of the league. The Joker, SSS rank villain. He is the other leader of the league, always planning before he acts. He's an excellent gun user despite being quirkless and is also a candidate to take All for One. All for One, SS rank villain. According to our data, he is weak at the moment. However, he remains one of the most fearsome villains of all time, and the 2 leaders are absorbing his power as time passes. Wow, that's intense. But I remember a giant villain during the UA attack. What happened to him? Izuku inquired. You must mean Gigantomachia. He, along with many other villains, died 6 months ago in a major attack. Muscular was an S-rank villain, Bakugo explained. Oh, that's good to hear. If that's all, I need to go rest, Izuku said. Yeah. Dismissed. As Izuku reached for the door, Bakugo called out to him. Oh, and one last thing, Bakugo said. What? Izuku asked, turning back. I'm sorry. For everything, Bakugo admitted. Izuku understood the weight of his words. It's fine, he replied, feeling the bond between them strengthen once more. Izuku reflected on how much his friend had changed since they entered UA, and he couldn't deny the sincerity of the apology. With that thought, he turned and walked away. At the League's fortress, a villain rushed in, urgency evident in his demeanor. He addressed the leader, expressing concern about a significant issue. What is it? Has Shigaraki's fortress been destroyed? Joker inquired, his tone sharp. The villain shook his head, emphasizing that the situation was far worse. Did Kaken master One for All at its full potential and decimate my army? Joker pressed, anticipation building. Again, the villain replied in the negative, heightening the tension in the room. What is it? Speak. Joker demanded, impatience creeping into his voice. The villain delivered the shocking news. Izuku Midoriya was alive. A smirk spread across Joker's face as he processed this revelation. I assume we will have quite the entertainment in the coming days. Let's see how much stronger you've become, my dear alter ego, he said, laughter bubbling up within him, echoing through the fortress. 2 days after Izuku's return, Bakugo explained everything to him in detail. Izuku had become an S-rank hero. Bakugo summoned him to his office, stating that it was time to discuss something important. Upon arriving, Izuku inquired about the matter. Bakugo informed him that they had been trying to end the war for a year and that today marked the beginning of the countdown. He was about to assign Izuku his first mission. Izuku was curious about how his mission would relate to the countdown of the war's end. Bakugo explained that Izuku was one of the few who was not hesitant to take decisive action, referencing the incident with Muscular. Izuku acknowledged the harsh reality they faced, agreeing that they had no other choice. Bakugo recounted a past battle where heroes had the advantage, including prominent figures like Endeavor and Gran Torino. They had even defeated Gigantomachia, but then an unexpected attack occurred. A villain had appeared with a helicopter, launching rockets across the city and sacrificing his own allies to eliminate the heroes. Bakugo was one of the few who survived that day. Izuku pointed out that many were still alive, to which Bakugo explained that they had an underground base to protect civilians from harm during the attack. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Izuku, and he pressed Bakugo for details about his first mission. Bakugo instructed Izuku to patrol the city with a team, but given his willingness to take lethal action, he wanted him to operate as a sniper. Izuku insisted on going solo, wanting clarity of mind for the task ahead. He still sought clarification on how his mission tied into the war's countdown. Bakugo elaborated that to end the war, they needed to achieve 2 objectives: destroy the 2 fortresses of the League and reclaim Muzudafu, the only city left in ruins. Securing it would provide them with a significant advantage. Izuku began to understand the plan. Bakugo informed him that his mission would commence the next day and added one last piece of advice before Izuku left. He should confess his feelings to Uraraka. Izuku feigned ignorance, but Bakugo pressed him, reminding him that many in their class were aware of his feelings. In the midst of a war, he might not get another chance, and he had already missed one opportunity. As Izuku exited Bakugo's office, he contemplated Bakugo's words. He realized the truth in them: they were at war, and he might never have another chance to express his feelings. After some time, he found a few of his former classmates in a room. After an hour, he stood to leave, pointing at Uraraka and instructing her to step outside in 10 minutes. Kirishima commented on Izuku's sudden assertiveness, while Bakugo told him to be quiet. Uraraka met Izuku at the entrance of the base, curious about what he wanted to discuss. Izuku revealed that he would be working as a sniper on his first mission. Uraraka expressed her hope that they would be on the same team, but Izuku clarified that he would be operating solo for the sake of clarity, which also made things more complicated. He then confessed that he loved her, catching Uraraka off guard. She was speechless and blushed at his admission. Izuku understood her surprise and reassured her that if she didn't feel the same, it was okay. He had shared his feelings because he might never have the chance again. He wished her good night and left for bed, unaware that Uraraka whispered that she loved him too. The next day, Izuku prepared for his mission, leaving early in the morning when only Bakugo was awake. Bakugo asked if he was ready, and Izuku confirmed he would return in 3 days, joking that if he didn't come back, they could assume he was dead. Bakugo handed him a phone, explaining that he needed to keep track of him, as he was sure others would inquire about his whereabouts. Izuku accepted the phone, said his goodbyes, and left the base, readying his rifle, guns, and knives. Dressed in casual clothes and a military vest, he felt determined and motivated for the challenges ahead. Izuku had left on his mission, and Uraraka couldn't stop thinking about what had happened the day before. Azui noticed her distraction and asked if she was okay. Uraraka replied that she was just thinking about something or someone. Jiro reassured her that she shouldn't worry about Midoriya's mission, reminding her of his skills and that he would be back before she knew it. Uraraka admitted that it wasn't just about the mission. Midoriya had told her that he loved her. Mina excitedly asked if they were finally a couple, but Uraraka expressed her regret, saying she had been too cowardly to reciprocate his feelings. Jiro reiterated that Midoriya was skilled and would be fine, and Uraraka could only hope that was true. Meanwhile, in Muzutafu, Izuku had taken up a sniper position, waiting for villains to pass by. The first day passed without any sightings, and as boredom set in, he decided to take action. He moved closer to the police station, confident he would find villains there. Hiding behind a building, he prepared his weapons and murmured to himself that it was time to engage. When he confronted the villains, chaos erupted. They shouted for him to be killed, but before they could react, Izuku had already taken down several of them with precision. In a matter of seconds, he had eliminated a significant number of foes and approached the entrance of the police station, wondering how many more awaited him inside. Upon entering, he encountered more villains and deftly dodged their attacks while taking them down one by one. As he counted his victories, he heard footsteps approaching. With swift movements, he confronted the new arrivals, dispatching them with ease. Just as he thought he had cleared the area, a familiar figure appeared, clapping slowly. Dabi acknowledged Izuku, recalling their last encounter when Izuku had faced a devastating attack. Izuku shot at Dabi, but the villain effortlessly deflected the bullet with fire. Dabi taunted him about his bravery in coming alone, revealing that he had brought along two formidable allies, Moonfish and a Nomu. As Dabi departed, Izuku felt a sharp pain as Moonfish struck him with a toothed blade, injuring his shoulder. Despite the setback, Izuku vowed to fight back, using his remaining strength to confront Moonfish. He managed to shatter Moonfish's toothed blades and shot him at point-blank range, taking him down. However, when he turned to face the Nomu, he realized he was out of ammunition. The situation escalated as the Nomu charged, injuring Izuku further. With determination, Izuku began to hop around, using his speed to confuse the creature. He leaped above the Nomu, delivering a powerful kick infused with his energy, ultimately defeating it. Exhausted and with his phone destroyed, Izuku reflected on how his friends might think he was gone. After a day, he returned to the base, where Kaminari and Jiro spotted him from a distance. They rushed to his side, alarmed by his condition. After a few hours, Izuku regained consciousness, confused about his surroundings. To his surprise, he found himself healed, with no signs of injury. Eri, now 8 years old, revealed that she had used her quirk to heal him as a thank you for saving her 2 years prior. Aizawa entered the infirmary, surprising Izuku even more. He welcomed him back and explained that he had taken Eri in when no one else could. Grateful, Izuku thanked Eri for her help and prepared to report back to Bakugo, but Aizawa interrupted, stating that Bakugo would report to him instead. That meant that since he was there, Aizawa expected Izuku to report to him. Izuku acknowledged this, stating that he had taken down 57 villains, including a Nomu and Moonfish, with Dabi being the only one to escape. He expressed concern that Dabi might inform Shigaraki about his return. Aizawa dismissed him, contemplating how Izuku had accomplished in 3 days what they could not in months. Izuku made his way to the common room where Squad 3A was gathered. The heroes were relieved to see him alive and well, though Uraraka and Bakugo were absent. Curious about their whereabouts, Izuku asked where they were. Todoroki informed him that they were in Bakugo's office and suggested he go see them, noting that even Bakugo was worried, despite his usual demeanor. Following Todoroki's advice, Izuku stood outside Bakugo's office, knocked, and entered. Uraraka was silent, simply staring at him. Bakugo stood up and gave Izuku a friendly punch on the shoulder, welcoming him back before stepping outside to give them privacy. Izuku began to speak to Uraraka, but she interrupted him by hugging him tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. She expressed her love for him and her worries when she saw him injured, admitting her fear of not seeing him again. Izuku returned the embrace, reassuring her that everything was fine because he was there. They shared a moment of silence, gazing into each other's eyes before leaning in for a kiss that lasted for a considerable time. Suddenly, Bakugo opened the door, surprised to find them in such a situation. He exclaimed in frustration, reminding them that it was his office and that they should be more considerate. Izuku, feeling slightly embarrassed, agreed, and the three of them headed to the common room. Meanwhile, at UA, which served as Shigaraki's fortress, he inquired about the news from Dabi. Dabi reported that his entire villain squad had been defeated, including Moonfish and the Nomu, all at the hands of one man. Shigaraki's anger flared as he demanded to know how Dabi could lose so many villains to a single individual. Dabi revealed that it was Izuku Midoriya who was responsible. Shigaraki, still in disbelief, insisted that Izuku was dead. Dabi countered by offering to show him the security camera footage, which left Shigaraki shocked and furious upon witnessing Izuku's actions. He questioned how this could have happened, given that he had been told Izuku was dead. Determined to confront Izuku, Shigaraki announced his intention to go to Tokyo, leaving Dabi in charge. Dabi expressed concern about potential attacks during Shigaraki's absence, but Shigaraki assured him that he would leave the Nomus behind for support, taking only 2 with him for protection. He warned Dabi that failure would have severe consequences, threatening that the next time he would join his father in the afterlife. With that, Shigaraki departed, leaving Dabi with a smirk, pondering the situation. At Joker's fortress in Tokyo, Mustard alerted him that Shigaraki had arrived. Joker smiled, acknowledging the situation. Shigaraki entered the room, visibly furious. He confronted Joker, accusing him of knowing the truth all along. Joker, with a mocking tone, responded that it took Shigaraki long enough to figure it out after 6 months. Shigaraki demanded to know how long Joker had been aware of the truth. Joker revealed that he had known for about 4 to 5 days, ever since Shigaraki's return to Muzudafu. He explained that it was only a matter of time before their adversary would come for them. Shigaraki stated his purpose for being there. He intended to take all for one. Joker feigned ignorance, claiming he had to deny Shigaraki's request. Shigaraki insisted he was not asking but demanding it. Joker then ominously declared that he had no choice but to eliminate Shigaraki. At Shigaraki's command, his 2 Nomus charged at Joker. With a snap of his fingers, Joker summoned a powerful Nomu that swiftly dispatched Shigaraki's guards, leaving Shigaraki in disbelief. Shigaraki expressed his anger, unable to comprehend why the Nomu wouldn't succumb to his decay ability. Joker explained that he had made the Nomu invulnerable to quirks that didn't inflict physical damage. He elaborated that after All for One's demise, he had inherited a quirk that allowed him to enhance the Nomu into the ultimate weapon. Shigaraki was unfortunate that All for One hadn't granted him any body-enhancing quirks. Joker moved closer to Shigaraki, revealing that he had discovered a fascinating quirk called Soul Stealer, which allowed him to absorb someone's soul. He made it clear that he would gain immense power from Shigaraki's soul. In a swift motion, Joker absorbed Shigaraki's essence, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. With newfound strength, Joker felt invincible and instructed Mustard to contact Dabi. Dabi answered, and Joker informed him that Shigaraki was dead and granted him authority over UA, cautioning him about potential hero interference. Dabi requested the villains to arrive within 3 days, and Joker assured him it would be done. Joker then ordered Toga and Mustard to assist Dabi at UA, taking 50 villains with them. Toga expressed her desire to stay with Joker, but he insisted she was needed for the upcoming battle. He explained that if the heroes won at UA, they could threaten their stronghold. Toga agreed to the mission, and Joker remained alone in the room, laughing maniacally as he anticipated the chaos to come. 3 days after Shigaraki's demise, Joker's prediction came to fruition. The heroes prepared for battle at UA, assembling 3 squads, 3A, 3B, and the Pro Squad, totaling around 65 heroes. Izuku questioned whether they had enough strength for the fight, to which Uraraka reassured him that their recent achievements would aid them. Azui expressed concern about the presence of Nomus. Koda was asked to send birds for reconnaissance, which returned with troubling news. Only Nomus were outside, numbering at least 30. Cementos urged caution, but Izuku, frustrated, broke down the UA door and charged in, armed with a machine gun. He began firing at the Nomus, reducing their numbers significantly. With only 6 Nomus remaining, Bakugo engaged the remaining foes, and the other heroes followed suit, ultimately defeating the rest of the Nomus. As they prepared to enter UA, more Nomus appeared, surrounding them. Izuku realized they were trapped and led Bakugo and Todoroki inside while the others fought outside. Izuku expressed certainty that Dabi and Shigaraki would soon arrive. Bakugo was eager for a confrontation. Suddenly, a purple gas enveloped the area, revealing Mustard's presence. Todoroki identified him, and Bakugo, refusing to be told what to do, unleashed his explosive power, determined to clear the area. The explosion dissipated the gas, and Mustard was left unconscious, allowing the heroes to press forward. That was unnecessary. As heroes, they could have just restrained him, Todoroki thought. Todoroki had misjudged something. Izuku was no longer a hero, he was a soldier. In war, they fought to survive. There would be no punishment or imprisonment for their actions. If there were any complaints, they could discuss them after the mission. They needed to move forward. The three of them defeated every villain in their path and arrived at Nizu's former office, where Dabi awaited them. He had been expecting them. It had been a long time since he had seen Shoto. Izuku asked where Shigaraki was. Dabi replied that he was no longer in this world, his soul enslaved by the Joker. Bakugo confirmed that Shigaraki was dead, which meant their job would be finished once they defeated Dabi. Bakugo took his fighting stance, ready for action. Dabi smirked, suggesting that their fight was far from over because Shigaraki was still present. Bakugo was confused, asking who he meant. Suddenly, an explosion echoed through the air. It wasn't large, but it caused significant damage, destroying part of the building, including the wall where they stood with Dabi. They saw a helicopter and 6-winged Nomus. The Joker appeared, holding the bazooka he had used against Izuku a year ago. He taunted the heroes, declaring that they had lost. With Shigaraki's presence, victory was impossible. Before Dabi could react, Izuku shot him in the head. Todoroki felt anger rise within him, questioning why Izuku had killed Dabi. Izuku acknowledged that while Dabi was Todoroki's brother, he was still responsible for many incidents that harmed civilians. He dragged Dabi's body and lifted it, declaring that the Joker should leave now or face the consequences. The Joker laughed, finding Izuku an interesting opponent. He commanded the Nomus to take hostages and assist Toga. Izuku wondered if Toga was present. Looking down, he saw her holding a gun and a knife beside 2 fallen bodies, Ojiro and Hagakure. The Nomus took 4 hostages: Aizawa, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Tsuburaba. The Joker announced that he would allow them to win today but would take hostages with him, giving them a reason to come to Tokyo, his fortress. He addressed Izuku directly, challenging him. Izuku's fury boiled over as he shouted that he would confront the Joker in Tokyo and defeat him. The Joker found amusement in Izuku's spirit and bid farewell as he departed. They had won the battle at UA, but not without consequences. Izuku vowed to return and finish what had been started. 3 days after the battle at UA, the heroes transformed Mizudafu into a city where civilians could feel a sense of safety again. UA became a fortress for heroes, and many civilians were relocated from the underground base. However, every victory comes with consequences. 14 heroes had lost their lives, and 4 were taken hostage. From Squad 3A, the only losses were Ojiro and Hagakure, which weighed heavily on the team. This was the first time they had lost one of their own. Izuku wasted no time. He equipped himself with 2 guns and 2 knives. Ida noticed him and asked what he was doing. Izuku replied that he was heading to Tokyo, capturing everyone's attention. Mina expressed her concern, questioning how he could remain so calm after their exhausting battle and the loss of comrades. Izuku, undeterred, declared his intention to end the war as quickly as possible, even if he had to do it alone. Todoroki, angered by Izuku's words, demanded to know what he meant. Izuku pointedly referred to Todoroki, implying that his reluctance to take decisive action made him soft. Todoroki retorted that he was not soft for sparing his brother's life. Izuku countered, stating that he had killed someone in the past, and Todoroki had hesitated when he had the chance to stop Mustard. Ida intervened, suggesting that if killing was unnecessary, it should be avoided. Izuku explained that his previous hesitation had nearly cost him his life and had led to the war they were now fighting. He criticized the hero policies that had hindered their victories, asserting that war was about survival, not heroism. He challenged his teammates to understand that if they couldn't grasp this reality, they should hide with the civilians. Todoroki accused Izuku of being a mass murderer, having killed at least 60 villains, questioning how he could still call himself a hero. Izuku clarified that he did not consider himself a hero but a soldier, determined to prevent further losses among their comrades. He suggested that Ojiro and Hagakure had perished because they shared the same mindset as Todoroki. Jiro shouted for Izuku to stop, but he insisted that they were in a dire situation despite their victory at UA. Bakugo, appearing suddenly with a backpack and 2 guns, told Izuku to move on. He revealed that they had been planning this mission since bringing the civilians to safety and were now waiting for the others. Monoma and Shinso arrived, and Kaminari and Mineta joined them shortly after. Kaminari expressed his agreement with Izuku, wanting to end the war swiftly, while Mineta apologized for his earlier behavior. With everyone gathered, Bakugo stated they should set off. Todoroki insisted on joining them, but Izuku refused, arguing that Todoroki's mindset could jeopardize their mission. He emphasized the need for strong allies to remain behind in case of failure. Todoroki's anger flared as he protested, but Izuku aimed his gun at him, shocking everyone in the room. Ida shouted at Izuku, questioning his sanity. Izuku reiterated that Todoroki would stay behind, leaving him with a choice. Todoroki accused Izuku of being a mass murderer for threatening an ally to achieve his goals. Izuku expressed his reluctance to shoot him, emphasizing that he wanted to save their country, even if it meant making difficult choices. As Todoroki prepared to unleash his fire, Kirishima intervened, urging them to stop fighting. Bakugo supported Izuku's decision, stating that they needed a smaller, more prepared team for their mission. Tokoyami suggested that Todoroki should let it go, as the others would not change their minds. Izuku holstered his gun and declared it was time to leave. Todoroki, still furious, was met with attempts to calm him from his teammates, but it was Tokoyami who finally reached him. He explained that while he didn't agree with Izuku's methods, he understood the pain and guilt driving him. Azui encouraged Todoroki to have faith in their friends, hoping they would succeed. The 6 heroes set out to rescue their 4 comrades and bring an end to the war once and for all. Izuku Midoriya, known as Deku, was the child of destiny and a super soldier. Katsuki Bakugo, known as Dynamite, was All Might's successor. Denki Kaminari, known as Chargebolt, was everyone's favorite Pikachu. Hitoshi Shinso, known as Insomniac, was Aizawa's successor. Nito Monoma, known as Phantom Thief, was the copycat with a unique quirk. Minoru Mineta, known as Grape Juice, was the self-proclaimed ladies' man. Together, they formed the Riot Squad. Chapter End. Shinso noted that there were 6 of them and 4 entrances, which meant 2 would have to go solo. Izuku decided to take on the challenge alone, believing that others would only slow him down. He quickly set off to find an entrance. Bakugo also chose to go solo, eager to unleash his explosions, and followed suit. Mineta, feeling a bit lost, wondered who would partner with whom. Shinso announced he would team up with Monoma, and they left to find the 3rd entrance. Kaminari sighed, realizing he and Mineta would have to take the entrance directly in front of them. As they prepared to enter, Mineta asked if they would face villains right away. Kaminari confirmed that they needed to rely on their quirks to survive. With determination, he formed his hand like a pistol and asked if Mineta was ready. Mineta affirmed his readiness, and they stepped into the hall, only to find it empty of villains. Upon reaching a large reception area, they were startled to see the Joker observing them from his monitors. He gleefully remarked that the show was about to begin and pressed a button, triggering an alarm that summoned a swarm of villains. Mineta was taken aback by the sheer number of foes. Kaminari reminded him that they were in the enemy's base, and they quickly took their stances, ready to fight. Meanwhile, Monoma and Shinso entered a vast hall lined with around 20 doors. Monoma asked if their goal was to brainwash the villains, to which Shinso confirmed that Monoma had copied his quirk. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and all but 2 doors swung open, revealing a group of villains. Monoma scoffed at the number, feeling underestimated, and Shinso urged him to act quickly as he prepared his scarf for battle. Monoma expressed his excitement for the challenge ahead. In a different part of the base, Izuku had yet to enter an entrance when the alarm sounded. He shrugged it off and found a door leading to an underground basement, where he discovered 30 villains waiting for him behind a locked door. He steeled himself for the fight ahead. Bakugo, on the other hand, charged into his entrance, unleashing his fury on the villains he encountered. He declared himself the king and fought fiercely, making his way to a door marked with a green circle, while all others bore red circles. Upon opening the green door, he found a small room with an unconscious Aizawa inside. Bakugo called out to Aizawa, who groggily awoke and expressed confusion at the commotion. Bakugo explained the situation and asked if Aizawa could fight. Aizawa confirmed that while he could erase quirks, he wasn't in a condition for a fistfight. Bakugo reassured him that his ability was still valuable, and they set off together. As they left the small room, the doors with red circles opened while the others closed, revealing that the path had been orchestrated all along. Bakugo speculated that they might find the others soon. Aizawa inquired about their teammates, and Bakugo listed them off as they continued. Back with Shinso and Monoma, they had successfully defeated the 20 villains, leaving only the 2 of them standing. Monoma remarked on the difficulty of fighting without support but acknowledged their success. They noticed one of the remaining doors open and entered a small room, where they found a beaten Tsuburaba. Tsuburaba questioned their presence, and Monoma suggested they explain as they moved. Meanwhile, Mineta and Kaminari struggled against a massive number of villains surrounding them. Kaminari assessed their situation and noted that there were at least 100 foes. Mineta panicked, unsure of what to do. As Kaminari searched for an escape, he spotted a door. Mineta lamented their dire situation, but Kaminari insisted that he would hold off the villains, urging Mineta to escape through the door. Mineta protested, fearing for Kaminari's safety, but Kaminari remained resolute, pushing Mineta toward the exit. Once inside, Mineta found a handcuffed Yaoyorozu and called out to her. She explained her predicament, and Mineta vowed to free her quickly, knowing Kaminari was in trouble. Meanwhile, Kaminari faced the overwhelming number of villains alone. A villain taunted him, believing he had sacrificed himself for nothing. Kaminari, however, was determined to protect his friends and began to gather electricity around him. He shouted a powerful attack, channeling all his energy into a single strike, determined to surpass his limits for the sake of his loved ones. As he unleashed his attack, he managed to inflict significant damage on the villains, though he suffered severe burns in the process. Just then, Bakugo, Aizawa, Shinso, Monoma, Tsuburaba, Mineta, and Yaoyorozu entered the room simultaneously, all taken aback by the sight of the defeated villains. Kaminari raised his right hand like all mites before collapsing to the ground with a smile. Mineta shouted in alarm, and all the heroes rushed to his side. Yaoyorozu quickly created an oxygen mask, explaining that it would keep him alive for a maximum of 24 hours as she placed it on the unconscious Kaminari. Meanwhile, the Joker observed everything from his monitors, surprised by the turn of events. He noted that 3 of the heroes had been rescued and decided to make things more challenging for them. With a press of a red button, a large door opened, revealing something the heroes dreaded to see, the ultimate weapon. Mineta asked if it was a Nomu, while Bakugo stood in shock, unable to comprehend the sight before him. He questioned what had been done to the Nomu and wondered about All Might's involvement. 5 days ago, 6 men left UA to rescue 4 hostages and conclude a war that had begun a year earlier. Currently, they found themselves in Tokyo, having discovered an abandoned apartment to stay in. Mineta expressed his concern about their next steps, wondering if anyone had ideas about the fortress's location. Kaminari pointed toward a massive structure that resembled a palace, suggesting it could be the fortress. Shinso chastised them for their lack of awareness, emphasizing the need to sneak in without being detected the following day. Bakugo asserted that the real challenge lay not in defeating the villains but in rescuing the hostages. Izuku mentioned that since Joker had instructed him to come to the fortress, it was likely the hostages were being held there. Monoma questioned how they could be sure the hostages were still alive. Izuku explained that he understood Joker's mindset better than anyone. To him, this was a game and the hostages were essential to it. If they were gone, the game would lose its purpose, and Joker's ultimate aim was to make them fail. Kaminari expressed relief that Izuku was not a villain, to which Izuku accepted as a compliment and stated they needed a plan. When Mineta asked if he had one, Izuku revealed he had a risky idea and was ready to proceed if everyone agreed. Hours later, Joker grew impatient, wondering when Izuku would arrive. Toga asked why he wanted him there, and Joker explained that Izuku was the only one who could be his player, stating that even Bakugo had lost his appeal. He reminisced about how Bakugo had once imprisoned him but noted that the Bakugo of this timeline felt like a stranger. Instead, he was eager to see how his alter ego would react. Suddenly, a large screen in Joker's monitor room lit up, revealing Izuku. He informed Joker that he was in Tokyo and ready to fulfill his wish. Joker admired Izuku's audacity, even in enemy territory. Izuku proposed a deal, suggesting they play a game. Joker's interest piqued at the idea. Izuku explained the rules. He and his 5 companions would attempt to rescue the 4 hostages hidden in various locations within the fortress, while Joker's goons would confront them. Joker could determine the number of villains at each location, and his sole objective would be to eliminate all 6 of them. In contrast, their goals were to rescue the hostages and defeat him. Joker eagerly accepted the challenge. The next night, the 6 heroes stood before the fortress gate, with Mineta questioning his decision to participate in what he deemed a suicide plan. Izuku lightened the mood by suggesting it was a chance for Mineta to gain fame with women. A large projection appeared on the gate, revealing Joker, who welcomed them and declared the game was about to begin. He explained that the entrance was devoid of villains, but there were 4 paths leading to doors around the fortress. Once they entered a door, it would lock automatically, sealing them inside with the villains. With the countdown complete, the game commenced. That villain! How dare he turn my mentor into a monster? Bakugo exclaimed, his anger palpable. Sorry to upset you, Bakugo, but we need to confront him, Monoma suggested calmly. I know, damn it. Bakugo shouted, frustration evident in his voice. I will be of no use here since he is a monster. I will take Kaminari and Tsuburaba and stay back, Aizawa decided. That's a good plan, Shinso agreed. The 5 heroes took their fighting stances, ready for the challenge ahead. Let's take him down, Monoma urged. If we can, that is, Mineta added hesitantly. We can. And we will. I refuse to leave All Might like this. He deserves to rest in peace, and he won't if he's in this state. Let's do it, Bakugo declared, preparing his explosions. Nomu All Might charged toward them. Here we go. Bakugo shouted, determination fueling his actions. Meanwhile, Izuku was exhausted but had managed to defeat all the villains in the basement. That was exhausting. I wonder what this door is. It's locked. Someone must be inside, Izuku pondered aloud. Correct, Izukuan, a familiar female voice chimed in. Why are you here of all people? Izuku asked, recognizing Toga. Is that any way to speak to your alter ego's love? Toga teased playfully. You're just a psycho. Nothing more, nothing less, Izuku replied, his gaze cold. That's mean. If Joker heard that, he would steal your soul, Toga remarked with a smirk. I'll deal with him later. You said I was correct. Does that mean if I defeat you, the door will somehow open? Izuku inquired. Something like that. I don't understand how this system works, Toga admitted. Then it's settled, Izuku concluded, reloading his guns. Hey, don't you want to know who's behind that door? Toga asked, trying to distract him. I'll find out after I defeat you, Izuku stated firmly. But I'm trying to prepare you mentally for what you're about to see, Toga insisted. Nonsense. You're just trying to buy time, Izuku countered, aiming his gun at her. It's Achiko, Toga revealed. Yes, she is. That's why I'm here to save her, Izuku affirmed, pulling the trigger. Toga dodged all of Izuku's bullets with agility. You're not bad. But you could be better, Toga complimented. Same goes for you. Even if you dodge, You're still bleeding, Izuku pointed out. Toga noticed a small cut on her eyebrow, a result of one of the bullets grazing her. Hey, that's just a little blood. Compared to what Achiko has endured, it's nothing, Toga said defiantly. Izuku felt anger rising within him, suspecting she might be bluffing. Why are you so angry? What does she have that I don't? Toga questioned, her tone taunting. She is not a psycho. She wouldn't harm anyone, even in a war. She's kind, and unlike you, she is genuinely sweet, Izuku replied, his voice firm. Toga looked down, her hair obscuring her eyes. Hey, are you saying I'm not cute? Toga challenged. Absolutely. And that's final. Izuku declared with confidence. Toga pulled out her guns, a menacing glare in her eyes. You're finished. After I defeat you, I'll make sure Achiko suffers a real torment. I'll do it so slowly that she'll remember it even in the afterlife. Not that I haven't done it already, but I'll double her pain, Toga threatened. Izuku dashed toward her in an instant, grabbing her and forcing her to drop her guns. I don't need weapons to take down a weakling like you. But let me give you a little advice. Hurt Achiko and you'll regret it, Izuku warned, releasing her. Toga struggled to catch her breath, but before she could recover, Izuku shot her legs. Toga cried out in pain. Let's see. After the legs, the arms would be a good choice, Izuku said, shooting at both her arms. I'll kill you. I'll kill you and your precious Achiko. Toga screamed, fury in her voice. I would like to see you try. You can't even use your arms anymore. Such a pity. I wonder what comes after the arms. Your chest? Your stomach? Your head? I wonder, Izuku taunted. Don't you dare. Toga shouted, desperation creeping into her voice. Oh, your tongue would be an interesting target, but that's complicated. I'll just go for the head, Izuku said, determination in his eyes. No! Toga screamed as Izuku aimed. He shot her in the head, and silence fell. Ah, finally. Some peace, Izuku said, and the locked door opened. He entered to find Achiko, unconscious and in a terrible state. She was beaten, bleeding, and a knife scar marred her hand, spelling out a cruel word, slot. Damn it. She wasn't bluffing. What did she do? Izuku muttered, concern flooding his heart. Izuku? Is that you? Achiko murmured as she began to regain consciousness. Achiko, he exclaimed, rushing to her side and embracing her. Why are you here? Did they get you too? Achiko asked, fear evident in her voice. No. I came to save you. I'm so relieved you're alive, he reassured her. I was scared, Izuku. That crazy girl beat me every day and even used her knife to make me scream. I was terrified. I thought I would die here, Achiko confessed, hugging him tightly as tears streamed down her face. Hey, it's okay. Just stay still. You're lucky I have some bandages with me. I can cover your wounds until we get back, Izuku said, his voice gentle as he began to tend to her injuries. Meanwhile, the others were struggling against the Nomu version of All Might. Mineta was unharmed but utterly exhausted, barely managing to hold All Might in place. Yaorazu had run out of energy from using her quirk multiple times and could no longer fight. Shinso and Monoma were down, unable to move. Bakugo was the only one still standing, staring defiantly at All Might. This is bad, he thought, determination igniting within him. Izuku and Uraraka entered the room where their friends were gathered, only to find everyone down except for Bakugo. Their eyes widened as they spotted their enemy. It was impossible. It looked like All Might had been transformed into a Nomu. Anger surged through Izuku as he spoke to Uraraka, urging her to take care of the others since she wasn't in a condition to fight. He was determined to help Bakugo. Uraraka nodded in agreement and moved to assist their friends. Izuku faced the transformed All Might, launching an attack that had no effect on the monstrous figure. Bakugo, still fighting, questioned Izuku's hesitation. Izuku urged Bakugo to unleash his full power, insisting that they could defeat the creature together. Bakugo hesitated, aware that using his full strength could put their friends at risk. Izuku reassured him that Uraraka and Yaoyorozu could help protect them. Yaoyorozu, however, admitted she was out of energy, prompting Izuku to tell her to leave the room. With that, the others exited, leaving only Izuku and Bakugo behind. Bakugo asked if Izuku could buy him some time, to which Izuku agreed. Bakugo prepared to unleash his explosive power, calling out to Izuku that he was ready. Izuku dashed away from All Might just as Bakugo released a massive explosion, which Izuku braced against, sustaining only minor injuries. With the Nomu defeated, Izuku felt a surge of determination. Suddenly, Joker's voice echoed through the megaphones, mocking their victory and announcing that he would be waiting on the roof. Izuku resolved to confront Joker, but Bakugo interrupted, revealing that he could no longer fight due to the toll of his last attack. He insisted that Izuku go on alone, but then proposed transferring One for All to him, declaring that Izuku was their only hope. Though surprised, Izuku accepted Bakugo's decision. Bakugo transferred his quirk, and the others waited outside the fortress for Izuku's return. When Izuku reached the roof, he found Joker waiting, accompanied by a helicopter full of reporters. Joker explained that he had called them to witness the impending battle, claiming that their hope would vanish with Izuku's defeat. Determined, Izuku prepared for the fight, combining his energy quirk with One for All. His eyes glowed with power as a green aura enveloped him. Joker, amused, unleashed a fiery attack, but Izuku's aura protected him. The battle began, their movements so swift that it felt like a scene from an action anime. They grappled, with Joker initially gaining the upper hand. However, Izuku broke free and charged at Joker, landing a blow that sent them both tumbling from the roof. As they fell, they exchanged punches, landing away from each other. Joker demanded that Izuku give him One for All, but Izuku used his energy to block the attempt. The impact of their fall sent Izuku crashing into a nearby building. Realizing Joker's intentions, Izuku felt a surge of anger and accidentally released a small explosion. To his surprise, he discovered he had inherited Bakugo's quirk as well. Joker taunted him, eager for the challenge. Izuku, now confident, offered to let Joker take both his energy and One for All. Joker, intrigued by Izuku's madness, accepted the offer. As Joker absorbed Izuku's powers, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. However, Izuku had a plan. He revealed that he had created a hidden explosive within himself using Bakugo's quirk, which Joker had inadvertently taken along with One for All. Joker was confused and in pain, unable to comprehend how he could be hurt. Izuku explained that the transfer had allowed the explosion to escape his control, leading to Joker's impending defeat. With a final laugh, Joker admitted defeat before succumbing to his injuries. The helicopter descended, and reporters rushed to Izuku, questioning what had happened. Izuku turned to the camera, raising his fist in a gesture reminiscent of All Might. He declared that the war was over and that the villains had lost. It's over. The war is over. The villains have been defeated. With their leader down, they can no longer continue their fight. Sure, there will still be villains, but the number of those defeated today has significantly weakened their forces. Now, the heroes can act to protect the civilians and restore Japan to its former state. You can come out to the city, Izuku announced, looking into the camera. The other heroes gathered around, and Izuku noticed Kaminari, who appeared burnt. Oh, and one last thing. We are currently in Tokyo. We need someone with a healing quirk. A comrade is injured, and if he doesn't receive treatment within 24 hours, he will be in serious danger. I would appreciate it if someone could come quickly, Izuku continued. The broadcast was being watched, and the students were celebrating. They actually did it. Amazing. That guy is just incredible, Shoji remarked. Jiro stood up, ready to run, but Azui grabbed her hand. Where are you going? Azui asked. That was Kaminari. I must go to him, Jiro insisted, trying to leave. Wait, Kyoka. If we go, we need a teleportation quirk. We don't have that, Azui pointed out. We may not have that, but I can fly, Hawks interjected, appearing unexpectedly. I can get you there in about 2 hours, he told Jiro. I would appreciate that. Thank you, Jiro said, tears welling in her eyes. Back in Tokyo, the heroes were resting. Hey nerd, Bakugo called out. What is it? Izuku replied. What are you going to do now? I mean, you're quirkless now. Why did you give away your energy? You could have kept it, Bakugo questioned. I'm going to do what I planned from the start, Izuku responded. Bakugo smiled. Are you sure you're not crazier than the dead clown? He teased. Who knows? For now, we must restore Japan, Izuku said, gazing at the sky. A year later, Japan was somewhat restored, though still needing work. Hero activities resumed after the war's end. Izuku and his former classmates established an agency, and since Izuku was quirkless, he took on the role of head of the agency. It was time for the hero rankings. Hawks was announced as the #1 hero, but he had an important announcement to make. I may be the #1 hero now, but that wouldn't have happened without some heroes who ended the war a year ago. They haven't been recognized yet by society due to the ongoing restoration of Japan. I believe that moment has come today, Hawks declared. The 6 heroes were ready to be introduced to the world. First, we have Grape Juice, an important member of their squad who helped with some hostages. Mineta appeared, raising his hand in triumph. Next, we have Insomniac, who contributed to both saving hostages and fighting the villains. Shinso appeared, smiling and feeling great. Next, we have Phantom Thief, who fought alongside Insomniac and also helped with hostages. Monoma appeared, beaming at the crowd, never imagining he would be recognized for such a significant achievement. Next, we have Chargebolt, a great hero who demonstrated true heroism during battle. Kaminari fought back tears of joy while waving to the crowd. Next, we have Dynamite, a hero who played a crucial role in defeating one of the strongest villains and ensured the rescue of both hostages and injured heroes. Bakugo appeared, smirking confidently. And finally, the hero who defeated the most feared villain of all time. The hero who sacrificed his own quirk and led Japan to freedom alongside his team, Deku. Izuku appeared, overwhelmed with joy, raising his hand like All Might. I want to say something to Japan, Izuku said, taking the microphone. Even though I'm quirkless, I'm not done with hero work. I will continue to support Japan from my agency. I'll be watching and acting at the same time. It will be fine because I'll always be here. After the ceremony, he returned to his apartment where Uraraka was waiting for him. Congrats, sweetie, she said, giving him a kiss. It was harder than it seemed. I was kind of nervous, not going to lie, Izuku admitted. Well, that's just you after all. And that's one of the reasons I love you, Uraraka replied. What? Because I'm nervous? Izuku asked, surprised. No, silly. Because even when you're nervous, you don't back down. You never give up. I'm looking forward to seeing what else you will do as the head of the agency, Uraraka said with a smile. Thanks, Izuku replied. From Izuku's perspective, he reflected on his journey. He was the head of his own agency, had a beautiful wife and good friends. He was Izuku Midoriya, or Deku, and he was a hero. Some might say he was quirkless, but so what? And that was the end of this journey. Nearly 70 chapters long, he hadn't planned for the story to be so extensive, but he enjoyed it and hoped others did too. He looked forward to the next story. Until next time.